Waking up in the morning, I guess I miss you yawning. 5 in the morning, morning. That's the story. 5 in the morning, and you can hear my calling. Waking up in the morning, because I miss you yawning. 5 in the morning, morning.
One of the most interesting things about the NA amateur space is the wide range of organizational infrastructure that we get to see at every tournament. Here in the first Unified Proving Ground Circuit qualifier, we have an academy team, LCS affiliated amateur squads, collegiate organizations, established independent amateur orgs, and even teams put together without any sort of financial backing, just looking for the chance to compete. It seems like this structure would result in some sort of hierarchy, with the teams with more funding and more structured support getting the edge over their less affluent opponents. But that's not always the case. At the end of the day, no matter how much money you're getting paid, or how many analysts sit behind you, when you get onto the Rift, it's still a 5v5. We see these underdogs prevail all the time in amateur. I mean, a team literally called No Org won Proving Grounds last spring. This tournament has seen some of the same. Out of the 4 teams that have already qualified for the quarterfinals, one of them stands out, taking out an LCS affiliate and a top collegiate program to make it to the bracket stage, with just 5 players, a coach, and a manager. How were they able to do it? What sort of magic were they cooking up? Ah, come on, we have to at least look. Taco Gaming's roster was put together by, well, Taco, who's been a part of many successful projects over the past year. Even without any financial backing from a larger organization, Taco was able to get a group of super skilled players to compete against many of the best at the PGCQ.
You know, as what you can consider a free agent team, you don't really have a lot of leverage to bring players in. You know, I can't promise pay. I, at the time, couldn't promise a coach. The only staff is just me. The first person actually that was interested was Doxa. Said, hey, I'm putting together a free agent team, no contract, sadly no pay, but I'm going to be running it. And then bit by bit, we brought in more people, and we got this amazing squad together.
Even in a group many were considering to be hotly contested, TG took down both Evil Genius's Prodigies and Maryville University to secure first seed in Group D. It's been fun to watch this team for their exciting players, flashy picks, and of course, all those sweet juicy memes. Which brings us back to our original question. Does Taco Gaming play better on Taco Tuesdays? Thankfully, due to the nature of the PGCQ tournament so far, we have an even sample size to pick from. Out of Taco Gaming's 10 games played in the Open Qualifier and the main event, 5 of them were played on a Tuesday, and 5 of them were not. First, the obvious. TG is 4-1 on Tuesdays and 3-2 on other days. A quick glance at the opponents that they faced each day showed that their opponents were generally of similar strength. First one goes to Tuesday. Now let's take a look at some laning stats. Surely this Taco Tuesday buff increases all of the players' mechanical prowess, allowing them to get early advantages to help them win in lane. Huh. Well, so much for that. While a huge factor in the gold difference stats came from Taco Gaming's blowout loss against Immortals AoE, It doesn't seem like the other wins did much to cancel out that lone defeat. Doesn't look like laning is where we should be looking. While Taco Tuesday doesn't seem to give any of their players a buff in lane, it does seem to make them hungrier for blood. When compared to their other days of competition, Taco Gaming racks up significantly more kills, deaths, assists, DPM, and combined kills per minute when it's their special day. This is even more significant when you compare their stats in this category to all other teams at the tournament. And if these numbers aren't enough to convince you, just remember where the tournament's only pentakill came from. That's right, from Taco Gaming on a Tuesday.
The final spark does land this time, but it's on a tank, and Lynx gets a pentakill. I wasn't even looking at it, but that is...
I know what you're thinking. Grapes is just grasping at straws, trying to make some sort of connection. Taco Gaming doesn't really gain an advantage from playing on a Tuesday. I mean, it's not possible. I mean, my calculations, there has to be some bigger correlation. I mean, there's no way. I mean, sure, they had more kills, but, like, they also had more deaths. Like, what does that even mean? Their team is called Taco Gaming. Their manager is named Taco. All the memes about Taco Tuesday. I mean, something must be wrong. Do these players not even eat tacos on Taco Tuesday? Wait a second. Take a look at Taco Gaming's roster. We see here that Trickster, Doxa, Lynx, and Subjungler Maddie are all from Canada, a country where tacos are much less common and a lot harder to come by than the United States. Additionally, Cozy, Maddie, and Doxa are all now students at St. Louis University. A quick observation of the university's grand dining hall menu from last Tuesday shows that 0 tacos were offered for lunch or dinner. Am I accusing the players of Taco Gaming for not eating tacos on Tuesdays? Is SLU griefing their own players? Will eating tacos on Tuesday even do anything to help this team reach their highest potential? You know, I'm not so sure. But what I do know is, there's a lot more science to be done. Thank you for watching.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome to the Unified Proving Ground Circuit Qualifier number 1, Day 5. It's quarterfinals. I'm your host Izzy, and I'm joined today by my wonderful desk analyst Hawk, who you may remember from Open Qualifiers casting, and we're also joined by Manny, captain of Ithaca College Esports, and amateur producer. You're here, you're there, and today you're on our screens. So welcome guys, how are y'all?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the introduction. And by the way, shout out to Grapes for that awesome Fruit for Thought video. The Taco Bell's in operation graph really providing the hard-hitting analysis for us.
Yeah, that video was awesome. We're going to see if it's Taco Tuesday or not, but I'm happy to be here. We're buried in snow up here in Ithaca, but, hopefully they're not going to be stuck on the rift, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's a warm 70 degrees here in Arizona, so I can't say that I relate. I hope y'all are doing well. We have Golden Guardians Academy versus No Team first up on our best of threes today for quarterfinals, which will be followed by Winthrop University versus Wildcard Gaming later. Super excited for these series, and we'll be taking a look at the bracket here in just a moment. We've also got 100 Thieves next and EG Prodigies on the Academy stream, which will be followed by Taco Gaming and Immortals AoE. So exciting stuff. What do you guys think of the other series today?
I gotta be honest, I think across the board, we've got some incredible matchups. 100 Thieves next against EG Prodigies in particular. 2 LCS affiliated orgs going blow for blow. 2 of the top amateur teams around, most certainly. So definitely be sure to tune into that one on the Academy stream, as well as down here, Golden Guardians Academy versus No Team, the Academy team versus the pinnacle of amateur. I do believe we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties on Manny's end, so we are working on getting that one sorted out. So sorry about that, but as he was saying, the matchups across the board are awesome, and we're all looking forward to them. We've seen a lot of these, snippets of these throughout OQs and previous years. And although the rosters are looking different now coming into 2022, we've seen a lot of games out of each and every single one of these teams. So it should be very exciting to keep our eyes out for throughout the night.
Yes, for sure. And today's matchups, if we want to, kind of circle in on what we've got going over here on Unified Live, Hawk, I just want to ask, we kind of have two underdog situations in Golden Guardians Academy and No Team, and then Winthrop and Wildcard. Winthrop coming into the tournament with a lower seed, but having all those upsets, whereas No Team, might look like an underdog that might need to struggle a little more to get a win here today. So what are you thinking in terms of Winthrop and No Team in their respective matches?
Well, I think it's really interesting because Winthrop, as you said, came in as an underdog. They took down Immortals AoE on their quest out of Group C in the group stage, which is no small feat. And then No Team as well has already faced off against Golden Guardians Academy once this tournament. They lost to them in the open qualifiers in a game that was maybe a little closer than Golden Guardians Academy had bargained for. So definitely a big one to be keeping our eyes on. Both of these games, big ones to be keeping our eyes on, with a lot of interesting storylines that I'm sure we will get into as the night progresses.
Yeah, and Manny, welcome back. Glad we could get those technical difficulties sorted. What are your takes on the matchups today?
I mean, I'm not sure how much you guys got before the call drop, but what I was saying was I've been really impressed with the level of parity so far in this tournament. A lot of big mainstays that we've seen in the, like Immortals AoE, like Wildcard, they have dropped off in the group stage, right? They got the second seeds out. So we're going to see a lot of really interesting quarterfinals because of that.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen right now, we've got the matchups of both the Academy and the Unified live stream today. So lots of exciting stuff there. We will have to see how these teams perform, if we can get any upsets in the works today. Now, I do kind of want to talk about the players. Manny, start us off with Golden Guardians Academy. What's your read on them? What should we expect with these players?
So something into like the
All right, GGA versus No Team. Who's taking it?
For Golden Guardians Academy that I don't think we've ever seen before, and I really don't think we're ever going to see again in LoL esports history, right? I don't think there's ever been a team of the same 5 players that have played in all 3 tiers of competition in a region at the exact same time, right? Golden Guardians Academy, they played 14 stage games in the last 2 weeks across the Proving Grounds qualifiers here, Academy, and the LCS lock-in. They've been playing in official matches Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're playing pretty much as much league as physically possible right now. So I guess the question is that helping them or hurting them?
Yes, that is the question that we'll have to answer today, because I was going to ask you, what do you expect? Do you expect this to be helpful or maybe hurtful?
I would say in the short term, it's probably very helpful in the fact that they get to scrim against LCS teams, or at least the parts of LCS teams that are in lock-in right now. They still get their normal academy practice, and the reason they're in this tournament was at the beginning extra practice. And so I think in the short term, it's probably going to be beneficial. Long term, we'll see how they are at the end of the split in terms of burnout.
Absolutely. That is, something for me. I've definitely wondered, what is the long-term effects of their schedule? Certain players to watch. Who are you got your eyes on today?
For me personally, I am going for Iconic. Iconic is going to have to match up right today with one of NA's most exciting jungle prospects right now in Griffin. He's had a bit of a quiet year in LCS last season, and then he kind of got moved down to Academy this season. But so far, he's been great here, right? He got the better of Griffin when they played each other last time in the open qualifiers. But for me, this matchup is going to be very exciting because everything with No Team sort of runs through Griffin. So if GGA is going to take the series, they're going to need to shut him down. The two players, they got pretty different styles, right? Griffin favors a much more aggressive champ pool, while Iconic, he's a lot more well-rounded. He's a veteran presence. And honestly, I think that it's going to be the jungle matchup here that dictates how this series plays out. Since, on paper, GGA, they're the academy squad, right? They should have stronger individual players in most of their roles. No Team, they often rely on Griffin sort of generating his own advantages. And I think that's going to be primarily up to Iconic to neutralize him. And I do think he's up to the task.
Yeah, no, Hawk, I want to get your thoughts on No Team. But before you do, any kind of standout players for you on GGA?
Yeah, well, Manny said it best. I feel like this jungle matchup really will be where the game is dictated. But of course, you can't dictate a jungle matchup without first controlling the mid lane. And we have the ex-LCS mid laner in Ryoma. Actually, 4 out of the 5 players on Golden Guardians Academy are ex-LCS. However, Ryoma is a stellar mid laner. And looking at this mid matchup, seeing which way it's going to go, that was the bane of No Team's existence in their match in the open qualifier, is it was Ryoma was able to get the better of Blaze. So if I had to pick one player on No Team that I've really got my eyes on, it's Blaze. Whether or not he's able to match up against Ryoma, neutralize that pressure going towards the mid lane, and not only neutralize, but thrive. Because if Blaze is getting perma pushed in, then Griffin's job becomes a lot harder. We saw it in the open qualifier. A lot of attention thrown mid. They weren't able to get that unstuck. Ryoma dictated the pressure exceptionally well and absorbed it so that his team could win on the sides. And if he's able to do that again, I think this series will be almost impossible for No Team. However, if Blaze is able to step up to the plate and get something going for himself in the mid lane, get Griffin out on the map and start making plays on the sides, Golden Guardians Academy might be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I do also want to talk about how this No Team is comprised of a lot of familiar faces in Amateur, but also some new faces. And they're up against one of the, most well-known orgs in the tournament, but they are this No Team. So what is the story here, Hawk, with this team?
Well, I just think it's incredible. This No Team roster, there are 5 excellent amateur players that all were not able to find a roster going into 2022. I mean, it's right there, what it says on the tin. Outside of Griffin, all 4 of the other players have experience at the amateur level over the previous years. And so they have come together and decided they were going to form their own team, and they were going to show the scene that amateur is still a force to be reckoned with, whether or not you have an org. And I remember one of the big stories of the 2021 offseason coming into 2022 was that maybe fewer amateur players got academy shots, as some analysts may have wanted. And now here's your chance to prove it. If you are No Team, you are up against the academy team, Golden Guardians Academy. And if you can take them down, that would be a statement win, a trademark win for this roster that came in, almost the Misfit Toys roster, if you will.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see this matchup just because of that, right? It is the academy team versus, these young, hungry players. They're trying to prove themselves. And like you said, this is it. This is the time, right? And I think if you're Golden Guardians Academy, in light of all the practice that you've been getting in Academy and in LCS, you kind of got to have this one here today, right? I mean, there's no team in this tournament that has a bigger target on their back than GGA right now. And, I do think they've got the veteran presence to be able to outlast them, right? But I'm really, really excited to see how this plays out, because it's really like the best of the dynamic that we get here in Amateur, right? You get an academy team versus, 5 guys and a dream with a MS Paint logo, right?
Absolutely. Now, I want to hear your guys' predictions, official predictions for these matches today. Hawk, to you. What do you think?
Well, we are in a world right now where if No Team and Wildcard win the 2 matches that we have here on Unified Live today, then it will be amateur only in the semifinals. So, all aboard the amateur hype train, to quote Monte Cristo a little bit differently, as I am taking No Team 2-1 up against Golden Guardians Academy. I think they can do it if Blaze is able to step up to the plate and keep Ryoma down, or at least make himself relevant on the map. I think No Team has a legitimate shot in this one. Now, it is a very tall task, what I just asked, going up against Ryoma and Iconic, an extremely experienced, extremely proficient 2v2 in the mid jungle right there. But if they're able to get it done, this team has its own star power. These players are incredible, and they out-team fought Golden Guardians Academy last time around. So I think there's a world where they can do it again.
Well, you know what, Hawk? I respect that prediction. I really do, right? I gotta disagree, right? I gotta take the safe option. Personally, I think Golden Guardians Academy, they match up very well into No Team. No Team kind of relies, like we mentioned earlier, on generating those big early leads through their jungler Griffin. And I think that Golden Guardians Academy, they've got 4 players with LCS experience on that team. I think that they're going to be able to outlast No Team's, I guess, like early shenanigans. I'm taking Golden Guardians 2-0.
Well, those are some hot takes from Hawk here on the desk. And if you want your hot takes to be shown, feel free to tweet hashtag @WeAreUnified, and your hot takes might be shown on broadcast, which would be super fun. We want to see your predictions. We want to hear from you and your thoughts against this Golden Guardians No Team matchup. Super exciting. Final thoughts heading into this.
Well, for me personally, I'm just super excited to see this because I feel like this matchup is so easily built up as the amateurs against the pros. 4 ex-LCS, all of which now the entirety of Golden Guardians Academy obviously is in Academy. They are playing at pretty much the top level. Manny said it's 6 days a week of stage games. This team is Goliath, and right now No Team is David, and I'm just excited to see if they're able to do it. Is it likely? No, right? But I think there's a world, and that's why I'm going to jump on the No Team hype train for this one. And I think that this series could be more exciting than some people may expect, even if Golden Guardians Academy is favored on paper.
I agree with you.
And
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
no, yeah, I was gonna say, you say ex-LCS, but they're currently kind of playing in the LCS right now. So.
Very true, right?
Yeah.
They're
How
playing.
far
Sorry,
can we get
they're
with that?
current LCS, current Academy, currently amateur as well, obviously. So I mean, this
Yeah.
roster on GGA, they've got a lot of experience, they've got a lot of practice right now. But like you mentioned before, there's always the potential of an upset. We've seen it so far this tournament, and No Team has a lot of hungry young guns that are going to prove themselves, and I'm really excited to see how this series plays out.
Yeah, and I also want to mention that the last time Golden Guardians faced off up against No Team in Open Quals, they put up a 36-minute game. So it wasn't like they were quite, ones to just roll over. So maybe in these last few weeks they found their groove and they can put out a win. But maybe Golden Guardians with all their stage experience are in fact getting the practice they need to, continue to put No Team in their place and take another dub. We'll be throwing it to casters Rebel Fox and Deserix just a moment. And yeah, we'll get into Game 1 draft. So everyone enjoy.
Thank you so much, Izzy, and thank you to the analyst desk for that overview. And welcome to the casting desk. My name is Eric Deserux Patron. Joining me on the desk is Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. I forgot to put the no nonsense there. Dean, how you doing today?
I'm always doing great. No nonsense as usual, of course. Had my typical daily routine of everything. But the most exciting part of my entire week is always getting to cover all of League of Legends, especially here in Amateur. And now that we've broken into playoffs, things get all the more exciting. Things get all the more impactful. Everything becomes very important. It's now lose and you get kicked out. So everything, the stakes and everything are just raising by the moment.
And it couldn't be more exciting than this matchup that we have right in front of us, and that is going to be Golden Guardians Academy taking on No Team. We've already had some breakdown from the analysts because, as they talked about, this is an interesting matchup, right? We do have an Academy team, and we were talking a little bit before this broadcast started that, it's one thing to be an Academy team that comes with big expectations, but it also comes with a lot of challenges when you are concurrently running 2 seasons at the same time.
You're arguably running 3 seasons right now with the LCS lock-in, with Academy and everything else. It's curious exactly what it is that they're doing at the beginning of the season. I know Golden Guardians' history as a team, altogether, oftentimes they've had struggles inside of Academy. They've been the only team that's ever really showed up for some of these tournaments and things like Amateur before in the past. But they always have a very good kind of coming-of-age story at the end of the season where it seems like they've transformed, they've been able to develop, they've been the ones that have made the changes. You even remember last season when they were one of the bottom teams inside of Academy, and they were able to take 3rd inside of Proving Grounds because of just how much League of Legends they play, how much they adapt. And it seems like they've been following a similar metric. They're playing as much as they can. They're the best of their ability, fully be able to themselves as the season progresses.
And their opponents on the other side of the rift, No Team, Pukar, XT, the rest of the entire No Team roster, just bless you guys so much, man. This team kind of popped up out of nowhere, as the analyst has said. Of course, Hawk is very excited to see what this team can bring. Over in the open qualifiers, they only dropped to Maryville GGA. They made their way into the circuit qualifiers, best Radiance in 3 games. Then after losing 100 Thieves Next, they say, you know what, Radiance, I'm gonna do it again, take them out, and make their way here to the bracket stage.
Anybody should buy into 100%, because this is a roster that's built on fantastic foundations. In previous seasons, you got to see Dragoon go to Scouting Grounds. You got Scooped. You got who was formerly known as Plux, as both really high contenders inside of Scouting Grounds and Proving Grounds previously. The foundation that it's built on, with 2 newer comers in Griffin, who's like one of the best team prospects that we have, has been insane for this team, has just been insane in general. In the jungle position, a lot of No Team is built around just the bones of what Griffin's able to bring. And I think Blaze has actually been incredible too. He never really had this like superstar filled roster to work with inside of Proving Grounds last bit. This is his first opportunity, and he showed up when he needs to.
Yeah, so overall, a great roster we're seeing come here together. Again, brought together at the last second. I want to throw back over to Griffin. You were talking about him just being, 15 years old. This is the first time he's ran with the squad over in North American Amateur. And when the kid carries, he can really carry. It's definitely going to be a strong point for No Team. But he's up against Iconic, someone who's definitely has a lot of potential, has shown a lot of ruthless aggression, all the way to his call-up to the Golden Guardians org. It's going to be a highly contestable jungle matchup.
Yeah, what I'd seen previously from Iconic, especially before he stepped up to Golden Guardians, was that he was just an absolute menace. If you could beat Iconic, it was a very rare kind of blow to be able to throw in from any collegiate or amateur organization. Griffin, last time that they played, didn't have a bunch of struggle. It was a winning matchup for Iconic. He won significantly when it came to CSing and things, but the pressure was still there from Griffin. If he wants to be able to take out the side of No Team, one of the biggest ways to do so is to make sure that that is a losing matchup for Griffin in the jungle v jungle. And I think Golden Guardians, given the fact that they're scouting in 3 places at once, they have to be able to pick up on something like that. So I'm hoping to see Iconic on something very powerful that he can use to abuse Griffin early on. This is a shock value test for the young 15-year-old with one of the junglers that's come out of collegiate or amateur in the last couple of years.
I think another lane we're going to be watching very closely, especially in this draft, is going to be the bot lane. Stixay and Chime versus Scooped and Jashuka. Stixay and Chime, of course, very, very experienced. Chime has been looking like a stud so far this year. Not afraid to assert more control on picks like Karma and Lux. Stixay, a very excellent ADC in terms of consistency. Has even pulled out the Callista earlier on in this tournament. Got a victory with 7 kills onto that one. There's going to be a challenge for the younger ADCs in Scooped and Jashuka to try and handle that.
Yeah, the 2 of them are experienced. They've been together for a very long time, but this has also been something that I think for No Team has been collapsible. It feels like Dragoon has been a pretty solid rock. Blaze is usually a solid rock. Even when he falls behind, he's still able to contribute. And Griff times is still able to make up for a lot of things with his mechanics. But this bottom lane, specifically Jizuka, feels like the teams when it comes to the support versus support matchup. So that's what I'm watching for. Chime is already one of the best supports inside of the tournament, probably one of the best players inside of the tournament, hands down. We're hoping not to see another iteration of Chime time against Jizuka underneath the bottom tower the way they had when they played in the open qualifiers match.
All right, so bans out of the way. Golden Guardians taking away TF, LeBlanc, and Xinjiao. No Team taking away Caitlyn, Thresh, and Corki. The first pick for Golden Guardians is going to be the Diana, taking that in the jungle role.
Now, it's interesting because you don't ever really think of Ryoma as like this in the current iteration. Oftentimes, that's the case.
Next pick's coming in. No Team. Gonna lock in the Renekton and the Jinx over for No Team. So, Scooped, the interesting thing about him and the play he's been doing throughout this entire tournament is he's had a very diverse champion pool. In this tournament, 5 different matches, 5 different ADCs. So, kind of spicy to see that go through as a lock-in for a little bit of early and mid-game aggression comes in for No Team.
Pretty solid, I think, as a team fighting rock side of No Team altogether. That's at least how I'm seeing everything come about from the side of this squad. GGA are able to test it because they've got Stixay, who obviously is like a battle-hardened type marksman in the bottom side. They still have this experienced bot. So to me, no team actually has to put a fair amount of resource. I said it before that Blaze and Dragoon usually can come out relatively unscathed. I feel like more resource needs to go into bottom side for no team. That's the best way they can get scooped out and about into team fighting, where the comfort is really there, where the power is really there from KDC.
For Golden Guardians Academy, you have a lot of skirmish that can just wreak havoc onto no team. The Gwen locked in so far, Lucian locked in so far. You don't need much itemization to get those champions online.
Not at all. I still wanted to see the Yasuo, but it feels like we might not actually get that. I was really hoping that the Iana Yasuo combination was going to come out, and that GGA were just going to put pedal to the metal and go immediately inside of the confines of this game. I find it a lot more interesting also. NFT go for the Renekton. You and I talked a little bit, we'll probably touch on it a little bit later, about the diversity of the champion pool. Champions that have been played pretty consistently throughout the majority of the tournament. The Renekton priority there, because Tony Top is taken to playing that for the majority of this tournament.
So no team gonna lock in the Victor, get a control mage over into the mid lane, and one of the most authoritative control mages, once you're able to put that gravitational field, get some zone control working for you, should work decently well with this composition thus far, at least trying to provide some method of control to be able to get the Jinx online and make sure she can pop off in a lot of these fights as well, as the damage you can really provide with that Victor pick.
Consistent kind of late game damage carries. This was sort of the recipe that no team went for back when they played against Golden Guardians inside of the FIT. It was a very elongated game, and it took Golden Guardians a very long time to close that out. I'm pretty sure it was a 40-plus minute game where Blaze was able to be just this consistent menace. I don't think Scoop was ever to fully step up in that game the way that they wanted to. I'm pretty sure it was like an Aphelios Jinx matchup where the Aphelios died one time and the Jinx something like that, and it was just like team fight after team fight. It would Scoop would go down and Stixay would not go down, and it was a fun. And Blaze again was able to kind of bridge that gap. But what we're looking for is defense for the Jinx. Hopefully, a little bit longer range is going to be helpful for that. And if they can take it into the game now, Diana, who, unless you're directly onto one of these very primary carries, probably doesn't have the damage to rip through an entire team, especially if it's like Renekton you're interacting with, and a Lucian that doesn't have the range to compete with the Jinx in the late game.
Interesting lock in there. I was expecting to see more of a front line built up to try and defend this Jinx. Instead, they're going over towards the Lulu. You do get some protection in terms of the ultimate, as well as the help picks you can get the shield on. It does provide a little bit of bonus damage on top of that.
Intriguing back and forth between these two teams. Blitzcrank would be a fun pick for Chime, just because, again, you think about what he can do with champions like Thresh and like Bard that are typically roaming champions, and now you get the option of going for something very aggressive to punish the positioning of both. Ways to punish. I mean, last time, a couple of times we've seen. This is Chime just saying, I am better. I'm going to hit hooks all the time, and you had better be very, very careful with that positioning, because otherwise you're getting pulled again and again, and Stixay is going to be up multiple kills by the end of the lane phase.
And that was kind of one of the terrifying things when looking into the draft of no team, and Jashuka specifically, is that he does enjoy playing those enchanters much more. He doesn't like playing those tanky champions, tanky engagers as much. So grabbing a Blitzcrank like this, it was something you could have foreseen in the playbook coming out of Golden Guardians Academy, and it is definitely a test to see how this is going to play out.
It truly is. Both sides of this matchup have come into what I see from no team, at least, is that they've got earlier game for like the Jarvan to be able to attack, but they've got very scaling on the bottom side of the map, which means that like Dragoon could absorb some, but he also just in general can be more of a soak towards the Gwen, trying to make sure that that doesn't go crazy in the earlier. Golden Guardian are much more aggressive bottom side of the map. They've got the Lucian mid lane, which is one of the first that we've seen. It's been on the map, but Aphelios in the bottom lane alongside the Blitzcrank just means that they can take advantage of this bottom side where the Victor and the Jinx are wanting to scale a little bit more. But again, it's me, not about the laning phase here for NFT. It feels to me very heavily like Griffin does have some like kind of stuff to do when it comes to making sure that the bottom side is going to feel safe and feel comfortable. But if they get into like the 25-30 minute mark and they aren't down like 8,000, 10,000 gold, whatever the system may be, you think about what a Jarvan and Lulu combined is, for a Victor and for a setup, especially against some of the other members when you don't have this fantastic front line that GGA aren't rocking right now. There's significant problems that could come about. No team might actually have a chance at really stepping up in this game to kick the team fighting phase very heavily over top of their opponent.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching the 15-year-old Griffin, seeing what he can do on the map, because J4 has some good early influence he can really bring there. I'm not too sure how the duo roam is going to work out if Jishuka does free out from lane, and how J4 would roam around with the Lulu. Typically, you grab the J4. He works well when he has a partner he can work with, almost having a dive buddy. Those tools, worthwhile for no teams really have here. But I will definitely be looking for them to step up the momentum, for them to step up the tempo. When mid-game comes, there is a lot that can come online for Golden Guardians Academy if they are able to have some type of lead.
For the side of Golden Guardians, also, I mean, you look at their mid jungle, and that's one of the most powerful early duos in terms of damage that you can have. Level 6 for Iconic, level 6 for Ryoma. They have to have so much control around the middle parts of the map. You combine that with Chime, his propensity already to go roaming about the map and try to make an impact inside of lanes. You combine that with, like, this power, it's dangerous for base. We've seen a couple. They got some experience. Insanity and Elma have received those resources. It's gonna happen.
So we do got to give a quick shout out to our sponsors before we head into this match right now, and that is going to be the Unified Premier Proving Ground Circuit sorry, I misread that one. Let me throw that one again. It is going to be the UPL. Do you want to compete in more amateur esports at the highest level in North America? Unified Premier is the place to be this spring. With 3 seasons annually and over $27,000 in prizing, this spring amateur and collegiate League of Legends and Valorant teams are all invited to apply now through January 24th at midnight. Start or continue your own path to pro by heading over to unified.gg/organization/application and have a chance to compete in Unified Premier's biggest season yet. And for those of you looking to dive into the esports world, Unified Community is a great place for you to jump in and compete. With $4,000 in prizing each month, our Platinum League, Gold League, and ARAM Leagues are all available for you to sign up monthly at unified.gg/c and filter it by community games. All right, always excited for what happens. What's happening outside all over North American Amateur, Dean. But now we got to focus on this tournament right here, Golden Guardians Academy, looking to do battle with no team.
It's very often that you get to see players like Blaze, Dragoon, Scooped, Jishuga, even players like Griffin, if they weren't to step directly into Proving Grounds inside of what is the Unified Premier League. So that's like the best place that you can go scouting to see these players before they end up on the big stages like this, right? This is where we got our first kind of glimpses at a number of players. Even Shadi came directly from there as well. And you can see they're playing an entire early game around this Blitzcrank on its own, walking into the enemy jungle, hoping to maybe entrance.
And going on with what you said about the UPL, I mean, ever since I started casting, the UPL has been here. A lot of orcs have come and gone. It's an established place. It's a great place to be. If you want to start building up your esports legacy, you want to start building up your career. As you said, a lot of the players who are playing right now came from that. And getting into the match here today, a little bit of an attempted invade there with the Blitzcrank Chime. Was kind of hoping for more. You're always getting excited whenever you see that Blitzcrank come in and grabby hands look for whatever victim they can get. Not going to be the case here. Going to have a standard start.
Yeah, I'm too crazy about that one. It's just getting to test some of that early game ability to just catch somebody off guard. If it's not as enough to that wall to be able to get picked off, which I think was their primary target, and then they just took a cheap shot into the trap rush, happen to snag somebody. You're not usually warding into that Baron pit in the early stage of the game. It doesn't give you the Blitzcrank, however, is going to be a lot more this map, especially going after this Lulu and Jinx.
It's one of those terrifying things if Chime ever takes a recall. Even if it's in your solo queue games, if a Blitzcrank takes a recall, the panic starts to set in, right? You're hoping you have that vision established. Well, before you just see a rocket grab come out from the shadows.
Like I said, previous iterations of this kind of thing, this pick-off potential onto Jishuna, even previous matchup between Nash versus Zillion, if I remember the actual up during the game. I could actually be wrong about that. I seem to remember it was being a Zillion on Jizuka's side and Thresh having some really impactful stuff. And you could find some disgusting hooks, some incredible stuff. And so where not only is trying to enable their bottom side, which has been one of the more powerful bot lanes in general, but also just one of the most powerful team, but also deny No Team a bit of their later game, just making sure.
So Griffin pathing towards the top end of the map now. Before Scuttle even comes down, he's going to go for a gank. Flashes forward, not using the Flag and Drag yet, but look at the return of damage coming out of Tony Top. Flag and Drag is not even going to find the knock-up on the Tony Top. There's no flash available, but he doesn't need it. He will just get right under that tower. Gank unsuccessful.
Oh my goodness. I spoke about this to you a little bit before, which is that Tony Top has taken a lot more of a different look in terms of top lane. He was never really, at least in my mind, a great blue side top laner just because he had this really unique pool. And so far, the defensive play out of some of the more blind type top lane picks has been really incredible. In fact, actually, it was a Gwen play in their last series again. That was a really big kind of takeaway from No Team, where they were looking to dive him under the tower. He was the Gwen. He ended up costing somebody their life in a trade in a one-on-one right there, showing off some of the skills. No flash, Nest burnt the ignite, pushed off Dragoon, making sure that those two weren't able to capitalize on that gank tops.
Nice for Tony Top, able to stay alive. And great pressure to be applied onto Dragoon. Almost taking the first blood for himself in the exchange. Now the reset coming out for Tony Top and Dragoon. No teleport available for Tony Top. Dragoon choosing to just walk back to lane.
Yeah, it's the teleport usage in the earlier laning phase now, especially because it's not unlocked until 14 minutes, isn't as impactful, so it's not as big of a burn here. Chime gets to roam around a bit. They've done a good job defending Iconic because he's gone for some of the Rift Scuttlers. They're not as valuable as they were, but there's still camps to take away. They're just asserting some of the earlier pressure. You've shown for quite a bit of lane control. You're able to move this Blitzcrank pretty quickly inside of this game as well, which has worked out. They're even stopping Blaze's back to force him to stay a little bit longer. Chime could even kind of infringe upon this because they kind of know.
Oh no! Oh, they're going for it. They're going for it. Chime, rocket grab waited to come up. He doesn't even go for it. Just flash with the punch. First blood going over to Ryoma, but the action's not done yet. Some going over on the top side to repeat that gank on the Tony, and they're able to find it.
Okay. Able to get something back and forth between the two teams, but thankfully able to trade back. Finally finding a little bit of aggression, making sure that this Renekton matchup is going to feel great in the earlier stages, making sure the Renekton's not going to fall behind. If the champion gets behind the Gwen, you definitely are not feeling good about that one. So hopefully getting a little bit of gold into his pockets, and more importantly into Griffin's pockets to help him out in the earlier stages of the game. The opposite side of that is, like, of course, the mid lane play that came out from the Lucian that, of course, led to the death of Blaze. And this allows the Lucian to take so much more control of the mid wave, so much more control of the early game match. This is just going to put him into a further hole, as this is, again, exploitation of the Blitzcrank. Oh, poor Blaze. I like barely didn't, because my stream was a little bit off right there. They're going for it again in mid lane between these two. Level 6 is here.
Ooh, the calling comes out so low. Yeah, Blaze, I'm sorry. You're not surviving this one. Ryoma able to take another one in the mid lane. An instant reaction out of No Team. This is what we're getting out of them. The moment they make a play, No Team makes one of their own. This time it's going to be for the Drake.
Yeah, it's Golden Guardians who are adapting to what happened in the previous iteration of this versus match between these, which is that Blaze was able to scale up and actually become a menace. This time they say, we're putting Lucian in the mid lane. We're almost going to put the one against you. We're going to put the Blitz lane to make sure that you are never comfortable down as the game continues. We're not as much focused on the bottom side. Instead, it is the roaming from the Blitzcrank and the amount that they're able to stockpile onto the Blaze that they're going to try to capitalize on. Thankfully, No Team, again, they realize, we take dragons, we are able to stall the game a little bit longer. Every single one of those you take is another 5 minutes you add on to the pool, where Blaze gets to farm up a little bit more. More importantly now, I guess Scoop gets to farm a little bit more to try him into the later game stages of this versus match against this Golden Guardian squad.
That is so terrifying, Rebel. Just, he knew Chime was there for the longest time. Just, it's kind of like the Jaws theme playing in your head. The tension, the anxiety is always there. And, of course, Chime, an expert at this Blitzcrank, one of the best rules is, like, the best hook is the one you don't throw. He just flashes forward with the Power Fist. Gets the punch, gets the kill. And he's pretty much unlocked from lane, constantly trying to roam out, getting control over this river, and always putting that question in the back of Blaze's mind.
Yeah, they're making sure that there's at least enough of a push on the bottom side with this if there's nothing crazy. And again, I feel like Juka has to be careful, not only in that positioning, but just in general in the laning phase, because they step up really heavily to push up against the Blitzcrank, and maybe there's play to be had where the comp champions legitimate damage into Shuka's laning phase, and at this point they don't want that. So they're playing a little bit more on the back foot, trying to play for later in the game because they don't have that guaranteed play of Splays.
Wow.
He's just getting gunned down every single opportunity possible. Ryoma not letting him sit for a single second.
Yeah. That early pressure applied is amounting to a lot for Golden Guardians Academy's mid laner. Ryoma is applying the pressure. That is the third death for No Team. 8 minutes into this game as well. It's off to the races for Ryoma. He's going to take it back right now, see what he's able to purchase off that recall.
It's going to be too easy for him to continue to just exploit this matchup, man. Chime he's feeding for the hooks as much as possible, but right now the Golden Guardians are set up for what is a very menacing kind of mid-game here, where they've got the setup necessary to take Rift Herald up if they need to, especially if they're able to move their bottom lane or move Chime at minimum. They've got enough wave control with the Aphelios on his own right to be able to capture like bot lane and not allow for Jizuka and Scoop to necessarily to move. You can kind of see Chime is posturing that direction now, and with a powerful and with Iconic as farmed as he is at this moment, it feels like this is not something that No Team can really contest unless they have more people there right now. Jizuka's even going to get spotted out on the Scuttle Crab because they've got that vision control on the bottom side of the map. Nobody's going for Rift Herald. They just kind of stop that attempt, and Chime's going to catch them as well, which means after the wave is caught from Stixay, Stixay is going to be able to head back to the top side of the map and redeploy into the Rift Herald pit. It's currently getting taken by 2 members here, but that might be enough. No Team might have been able to sneak this one out from the Golden Guardian side. I was hoping they would fight for it with this powerful mid-jungle combo, but they're just a little bit slow on the draw. Unfortunately, their top side is just not enough.
It looked like that trigger was really based upon if that rocket grab was going to land on Jizuka or Scooped. Reading it, thanks to that movement, getting a brief glimpse of where Chime was moving, anticipated the rocket grab. But that is the threat right there. Chime has been able to walk from lane to lane, constantly put pressure onto that river, onto the mid lane, onto the bot lane. And that pressure is devastating if you're Scooped right now, who's getting pushed far away from his turret, 20 CS down.
You can even see mid lane's already feeling the effect with like a 35 CS deficit. Now bottom lane's going to be feeling that effect. Golden Guardians give up the Rift Herald, but they just don't want to trade any map pressure, right? If No Team forces you up to top side and you ruin some of your lane states and give gold back, that's not ideal. This is pretty good positioning. Actually, Blaze is able to trade quite a bit back onto Ryoma. He doesn't quite have a completed item, and especially no sustain whatsoever outside of anything else. Chime, just leave him be, man. Tell you, this become and the ultimate's back up.
Death number 4, 10 minutes in. Blaze is abused. Absolutely abused in this lane matchup. Ryoma and Chime have this guy's number. The Blitzcrank threat is always there, and Ryoma, if the Blitzcrank doesn't take you, Ryoma's going to gun you down either way. Now, here comes Chime coming down towards the bot lane. Tries to grab Jizuka, can't seem to get him. Iconic skank. Moderately successful, does burn the flash of Jizuka in the process.
You can also see there with like a Rift Herald drop as a response to the mid lane play, but they can't get it down because there from Iconic. A real safe place you can throw is top lane, where Tony Top currently going after an Ignite Stop to kill him, but it's going to force him out of lane. This is the only place you could feasibly drop Rift Herald if you're Griffin, right? But you just gold into your Renekton. You want it into your Victor, or more specifically, you want it into your Jinx, because she's the only person well enough to really have any sort of fight. This is why, I guess, they want to maintain their position on the map, so they don't give up Rift Herald. And now their challenge is, go to bot lane and try to drop it, see what happens. Go to mid lane, try to drop it, see what happens. Or go to top lane and drop it, and get basically no actual effect in this game, because there's nothing going into the pockets of the people that matter in the later game team fight. This is Golden Guardians clamping off every avenue that No Team's going to have to get back into this game.
There's no real win condition going the way of No Team in this game so far, as Griffin starts to head over towards the Hex Drake. Gonna leash it for the time being, but Chime is watching him very closely. They do have some priority over in the bot lane finally, just from Chime not being there, pushing in Stixay. Can free up Jizuka and Scooped, but it is still a very risky gambit to try and contest any fight with Golden Guardians Academy, and just how spot on they've been with maneuvering their composition. They've been with maneuvering their members. And now, just going to run that right around the Dragon Pit and be able to grab the Hex Drake for themselves.
With how absurdly powerful Ryoma is, this is kind of the mid-game swap that I was looking for from Golden Guardians, where at the beginning parts of the game, okay giving up like a dragon, you're okay giving up a bit of pressure on the opposite side of the map, as long as you get 1 or 2 people significantly enough ahead to just absolutely command things. 4 kills in, Ryoma feels like he commands things. Iconic also, I mean, look at him. He's up 20 farm right now inside of the jungle, 25 farm, whatever that might be, with a completed item. This is the mid-jungle, like, kind of dominance that we were expecting from them in the earlier parts of the lane. And now if those two champions are inside of a fight, even against Griffin, who has, decent tank stats, against Dragoon, probably can't outright kill them with one combo, but they're strong enough to win fights pretty handily inside of pretty much any skirmish that you would look for at all against No Team. So now No Team, they struggle to find any breathing room anywhere. Their laning phase isn't going particularly well. They aren't farming ridiculously well. Blaze continues just to get run down.
Wow.
Like,
Ryoma, complete beast mode over in this mid lane, and a fight breaking out over in the bot lane as Rift Herald finally placed. There down goes the Cataclysm, as jumping forward is going to be Iconic. He will take down Griffin in the process. The rockets are coming in, as Scooped is able to get a good amount of damage on, but running low on mana will not have that rocket form for much longer. Also down a man, going to choose to back out instead. It's going to be another kill going over to Golden Guardians Academy. Not too much accomplished with that Rift Herald. As Iconic starts to walk in, he's looking for more, and will the hook land? Answer is going to be yes. They're looking for the entire bot lane, though, as Iconic dives towards Scoop, jumps back towards Dashuka, gets the kill there. Scoop going to be able to live, but watches the support go bye-bye. That's going to be 2 down for No Team.
and you can see this is a play of desperation. It's not necessarily a hoarded play from No Team. I think if you get those plates onto Scooped, even if you lose the 1 kill, maybe you're okay with that, especially if the kill goes on to like Blitzcrank or something. But in this case, the kill goes over to Iconic, you get the plates, yes, you lose an additional member, and you lost your mid laner, all exclusively for that bottom side play. That is reaching. No Team is trying to get back into this game somehow by putting gold where it needs to go, but that right there was giving up too much in exchange for it. They're now down 5k to this matchup. You're 5 kills below from this Lucian, who just gets to do anything. Mid tower's already down. That was first tower that they taken, and that was Ryoma pretty much taking it basically on his own. This Lucian is disgusting at this point in the game. The Diana is going to be disgusting. As soon as she finishes Sword Shoes, she can pretty much one-tap anyone on the map. All of a sudden, No Team are in just complete turtle mode. There is not much else for this team to accomplish. And ideally, you really never want to be quite in that state. I'm not going to put it on anyone. No Team, really, they just haven't had any avenues. Golden Guardians came in with the strategy, we're shutting out Blaze and we're not letting you do anything else, and it has worked out perfectly for them.
This is where it gets disgusting. They're trying to transfer a lot of that dominance over towards the top side. Dragoon hasn't fallen too far behind, but there is the Cataclysm, timed poorly, as Griffin will get not much but a calling to the rest of his squad. Ryoma able to walk away.
3 members to 1 can't find a proper engagement. Now Dragoon gets his opportunity to the exact same thing.
Yeah, but getting locked up, the CC is there, and so is the damage. A kill over on the top side as Tony Top's able to grab it. Still going to be a turret taken, a bot side for No Team, but it feels like you're just doing silver linings now.
Yeah, it's an objective bounty at least, so there's a bit of gold back and forth between that. It was split onto 3 members, which I think was kind of unfortunate. The problem is they needed all 3 to make sure that Ryoma couldn't challenge, because if you try to just give it to Scoop and the other 2 hover too close, you're going to trade it anyway, and if you're too far back, then he just walks up and he pushes Scoop off of it, so you just don't get it in exchange. So it's gold and objective bounty traded onto 3 members for a kill, and also an entire tower traded on Tony Top. And Tony Top is one of the late game members of the team fight that can actually take it to No Team. It's been fantastic. That is a... Wow. No way he gets out, right? No way. No way.
Sticks egg. Questionable spot to be, but you can see the damage. The damage potential is there. Able to get a good chunk back in, but gotta watch that spot. You can't be can't be too alone. The river and the enemy jungle as well, as Chime puts some threat forward. Dang you! Dare you grab my ADC? Chases him off, gets him away from the river, gets map control back.
Denies backs, at least a little bit here. No Team is, again, trying to find a place on the map they can actually look for a strike is a little bit daunting, just because, again, you look at lanes, and, I mean, the Lucian's down an entire item right now. It's not even a joke to say, like, oh, he's down, like, 3,000 gold. It's, like, almost a 9. He's literally down an entire Essence Reaver right now over top of what his opposition has. You can't lane against that. Even Dragoon would probably have time, like, a really tough time laning against just how powerful that Ryoma is right now inside of this game. Combine this with Chime, who's just everywhere, making sure that life is miserable. And you can see the best response that's held by No Team.
Chime able to get the rocket grab. Iconic can't get into position in time. Now Dragoon gonna play some defense. We'll be able to stun up Iconic, get some damage back to him, knock him to about half health. Death Rocket comes in. Iconic will fall. No team are able to catch a little bit of hubris here, and they're going to continue as the Cataclysm Flash comes in from Griffin, able to get the knock of Jishuke with the ultimate, and now they're just going to clean house here, catching the misstep of Golden Guardians Academy, coming up big as they're able to grab 3.
I was taken a little back because I wasn't expecting that kind of a play. Ryoma is just going to one-shot Jizuka. He got polymorphed!
Ooh, he's not able to get him. Able to dash forward. Dashes off to the other side now, going after Griffin. Here comes the calling. Teleport going to come through. Scooped has to back out because here comes Tony Top onto Gwen. Pops the ultimate. Gets a good bunch of chip damage onto Griffin. Instantly starts to back off, seeing Blaze joining the fight as well. Pressure is there as no team begin to take this Drake and be able to claim it. Second Drake going into their name.
I was taken really aback by the fact that Chime went really aggressively for the hook, but then there was no follow-up behind it. I don't know if it's just like a lack of communication of what is intended to happen there, but Iconic was so late to that, it ended up putting him in a really bad position. What I was about to say was, like, no team has taken to the strategy of literally just putting the Jarvan into the duo lane. So it's now a trio lane, making sure that Scoop is defended at all times and able to infringe upon anywhere in the map, right? If you've got 2 full members, maybe that's your response here. Chime's gonna Hex Flash to try to look for an E. He couldn't quite find it. There it is.
Just needs to punch. Get the punch. That's all you really need. Iconic can do the rest as he's able to clear up Jishuka right off the map. Let's take a look at what happened over with that dragon fight.
Yeah, this was the play to start with. And again, look how far back Iconic is. He's able to bounce off the Raptor and then look for a little bit more here. But I feel like without Ryoma, this fight, especially when you run into the Renekton, it's just completely lost. And you can see there's the 3-person. The Jinx is still a little further out because you're just like hanging back a little bit more. Griffin actually goes for an incredibly aggressive Cataclysm here, especially with no range damage. But the Lulu ultimate is what keeps them in place long enough. And they're able to capitalize on this very, very well. Off the back of just like a roaming death squad, right? You're putting as many members as possible around this Jinx to make sure she's able to do as she pleases, hopefully pull some gold back. The fact that Ryoma slipped not only to get to the Lulu, but also back around the EQ, kind of incredible. Get this guy into like Academy or even LCS level play, right? Like look how incredible he is in mid lane.
And it's so frustrating for Griffin as well, but gotta hold that thought because more frustration coming Griffin's way as he gets pulled in and destroyed. Styx able to grab that kill as the calling goes off onto the backline, going after Jishuka. He will be the next one to fall. Ryoma claiming that one, going golden for a little bit. It's going to be a double kill going over to Ryoma as he's able to clean up 3 members, leaving no team with just 2 to defend. Looks like it's Baron time for Golden Guardians Academy.
The damage chart tells literally everything about this game. Look how much was dealt by Ryoma during that fight. I'm pretty sure he killed Griffin as the Cataclysm landed. The ultimate was the only thing that the Jarvan got off in that fight, and then immediately died. Like, how do you deal with that? This is supposed to be your front line. This is supposed to be your engage. He's dying before he even arrives close enough to accomplish anything. He can't even press his Goredrinker because he's just getting killed so quickly by Ryoma, who just continues through the fight, and no one's got the damage to challenge him. That Baron buff is going to seal so much because there's still towers on the map, but I think they can even break the base with this. They've got a composition that is able to dive underneath the towers. They've got enough kind of like one singular target engage to work with that like there's not enough wave clear here. Blaze isn't on set 2 items. There's not a second item for Scoop quite yet. They're not going to be able to push them completely off. I want to see a lot of damage done with this Baron buff just because I feel like it would be enough of a death blow that no team has no way back in.
I can see the frustration on Griffin every time he goes after Ryoma, because you're not just dealing with the relentless pursuit, you're dealing with the Gale Force. There's so much mobility on this Lucian right now to bob and weave a lot of these fights, and Griffin cannot lock him down. Now he's getting locked down in the process as Tony Top comes into the jungle. Flag and drag over the wall, doesn't even want to challenge it as Golden Guardians Academy starts setting up towards the bot lane siege.
Absolutely menacing. You can see the damage differences, not only Ryoma, but also Tony Top, which is, to me, it speaks a little bit about Golden Guardians, just their ability of bot lane to do quite a bit in the earlier phases of the tournament. We've seen a number of times, but you know how good the Tony can be, and we know how amazing Ryoma is from their time, both in Academy and also in LCS, in Ryoma's case, throughout the last couple of years. They're incredible solo laners. They also just happen to have a really, really good bot lane as well. This is a team that has legitimate danger to it. And once again, I mean, that was just a pull. This is the composition that you've been looking for the entire time. This is Blitzcrank, pull, immediate death. There's nothing that you can do there. Now no Lulu. They literally aren't even defending this. There's no way to do it. Maybe they can defend their Nexus towers. That's probably what they're going to be banking on, but...
That's the threat that Chime always has. When you're this far ahead, when you have this much of a lead that's almost 10k, Blitzcrank, you stay out of that rocket grab range. As now a tower is going to go down, inhibitor goes down, another inhibitor tower, another inhibitor going down. Golden Guardians Academy Seems like this might be the victory march now as a Hex flash forward time, looking to grab whoever he sees fit. Might go after Dragoon on this one. As they dance around, here comes the engaged. Dominus going to be popped as well as the Cataclysm. There is the grab, going for the back line, looking to try and get the ADC of Scoop. He will be able to back up, but the front line for No Team is dismantled by Golden Guardians Academy. The bot lane of No Team can only watch in horror as their base will go up in flames. Only losing Ryoma in the process. Golden Guardians Academy, game number 1, it's in their hands.
That is a 23-minute stomping by Golden Guardians Academy. They came out with a composition designed to ruin the day of No Team, and game 1 was ruined in very convincing fashion. I can assure you Blaze had no fun in that game. I can assure you that. I don't need to talk to him. I don't need to see his player cam. Don't need to ask anybody a question. That was a no fun game for poor Blaze because he got pulled. It felt like Blitzcrank Flash was just his cooldown flash. As soon as the Blitzcrank Flash, his was off cooldown because he had to use it to get out of the way. It was a strategy concocted from the combination of what happened in their previous iteration. Golden Guardians much smarter with the approach to this game. The bottom side they just left alone. They didn't gank to the bottom side a bunch. They didn't put a bunch of defense towards it. They just said, we'll just win everywhere else on the map. And they did. And they won very quickly.
Yeah, that was a commanding game, to say the least, out of Golden Guardians Academy. They are very skilled players, and you can tell they had a game plan and they executed it. We talked about Stixxay being a consistent ADC. While he was consistently able to play safe to allow Chime to just roam out and cause all that havoc across the map. Once No Team fell too far behind, their composition wouldn't let them back in. They need some sort of gold lead to be amassed sometime in the early game, sometime in the mid game. That condition was not met, and Golden Guardians, they just ran through them, man.
They really did. This is a suggestion for every team, but also specifically No Team. If you want a chance in this next game, you got to make sure Chime can't roam. Like, even in games where they lose, sometimes Chime is still roaming and going crazy. If you want to have a chance at all, you got to make sure that Blaze is going to be comfortable, but you got to make sure that Chime isn't having an impact, because he can win every single lane for you, basically on his own right. Either find a way to attack Stixxay and keep Chime on the bottom side a lot more, or find something that can roam alongside him, get something that's going to be able to actually match it. But right now, the way that game played out was so dominant, it felt really bad for No Team. This isn't really indicative of the No Team we've seen most of the tournament. I'm kind of really hopeful for them to come back in game 2 with something a lot more competitive, because that right there was about as clean a game from Golden Guardians as we ever could have wanted.
All right, we're going to take a moment to take a break and throw it over to our analyst to break down this game more. But first, we want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, and that is going to be Skulls. Looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start off your 2022 off right with official unified esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more coming soon. You have the still, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. Gear up, game on, Skulls. We're going to throw it over to break. We'll be right back.
My mom watches. All right, welcome back to the desk. Golden Guardians are up 1-0 against No Team in this quarterfinals match. Let's get right into the draft. I know we can get a graphic here pulled up in a moment, and just get started right there. Thoughts, Hawk? Let's get into this draft.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, so I want to start off. I said 2-1.
There's still hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you feeling about that?
Hopium in my system, but draft was very interesting because Golden Guardians first picked Diana and then 3 winning lanes and won the game. I mean, it was pretty simple. There wasn't this was not a meta draft at all. First pick Diana is not something I would have had on my radar. Flex pick Lucian mid, not exactly a meta pick either. But they managed to pull it off. The Blitzcrank as well into the Lulu is something that teams have been favoring. It was basically an ego draft, and I respect it. In game number 1 of the series, you can afford to lose one, and if you think you're the better team, if you think that you can skill check the opposition, I think these picks make a lot of sense. In Golden Guardians Academy, they just did exactly that and made a show of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, we thought going into the draft, we're like, okay, well, GGA actually have gone with the worst draft. Like for No Team, this is good, right? Because GGA have picked, obviously, like you said, 3 winning lanes with the Diana. The Diana Blitzcrank combo really doesn't work. Blitzcrank, I think, in this game gets really hard outscaled because in an ideal game, there's a point where Jarvan and Renekton, it's kind of like impossible for Blitzcrank to play the game because they kind of just like walk up forward. And it's going to be really, really hard for Diana to get onto the back line without a dive buddy, assuming that No Team don't get rolled early game. We said going into the game after draft that if No Team make it through the first 10 minutes, they'd probably be okay. Unfortunately, they did not make it through the first 10 minutes of this game. Heading into the first replay here, basically Griffin decides, okay, our game plan in this game is we're going to go top and we're going to try to get Dragoon head, right? And as you can see, he comes in here for this gank, and this looks really good. It's a great setup, super clean here. A very good play here to flash W as well instead to make sure it doesn't get immune. But then just a weird, almost inexplicable misplay here from Griffin means that he kind of flag and drags in place, and they don't get the kill here. And this is actually really bad for the rest of the game. I'm going to use tempo, even though it's kind of a dirty word, right? But it kind of ruined the game plan early on for No Team because ideally they want to get that kill, they want to get Dragoon rolling, and then that allows Griffin to sort of get back onto the map and do things and help out in the mid lane in a particular spot because, he decides instead, okay, I got to go back top, I got to do damage control, we've got to get the kill back. And while they do get the kill, disaster unfolds mid lane, right?
Yeah, disaster unfolds mid lane indeed. I feel like it's almost a classic mistake that a lot of teams make is if the game plan doesn't go according to plan, they try to make up for it. However, they don't go to counter the play that their opponents want to make. As 4 minutes into the game, Chime makes an appearance in the mid lane on the stacking wave. Blaze is seeing all those juicy little minions dying to the tower, thinks he has to defend them, but there's a Blitzcrank behind you, beautifully played by Chime, tanks up the towers to avoid any damage going down onto Ryoma, and they find first blood, and from there, it was all downhill. We clocked it at 10 minutes, Blaze had 3 deaths and was down 33 CS at 10 minutes. He also proceeded to die a 4th time at 10:20, so basically 4 deaths in 10 minutes at this game. That is brutal. And Golden Guardians just proceeded to run over the map from there because as you were talking about, Manny, yeah, the game plan to go top sort of works out for the side of No Team. They do manage to get a kill up there, but there's just no win condition up there anymore when your mid lane is getting dumpstered that hard. And I just got to say, I feel like if a Blitzcrank is diving your mid lane tier 2 tower almost at 4 minutes, that is a breakdown in map control.
Yeah, and I just can't overemphasize as well how unfortunate it was that top lane gank didn't work out because ideally that happens, Griffin's able to roll back mid and potentially negate that dive or turn it around, right? Or at least discourage it, right? And then we might be talking about a different story here, right? Because Ryoma definitely played very well in that game. It's just not guaranteed that happens here. And it's just the fact that Griffin had to go top again really just kind of broke the game wide open for GGA.
Yeah, and this sort of plays into one of the stats that I actually had coming into the day, which was that Ryoma gets the second most gold share on his entire team out of any of the mid laners in the tournament, in the group stage. So out of the 16 mids in the group stage, Ryoma got the second highest gold share out of all of them. Meanwhile, Blaze has the lowest out of all 16 mid laners that were in the group stage. So that means the team does not play around mid, no team that being, whereas Golden Guardians is very comfortable playing around mid, with Chime also having exceptionally high kill participation coming into the day. And I feel like we saw that on full display. Even though no team had a game plan top lane, they just completely abandoned Blaze in the mid lane. Yeah, could he have maybe avoided dying more after that play? Sure, but he is getting dove under his mid tower with like a double stacked wave at 4 minutes, and that is something that no team definitely is going to want to shore up. And I said that one of my players to watch was Blaze, whether or not he'd be able to match Ryoma. The answer in game one was a resounding no.
Yeah, I mean, it is really rough, right? Because for Blaze, right, he did die a bunch, but the blame does not solely rest on
exactly
him. That matchup, like, once you get down 2 kills that early on, like, it's just not playable. You're going to die over and over again. Like, the way that we talked about in the pregame, you know, that no team likes to play out their games is Griffin, you know, likes to go to other lanes and, you know, get them ahead, get himself ahead. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that this game, and it resulted in just kind of a disaster in the middle of the map that they weren't able to recover from.
Yes, and Manny, at the start of this series, you did mention out of all the series to win, Golden Guardians has to win this one. The implications of them losing are too big to ignore. So it looks like you might be right on that one. But heading into game 2, what are our thoughts?
Right. Well, I think it's interesting because, you know, my player to watch coming in was Iconic, and, you know, he did a good job this game, right? He played Diana, his team was ahead, but they picked 3 winning lanes. All the lanes won. Hawk was saying it in between games. I believe Blaze was down 3 kills before Iconic actually had any kill participation. So, like, he really didn't have to do too much. Like, no team kind of did a lot of the job of shutting themselves down, I guess, by themselves. So for the next game, I'm just really, I hope no team kind of choose a different approach and execute on it better in terms of game plan.
Yeah, and to follow up on that real quick too, I feel like this sort of speaks to Golden Guardians Academy made a phenomenal adjustment between Open Qualifier now and seeing where their strength lied against no team. Because we were talking about how before in the game that they played, you know, they were ahead early, but no team actually played pretty well in the later stages of the game in the team fights, and they started to come back. And although Golden Guardians Academy won, it was maybe a little closer than they bargained for. So Golden Guardians said, screw the meta, screw what people have been doing with the late game scaling. We know we can just skill check you in lane and that we can beat you early. And I would expect going into game number 2 for that to not change. I would expect less meta picks and more lane dominant picks to allow Golden Guardians just to smash across the board.
Yeah, and Manny, do you see any adjustments being made to draft here, or do you think they're just going to go for that full like bulldozer draft again?
I mean, it's just so difficult to predict, you know, obviously with this type of thing, because that's just such a demoralizing game to have on the team, on the coaching staff. Like, they just kind of picked a super disrespectful draft against you, right? If you're on the side of no team, and they ran you over right before the game even started. So it's really difficult to say whether or not they're going to try and, you know, run back a similar composition and just improve on their game plan, or if they're going to throw that out the window and try something completely different, because they're, you know, speaking from experience, when you lose like that in a competitive game, the game 2, it's just very hard to recover from sometimes.
Right.
Right.
Oh, sorry, real quick. The last thing I just wanted to follow up on that was that if you are no team, your game plan could still remain the same. If you survive 10 minutes, you could still win that game. So yeah, you got slammed in 1, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen in 2. So I'm excited to see if they're able to come back from that.
Yes, we will see if Golden Guardians Academy can close out the series 2-0, or if no team can bring the scoreline up to 1-1. We're going to send it back to our casters for the draft of Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the casting desk. Thank you, Izzy, and thank you to our analyst. That game, I do want to echo something that Hawk said. A breakdown of map control. It couldn't be more true when Chime was able to move that freely.
Yeah, it was. You had given a very vivid way of describing it, which I'm not going to repeat because it's a little bit gruesome. But yeah, Blaze just kept taking punches, unfortunately, from the bottom lane before anything really had to come about. You know, it was at the point where, unfortunately, there was just no way for the Victor to recover. And again, when that's part of your late game scaling alongside the Jinx, and your Jinx isn't really ahead, the game is just a big struggle from that point on. They put it perfectly. The win conditions got closed out by 10-15 minutes into the game. From there, you're just playing out a game that's unfortunately never going to go back into your favor.
And it makes me wonder how No Team are going to come into this game now, because as our analyst said, this was a lot of winning lanes, but it was also a little bit of a troll draft coming out of Golden Guardians Academy. And No Team were not able to get a foot on the map whatsoever. Sure, they had some effectiveness over towards the top side, but it's a Renekton. It's not really going to amount to much, and it didn't amount to much in the grand scheme of things.
They have to find somewhere that attacks, right? So Renekton, at least in my opinion, is not really a champion that you attack most of the time with your jungler in terms of the laning phase. And it was the same with Victor in the mid lane is more of a scaling pick. You don't really attack for it, or it doesn't really go for a bunch of solo kills unless unfortunately you're playing against a Corki for some reason. And then you have the Jinx Lulu on bottom side, which feels like a place that you can put resources if you need to, but it's not really designed necessarily to absorb a bunch of resources in the early game. I want to see No Team give Griffin somebody that can attack, but also somebody who is willing to attack at their earlier stage. All
right, so first bans are going to come in. LeBlanc, Gangplank removed off the map for Golden Guardians Academy. Just Corki for the time being. Getting into some of these champion pools, Blaze was hyped up, and I think rightfully so, even though he did have a pretty lackluster performance. A lot of that was due to other lane pressure coming into his lane. He didn't really get that chance to shine in his lane, but we have seen him shine before. Last year, some of the best performances we saw came off champions like Syndra or Orianna. He has shown that when he sticks to his guns on the control mages, he can have some very, very solid success. It was definitely a challenge to be facing Ryoma in this one.
He has a tendency to play champions that are a little bit more focused on making sure to stay in the laning phase and just play it out as best as possible. And he's really good at playing champions like that. Even when he's down in CS, usually he's capable of still having massive impact. That game was a very poor example of what he's capable of doing most of the time. Because a lot of times he doesn't walk out of the laning phase with 8 deaths or anything like that. That was a very different style of game for Blazes. So hopefully he's able to recover with something. The biggest thing in my book is that he doesn't play the Corki. He had one game on it and lost on it. And they've really shied away from the pick other than that, which feels like a champion that should be in his wheelhouse given what it's capable of doing and what kind of style he plays for.
So another lock-in for Golden Guardians Academy onto the Diana. It's something he did play a little bit in the open qualifiers. He's been more of a Xin heavy player and a Viego heavy player, but if it ain't broke, well, you don't got to fix it, and it worked really well in that game number 1. Getting shades of that game 1 draft now is No Team locking Jinx.
Where's my Yasuo? I just want GGA to lock the Yasuo. If they really want to go ego draft, that's how they do it, is they go the Diana Yasuo as fast as possible. And on the other time, they're giving the Jinx away. That's relatively obvious. I like this more than the Renekton as well in the earlier stages. You're comfortable taking the Jinx into a lot of different champions. There isn't a bunch of just pure outright, I'm going to smash the Jinx lane type counters that exist. You pair it now with the Thresh as well. Not only a denial from Chime, but also just a good champion to pair with it for a nice solid laning phase. And now Golden Guardians have the choice of being okay, we can take something in one of our strong lanes, but now I feel like they just go to their bot side and they say, okay, what are you guys going to take? They can go back to Nautilus if they wanted to, or they go to Blitzcrank more specifically if they want the true lane matchup in the counter pick, and then take their preferred ADC. They also have the preference again towards this Renekton. This is something that Tony's been playing quite a bit. There's my Yasuo. Okay, this is another ego draft. Let's go.
This is the ego draft, yo.
Yes, sir.
All right, that getting locked in. Renekton getting taken by Tony Top. You were talking earlier before this game started that Tony Top has been playing more, at least supportive when it comes to draft. Usually taking his pick a little bit earlier to save the counter picks for his later teammates.
Way back when, Tony Top was he was the quintessential counter pick top laner inside of Amateur and inside of even Academy to some extent, because he had some unique champions to his name. Jax is the one that comes to mind, and oftentimes even on blue side they would be trying to somehow get him a counter matchup in that top lane, right? This tournament specifically, in more recent light for Tony Top, he's been playing things a little bit more blind. Renekton, Gwen, Camille, things that he's good at, don't get me wrong, but he didn't play all that often because he was tending to be a lot more of a lane-focused top laner and doing a lot more things like that. And so this is kind of a new direction that we've seen Tony step into, especially during this tournament specifically, towards the Renekton, which is not something he played a bunch. And on the opposite side, Griffin now taking a bit more of the carry mantle, grabs himself the Viego for the matchup up against the Diana. Interesting that Griffin willing to throw down the gauntlet. He doesn't want something that's going to push a bunch of pressure in the earlier stage of the game, instead wants to play for himself a little bit more.
And I can't help but to feel it almost puts Griffin into a feast or famine situation. Trying to say that term at least a little bit less often, but Griffin, he has been a player who's able to carry from his squad. If he's able to get the goal to carry, he will snowball that into a strong lead. But if you do put him down, it's much harder for him to recover. You know, he's still developing a lot of the talents that, you know, a lot of these upper end junglers do have when it comes to playing from behind. So it's an interesting gauntlet to see thrown down on the side of no team.
My curiosity also now comes to what is the bottom lane going to look like here from Golden Guardians, because you've already seen the Jinx and the Thresh get revealed here. They take away two kind of more enchantery type supports. The Rakan is a lot more engage focused, but it's more so for the roam. And then of course the Karma is something that Chime has played, because not only is he like an older, he's played enchanters before, but also it's something that also can have an impact across the map, and in team fighting it's just strong across the board. So they're really trying to pinch off Chime to the best of their abilities, and Blaze not being given any of these kind of specialty top or mid lane picks that could go diving like the Akali or like the Vex. The Galio is really intriguing to me. This doesn't feel like it fits Blaze's pool all that much. Again, he's more of the control mage player, not really the safety like blanket Galio player. And that hasn't been very big around the map for the most part anyhow. Oh my goodness.
I do like that lock-in right there. I did mention it on the previous draft that he has pulled out this Kalista once, at least this year throughout the open qualifiers and the circuit qualifiers, but it is getting locked in once again. This is massive ego coming out from Golden Guardians, Rebel.
This is like them leaning into everything that happened in game one and saying, okay, now we're not even going to have like an Aphelios to throw into the team fight. We're not going to have a Gwen to throw into the team fight. This is all about Ryoma's Yasuo getting a knock-up and going crazy. In the response, of course, finally we get Dragoon's Darius. Not banned out in this game. We get the crazy top lane matchup, the Renekton versus the Darius, two of the more aggressive top laners that we can get. This is kind of the exciting top lane matchup we wanted from game one. This is GJ throwing themselves in a little bit of an ego draft. Lots of AoE team fights put with a Yasuo up against the side of no team, who will put a lot of eggs into the scooped basket.
This right here, you know, if this is the final game of no team, this is the way to go out. I do appreciate this draft so much, because there's so much chaos that can really go down. Starting off with the top side, I do want to start evaluating more into that, because it's Dragoon versus Tony Top. We didn't really look to hype up this matchup because of the way Tony Top's been playing as of recently, but now with these specific champions, Darius and Renekton, we're bound to see a war.
And especially with, I mean, you got Yasuo, you've got Diana, you've got Renekton, and you've got Blitzcrank, and then a Kalista even is within accessible range for a Darius if you've got any sort of slow within the ability else to crafting with exactly what you based inside of it. So it gives them somebody to attack. Darius can win those of his own volition if necessary, but also kicking for him is going to be a lot more valuable.
Now, how do you see Blaze's lane playing out? Yasuo versus Galio, it's something we don't see too often, especially in the current seasons. Usually trying to free up the Galio to be able to have much more of a global impact. But where exactly do you think the hero's entrance is going to start to come in? Where do you think Griffin's going to try and point Blaze to?
I think actually no team have two good lanes to go to. To me, actually, Griffin in the very early stages just needs to make sure that Blaze is not put so significantly behind Ryoma that he can't control his lane. Because there's a possibility, especially since Ryoma, very talented player, if he's well versed in this matchup, can demand attention. Otherwise, the problem is like the Yasuo will perma push in the Galio will literally become an ultimate bot, and that's the only way you're going to be able to roam. And in an ideal world, you don't want to just be stuck to pressing your ult button on fights that might not be beneficial for you, especially when you have setups like the Kalista ultimate to throw in or a Diana ultimate to throw in after the engage already comes through. Instead, you want to be the ones pulling the trigger with this Galio into this comp to throw disarray into everybody else. So to me, at least, Griffin, first thing first, break out Blaze, then the two of them go attacking everywhere else. So in the earlier stages, that's where I want Griffin to go. That's what I want for happen to Blaze. Make sure that the Yasuo, who's kind of the linchpin of this whole GGA comp, doesn't get ahead, then start attacking for your powerful side lanes.
I'm definitely going to be watching closely on the bottom lane as well. Scooped and Shuka didn't have the performance they really needed to, given how long Stixxay was really isolated into that bottom lane. He is now on a much more aggressive champion if they do want to play aggro. Golden Guardians Academy playing much more aggro in the bottom lane. But I said it earlier at the start of this game. It was Hawk talking about the breakdown of map control. You need an establishment of map control, especially very early on when going against Chime, who doesn't like to stay in lane and who is still opting to play the split screen.
I feel as though this lane actually is the thing that Golden Guardians really put a lot more into. Previously, it was the Aphelios, and I was like, okay, we will set the Aphelios up to not die in the 2v1 situation, have a little bit more wave control, then he's going to leave all the time. This feels like a bot lane that could either do that because of Kallista's ability to just dodge out on skill shots, especially if you boots rush and you have all the speed, but also they can just attack themselves on bottom side. The Blitzcrank is a known work against the Thresh because you can pull him from anywhere. If he goes to throw his hook and you're not in danger, Blitzcrank knows exactly where he's going to be standing in a couple of seconds, which makes things all the more problematic for Jishuka's positioning. The two of them have to be careful because while it is a powerful bottom lane that no team has that can scale into the later stages, absorb resources really well, the 2v2 doesn't look particularly enticing, right? Like if you leave them alone for too long, I feel as though Stixxay and Chime will come away with at least a kill during this laning phase alone. So for no team, they, to me, have to wait till mid-game, start attacking with their combination of champions, try to isolate all 5 members away from one another. And if they can do that, their fight looks well. Golden Guardians just want to fight as fast as possible. If they can have a 5v5 around the first Dragon or the first Rift Herald or anything, they will be more than happy to accept that.
All right, match point here for Golden Guardians Academy versus No Team. No Team, again, was a team that kind of spontaneously popped up for this tournament. They've come a long way through those group stages to get to the bracket stage now as they stand against a Titan in Golden Guardians Academy as they make their way to the Rift right now. That game number 1, devastating for No Team. Golden Guardians looking to try and copy that, as they do have a very arrogant draft here, but a very confident one to say the least.
Something about teams like this that I always like to talk about is just that there will come a time, and I don't know whether that will be at the halfway point of this season or whether that will be after this first season and then into the summer season, where a team like No Team, they come out and they have players like Dragoon, Griffin, Blaze, Scoop, Jishuka, who are all very talented, and they get their first real display of some of this talent, and then teams look to pick them up, right? This could happen. The tragedy of this is that the team falls apart, and then a team like this potentially loses their points, and then all of a sudden, like, we have a little less competition. The benefit is a lot of these players get exposed to new organizations that can send them to even greater heights than what this organization might. I don't necessarily want that. Again, this isn't like me being like, oh yeah, I definitely want all these players to leave because I think they need to go on to better things, because this team is amazing the way that it is, right? But it is possible. That is at least something to consider as we go into the next split.
They're already throwing it down, Dean. They're already throwing it down, Dean. They want the action. They want the camera to be focused over in this top end, so they're just going to brawl.
I feel like right there was just a low-key moment where Dragoon was playing with the vision. He popped out, Tony Top saw him, and then he's just like, you're approaching me? He's like, I'm Renekton. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're going to walk in on me, and that's exactly what he's going to do to Dragoon.
Oh my God, Dragoon! He gets the bleed! He gets the first blood!
Savage. Absolute savagery from Dragoon. Level 1 bush shenanigans. Gets himself a positive trade. Proxies the wave. Says you can't step up to this Tony Top. He even has the Ignite on Renekton to take this one-on-one trade. He broke that the shield as well, making sure that was going to come through. Everything was set up perfectly, and Dragoon just steps right back out. Tony, he wanted to access his wave somehow, but Dragoon just gets the better of him with the ultimate trade. The stun wasn't enough, and the flash here from Dragoon, I don't think Tony was ready for the amount of damage it did. The auto and the W cancel was disgusting. Dragoon pilots this champion with expertise you don't see that often.
Oh! Failing the flash scoop! There's disaster going off all around the map right now. Chime is going to get the kill on the Scoop, who flashes in line with the rocket grab, Dean. Oh, no.
Talk about expertise in the early game, just finding some aggression. Goodness gracious, Chime right back at it. Prediction come true. Worst case scenario, the 2v2 going wrong for Scoop and Jishuka on the bottom side. A kill already coming to fruition. Chime stepping down on the gas to start off this laning phase. Opposite sides of the map, opposite side kills.
And this is what you don't want to see if you're no team, because advantages coming from Golden Guardians Academy's bot lane means Chime starts to roam out and starts to be a menace towards the mid lane. Blaze is already having some level of PTSD as he starts just hovering around the tops of that river. Griffin going to be there as well. Now here comes the 2v2. Ryoma coming in, looking to get the knockup, tries to go to the side, Justice Punch goes off, gets the double knockup in the process, but Ryoma doesn't have too much health to deal with there. He will fall in the process as Chime tries to back up, but now backup has arrived in Iconic as he dives in, trying to get onto Blaze and Griffin. Can't get too much though, doesn't want to deal with the duo.
And again, it is all about making sure that your mid lane here from No Team is going to receive these resources and get them away from this Yasuo. It's fast to be miserable. What a set of chains. They're actually finding a good amount of damage on a 6A. Thankfully not going to be a kill right there, but that's enough pressure to push him out, especially right after the back. That's actually quite impactful. Tony Taco. I feel like we're just going to have permanent fighting all across the map. There's just nothing for us to accomplish. I just need to become second play-by-play. You just got to tag me out whenever you feel like you need a ref at some point.
That's right. We're going to continue the MMA analogy over here. This is Fight Club up in the top lane. Dragoon versus Tony Top in the red corner. In the blue corner, Tony Top trying to run away from the tower. Almost falls in the process. The bleed going off. Tony Top, you got to be careful about those dives, son.
I think he wanted a full combo. And I think with a full combo, there was legitimate potential that he kills Dragoon right there. But Dragoon being so far back underneath the tower, positioning well, combined with the fact that that Ignite set off the tower aggro way too quickly, I think Tony Top read that pretty well to know, okay, if I keep going, I die before I kill him, which is just good read on his behalf. So props to him being able to get out of that. But again, the 1v1 not looking very, very good for No Team at the moment, or my God, not looking good for Tony Top at the moment, as the misery that is the Darius in the top side has already made its influence felt.
Oh no, Jashuka walking into the wrong bush. Waiting there was Chime. The knockup comes in, he tries to flay them away. Now backup is going to arrive, Blaze and Griffin showing up, but Ryoma coming out of the mid lane, going to make this a 3v3, chooses to back off instead, not willing to risk their chances. Chime goes down.
Massive props right there. I think a really good rune choice also for Jashuka. That Glacial Augment is so much more disgusting when you're playing against somebody that like loses attack speed and the ability to auto attack when you're slowed as well as movement speed. So hitting Stixay with that was just completely detrimental. If Stixay doesn't get slowed down, I think he's able to get enough auto attacks where a Ren could put him within killing distance before the two show up, and eventually that play goes awry completely. But instead, No Team fully commit to that. Jashuka able to actually deny that with that good rune usage with the good flay, and then the play afterwards, of course, Griffin was already around with Blaze to make sure that this mid laner continues to be able to roam anytime he wants against Ryoma. This is a much better looking game plan from No Team as well. Their top lane is set up to succeed on its own. Their mid lane is getting enough resources where Blaze is able to do as he pleases in the mid side to start with, and that means they should be able to start playing towards this bottom lane or top lane, kind of depending on what they want to do on the map any minute now with this combination of those two champions.
And it's night and day for Blaze. This is why we said don't count this mid laner out just yet from that performance. It was so much of a tent being set up over in that mid lane. Now he's getting his own jungler to set up sort of a tent for him, as well as Jashuka roaming up towards that mid lane. So being 2 kills up right now, it's a good start for Blaze as he teleports back.
And I actually find it really interesting because it's Griffin who's taking a much more calculated approach to the game. One of the stats that I don't think a lot of people bring up is that Iconic actually has, I believe it's the lowest kill participation of any jungler in the tournament right now. This is not to say that he's a bad jungler, just that he's able to rely on his lanes to kind of operate themselves. When you've got Tony Top, Ryoma, and Stixay Chime, you're never really that concerned with getting out and ganking as much as possible in the early game, right? You could focus on a bit more farming. You can play champions like Diana, you can play champions like the Viego and things like that, because they're good enough to do things on their own. You've seen what Chime has been able to do across the map, but that means that Iconic isn't interacting as much in the early game. And so Griffin doesn't feel that need to do so. He plays this Viego, and he just has a little bit of pressure into the mid side, and that's been enough already, where the Viego is farmed up enough to keep up with the Diana, but his impact has been felt where now the Galio is feeling okay to start really putting on pressure to the rest of the map.
Now Griffin, head over towards the spot side. We'll be able to claim this scuttle before Iconic gets towards the area. Also has some backup of Jashuka. Now walking towards this river, Iconic will meet with Griffin, spots that the scuttle has been taken. Ryoma's still there, but he doesn't provide too much if this is going to be a 2v3. Going to back off instead. It's a bit of chip damage in, but not willing to commit to that fight.
Not quite. The Diana Yasuo, a formidable combo when they're put together like that in any combination. If you have a little bit of chip damage onto Blaze or onto Scooped or onto, my apologies, Jijuka in that situation, there is real potential that they could look for an engagement right there. If they're able to one-tap one or two of those members, they absolutely win the fight afterwards because they've got enough consistent damage. But they're all full health, nothing too crazy. The Rift Herald and the new objectives are the things that pique my interest the most. Because again, if you fight around the Rift Herald in a 5-on-5, 4-on-4, something like that, but you have Diana Yasuo, things get crazy. Things get really crazy for GGA. This is maybe how they are able to turn a fight. And you can see right now, I mean, Iconic can see this happening. Hover is there from Blazes. Nobody's there from bot side, but Jizuka is actually the first one heading up the top side. And they've got this, this Darius. See if they can put together enough. They cannot. They just don't have the lane pressure. Their bot lane moved up quick enough to actually catch mid-wave to make sure they had all 5 members readily available. Good stuff from No Team on that rotation, making sure to capture this Rift Herald. They also got first Dragon, so they're kind of mimicking what happened in the previous game. The difference is there's no massive early gold advantage for Golden Guardians. Haven't been able to capitalize as much on a lot of what's been going on. Ultimate onto the bottom wave, just making sure that Stixay is not going to be able to get too much. I feel like that was a little wasted because they already got 2 plates, but one way or another, just making sure that nothing is going to come about as a dive on the bottom side. It's thwarted because the wave got cleared.
The top side control looking good for No Team so far. And this game number 2 looking good for No Team so far. State of the game almost 10 minutes into this. Slight deficit for GG Academy as No Team have had control. You talked about it earlier. The neutrals, they're able to grab the Rift Herald. They're able to grab first Drake. Let's see what else they're able to get here as Dragoon continues applying the pressure onto Tony Top. Hasn't really been able to have much backup to try and relieve some of that pressure. Now No Team are putting their attention towards the bot side. Griffin now down here. Puts down the stealth. Will be spotted out. And here comes the hero's entrance. Blaze looking to show up. Tries to get the taunt. Just going to miss it, but will land the Justice Punch. And the rocket will find its mark as well. Iconic going to fall in this exchange as a punch. Able to get the knockup. Tries to push him away. Diego still diving faster and faster forward. And forward gets the double kill. Stixay is going to fall in the process as No Team continue to dominate Golden Guardians Academy. 4 down on this bot lane dive. No Team are off to the races.
I can speak so much about everything that happened here, but the biggest thing I want you to really take away from this, watch how many knockups land for the side of Golden Guardians to help Ryoma get into this fight. First off, Blaze being able to take out in the immediate part. That's iconic, not being able to use the ultimate. Look at that. Flash away. Scoop not able to get ulted onto. There's no knockup here at all for Ryoma to be able to press the ultimate. That's the game changer. That's what's supposed to be the pitch of this combination. There's 2 massive ultimates to set that up, and both of them get denied because No Team paying attention, knowing what they need to deny in that fight to make sure Ryoma's going to get stamped out. That sets their bot lane up. They get first tower on that bottom side to shut out their bottom side at least a little bit more. Dive under Dragoon, probably going to get just an instant kill right there. Yeah, very well played from Golden Guardians, as it seemed like a bit of like a tempo response. Their bottom side got pushed, so they went back up the top side, but still down over 3,000 gold and down the first, the dragon of the game. Second dragon of the game is available for them anytime they want from the side of No Team, and their Darius doing fine in the side lane. Everything is kind of coming together for No Team at the moment.
That was a beautiful shift of tempo altogether. I was just saying at the 10-minute mark, we were pretty much even in gold, a 3K lead going over to No Team as they start to put their presence over towards this top side. You still have Drake that's up, the Chem Drake over bottom side of the river. No Team not going to focus on that neutral for now. They want to start getting some of these outers. They want to take this top lane tower. The response is going to be late out of Golden Guardians Academy.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, they actually put the Darius in the long lane up against the Renekton, but they're not going to let this happen. Tony's going to be here, and the rest of the team's going to show up to try to deny this take. They've got so many members here.
Oh, and here comes the flank. Iconic. Chime able to show up. Griffin running on the far end, getting chased down by Stixay. Stixay able to land those spears, gets the rend, gets the kill. No Team on the top side, however, are getting melted as Jishuka tries to run away, but will get chased down by the Croc. Doesn't fall, just gets out of the queue in time, but another rend, another kill for Stixay as Golden Guardians Academy are able to find some control.
That's No Team looking to try to punish with their bottom lane up the top side. They tried to reverse lane states just to make sure that they could grab yet another play and continue to put this Jinx further ahead inside of the game, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, well played from Jizuka to get at least one person executed as opposed to everybody else. But you can see the other side of the map. I mean, Dragoon's going to get the tower as a little bit, and again, in a long lane, they're cool with the Darius being there with the Renekton. You win that all day. That's so much space for the Darius to be able to shove in, and a lot of control that you'd have on that side of the map when it's pushed up if you've got the vision to defend him. Here, it is No Team thinking that they could get away with murder by just going immediately to topside, but they get punished heavily, although now it's Golden Guardians who might be in the same boat.
We're trying to run off. It's going to be Stixay. It's very tough to try and catch a Callista. Always hopping between those Ren's going to pop the ultimate and look for the re-engage. Ryoma shows up. Last breath going to be popped. Here comes the hero's entrance. Blaze cannot get there, but he finds the Justice Punch to take down Stixay. Now Griffin goes forward. Ryoma cannot get the knockback. The minion auto takes him down. Griffin kills Ryoma with an assist from the minions.
Oh my goodness, that last minion auto was so tragic to watch, just infringe upon his health bar. As again,
So
it is
slow.
Golden Guardians who overstayed. Now it is Dragoon who's just kind of walking in. Can they get him here?
A lot of health to work through, but they got a lot of damage
Nice
brought
denial
to this
with the Q.
party. Damage goes through. Iconic will be able to take him down. Some pressure relieved over on the bot side, as now Tony Top will continue to try and grab those plates. Only 15 seconds left as the mid lane tower is taken by No Team.
And the trade-off is they get a little bit back for both Iconic and then a small amount back for Renekton as well, for Tony Top. But the trade-off is that Blaze picks up an additional kill and a play on top side, where they're able to get 2 members after everything's said and done. And they pull mid tower with Scooped for free, as well as top tower now, and then I mean, that just means that look how much pressure is now on top side when it comes to warding and control. They can go after Rift Herald as well, which would give them 2 dragons, 2 Rift Heralds, the gold advantage in this game, and a lot of towers in their back pocket in exchange for, I would say, probably what is an equalized top lane matchup that feels a little bit very lopsided to the side of No Team as opposed to what Golden Guardians got.
14 minutes into this game, 6 kills over to Golden Guardians Academy, 9 to No Team. It's a strong start for No Team, but Golden Guardians Academy have been able to find their footing, have been able to start to turn this around. No Team not done just yet. 3K separating these teams. Now your bot lane's focused over towards the mid lane. There's a lot of established vision from the side of No Team towards the Baron side of the map. They are able to get some deep jungle wards over towards Golden Guardians jungle. A reset coming out from Golden Guardians as they start hitting the rift for the next time, looking for the next objective to grab.
For a second there, I thought we were going to get really spicy. I saw Blazes with the Ludens in that inventory. I'm like, ooh, Ludens Galio. Yeah, you're doing damage, man. We're getting a run back of Robbie Bob's Rabadon's, Rabadon's Galio from back in the day. But unfortunately not going to be the case. He just goes back to Everfrost. The damage actually here is more in Griffin's pocket. There's not big advancement for Scoop. He's picked up a couple of towers. Golden Guardians going to be able to snag, but that was too close for comfort. Thankfully, Griffin not going to get grabbed. Pat on the back. Oh, they're going to go for it anyway.
Oh, here comes the teleport, looking for Iconic. Iconic gets rooted up and taunted. Iconic is caught and dropped. Griffin able to grab that kill. Good teleport play coming out of No Team, pushing Golden Guardians out of their own jungle.
Yeah, great punish right there from No Team. I'm not sure what else it gets them. I guess they get pushing lanes in top and in mid lane to be able to work with. There's no dragon that's going to be up for any really quickly. It's still 2 minutes out, so it is just a kill for the sake of kills, and it denies them usage of this Rift Herald top anytime soon. In fact, actually, they're going to use this to push very heavily on top side. They've got 4 members here. Wow. They just sense that Golden Guardians isn't here to put any respect towards top tower. They're just going to snag it away.
Oh my goodness, Chime with the God Hand! Able to find the hook on the ADC, but it's a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Stixay trying to create some room, able to predict where Griffin was going to go, able to take down Griffin in the process. The tower low, but No Team has no chance of taking it right now. They're going to go for the retreat as they put up the box to get some zone control. Good goal. Golden Guardians Academy able to get a good hook there.
That's incredible. They lean into this, and I was like, okay, this looks a little freer than you would want it to be. Scooped, however, he kind of like postures on the right side of this lane because he wants more access away. Look at that angle that Chime found.
Beautiful.
This is not the first time I've seen him punish a team that is not positioning properly underneath the dived tower, which is a little bit weird to me that has happened a handful of times here for this team. Griffin goes under to try to salvage this a little bit more, but that ends up just being another shutdown to Iconic, and they're able to kind of close out everything, and you can see the response now. The Rift Herald gets Stixay in the mid tower. They shut down the top side play with a couple of kills. Bottom side, more kills into the, or more tower gold, I guess, into the pockets of Tony Top, and it lets them set up now for back timings around this next dragon where they could go fight if they absolutely wanted to. They still have the Diana Yasuo. They still have this combination that's very powerful in the right situation. A lot of AoE behind this comp as well means that Golden Guardians, who have shrunk this lead twice now, this time all the way back to 1.5k exclusively, have another fighting chance into No Team. They continue to punish overextensions that No Team is trying to use to get themselves really solidified in the lead and just bringing it back into their own favor.
You just can't count them out. They're willing to fight. They're willing to catch any hiccup you're willing to do. And now with this reset, there's going to be 5 seconds before the Infernal Drake does spawn. No Team will be the first to the punch here. They'll get priority on it, establish some vision. It doesn't look like Golden Guardians want to challenge for it. Instead, they're going to send Ryoma over towards the top side, be able to claim that tower by himself. Blaze over on the defense. Chime is roaming towards that top side as well. Drake going over to No Team.
Well played. Set themselves up for a lot of success. A pull over the wall is going to set up Ryoma for an ultimate. I think Blaze just dies here, unfortunately, as they find a play on the other side of the map. A little bit of a pittance. They are getting gold into Ryoma, which I think is super important for their team fighting eventually, but they've now given up 3 dragons. So that's no team in a situation where they can find themselves in the possession of an Infernal Soul against a team that doesn't look to scale incredibly well. They've got Yasuo, Diana, yes, but they're like everything else behind it. It feels like a composition that's really, really focused on making sure that that big AoE lands. And if it doesn't, there's a lot of problems that can come about from the remainder of what happens inside of a team fight, especially against a Jinx that could be leveling up, a Viego that's going to be really powerful, and again, this Darius who's going to be able to interact with way too many of these champions to feel comfortable. So, to me, Golden Guardians Academy still feels rough.
We've seen this before, trying to catch out Stixxay, able to give him his 3rd death of the game. Unfortunately, Kill not going over to Scoop with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Hasn't been able to pick up Kill. Has gotten some good tower plates, as well as tower gold as well. Stixxay off the map is going to give No Team some time to get some presence over towards this Baron side. More prominently, 3 minutes, 45 seconds before that final Infernal Drake spawns, and No Team might want to shift their vision over there to get the Drake sold. Is a win condition on the table.
Truly is. Being able to snag that one would mean quite a bit of damage in your back pocket. The Infernal Soul is far more valuable, I think, for the side of Golden Guardians, so they desperately not only want to stop Infernal Soul from going over to No Team, but they themselves want quite a bit. But you also have to think about like what happens in a team fight. For Golden Guardians, if they land the engagement onto Scoops and maybe even onto Griffin, those are the 2 big ones that I'm looking at. If those 2 have the engagement landed onto him, they probably die. Like, there is no other way that goes, right? Like, if Scoop and Griffin get caught in the Diana ultimate into a Yasuo ultimate, or like a Stixxay like ultimate from everything gets silenced up or whatever, can't get out of that situation, they probably die, and then Infernal Soul has a lot less value. So you have to consider that as well, which is that I'm not saying Infernal Soul is bad on No Team. They're going to love it. They're going to take it 100%, and it's going to be massive for their team. But there are opportunities for Golden Guardians to play around that dragon. If they want to give it up for whatever reason, it's not impossible to win. They're giving themselves a massive handicap if they're going to be doing that. It's going to be really tough to come back from it. But I don't see it impossible to win this game for Golden Guardians if they happen to lose that. But it does require exact pinpoint execution.
Turn the camera away, producer. Why you got to show Iconic doing that?
You didn't have to mention it. We could have just let it be. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess that's on me as well. And Chime is on top of Jishuke. There comes the last breath. It's going to be Jishuka's last breath. Ryoma is able to get that kill and starts to back off. That is your support down. A lot of vision control. Going to be denied from No Team. Looking for more is going to be Iconic. Hops over the wall, looks to grab the golems. Griffin forced to walk away. Golden Guardians Academy. This map belongs to them. 20 minutes into this game.
Respect has to be given. Again, Scoop isn't far enough in to where, if you stand super far back in a fight and you wait for the engagement to go off, you can just carry right through it, especially with the shield that can come through from Yasuo or the Wind Wall. Now you're seeing Griffin versus Iconic jungle v jungle. Galliol's coming in to support it.
Ooh, jumps in with the ultimate. Griffin will take down Iconic.
Whoa!
One more. Dashes right after Ryoma. Ryoma able to get the knockup in the process as the Rue comes out over the wall. Chime trying to save. Doesn't even try it at this point. No Team able to find 2 in both the mid laner and the jungler. This gives them some priority over the Baron pit.
Yeah, they should snag the Baron. Actually, there is no jungler here. There is no Yasuo here, so they don't even care if somebody throws in on top of what happens. They just snag this away. There's nothing that they can do to stop them, and
Easy.
that's No Team winning very simply. Yeah, both teams have been caught out in very strange positions in a number of different situations inside of this game that have flopped this game back and forth and back and forth. This, to me, feels like No Team's best way of just kind of closing things out. They've got Baron buff to set up mid and bot wave. They can walk in and take Infernal Drake. They haven't really had the chance on the side of Golden Guardians to stall this game out with Iconic and with Ryoma, and at this point, there's no opportunity to really snag Dragon unless, No Team just decides that they don't want to go for it right here. They're setting up members inside of the jungle, but it feels like, I don't know, at this point, like No Team would have to make a massive mistake or walk into complete absolute invisibility and Chime picking somebody off necessary for them to lose this Dragon if they push out mid and bot wave properly, if they're able to kind of capture control of their own jungle. The one option they have, again, Chime is perhaps the one situation they've got. They've got their ultimates up as well, so if No Team is really not careful about how they encroach into the river, there could be problems.
Definitely expecting this rotation of No Team. Golden Guardians Academy trying to be the first one to the footing. Griffin goes forward, pops his ultimate, looks to chase for more. Iconic and Ryoma now on the run. Going to use the Blast Plant, used beautifully. Gets Golden Guardians Academy over the wall. No Team knocked back. Now the ultimate will be down for Griffin as the Infernal Drake is going to spawn. Golden Guardians Academy looking to contest this one. Tony Top on the far end will be looking for the flank. It has been leashed. Ryoma looking to get some more damage onto it. It gets lower and lower in the process. Standing 5 strong is going to be no teams. Tony Top still waiting on that flank. He has been spotted at this point.
Yoink.
And there goes the hook. They go straight for Dragoon. Dragoon takes a lot of damage in the process, but he will not fall. Griffin dives forward, able to pop the ultimate, goes after Ryoma, but sticks in Ryoma so far uncontested. That's going to change as Jishuka lands a hook right onto him. And now the Rockets, it's time to get excited as Scoop is able to land auto after auto, get the zap and clean up the battlefield. Golden Guardians Academy fall. A quadra kill coming in for Scoop as no team take the map.
And a tower of cards comes falling down from the side of Golden Guardians Academy. Everything that could have gone awry for them right there went completely awry. The initial engagement, not ideal. I actually thought this was super good for Golden Guardians, but they are struggling now because they don't have the positioning to get any sort of flank angle for either a Stixay ultimate or for a Kong to get an ultimate to set up Ryoma. They are kind of just staring down their opposition, hoping that Chime finds a decent hook. And does he find one? Sure. He pulls in Darius, perhaps the worst member on this entire team to actually pull in, because now you got a Darius in melee range. He's able to hit a Q. He's able to stay alive long enough. Toby Top, I think, did some decent work stalling out for Blaze's ultimate on the top side of that fight, but see how much that Griffin got done. And then Scoop gets to work his way back to front through this fight. Everything that could have gone wrong, I'm going to list it out. First off, they lose this fight. That's terrible. Number 2, they're going to lose the Infernal Drake because this entire team fight goes awry. Number 3, the only other thing they could have had, again, is fighting against the Infernal Drake. Now this is 4 kills into the Jinx. This is a Jinx that can solo carry the game. Every little bit of chance that Golden Guardians held to really contest is now gone. No team is in firm control of the game. It would require an absolute disaster for them to lose at this point. It would require the perfect combination of ultimates from Golden Guardians Academy to even have a chance against no team at this point.
Yeah, it is so damn hard for Golden Guardians Academy to do much in this game. It's definitely rough for them. Lots of short-range champions, lots of good skirmishers, but we're now at a phase where Scooped is unlocked, and he has a lot of protection to work around with him. Jishuka has been doing an excellent job of both defending him and landing some of the most pivotal hooks that we've been seeing in this fight. One of them landing onto Ryoma at the later half of that team fight, denying him, as deep as he was, any chance to really team fight. Now Golden Guardians Academy, they're just trying to pick up whatever scraps they can, but they are so far behind. They have so much they have to work through. Gonna need to try and find some of these picks, and that's what they're trying to do as they go once again after Dragoon Smash, able to pull him in. Waiting for that Juggernaut Q to come out. Will be able to get a lot of healing back. Dragoon will not be smashed. He will do the smashing as he comes down with the Noxian Guillotine. Iconic falls. Ryoma falls. And Dragoon is not done just yet. He wants a piece of Toady Top. This was his late opponent here. This was his challenge. The Super Mega Death Rocket going to go off, but it's going to land onto nothing as Golden Guardian Academy. Their base is going up in flames. No team. They have a retort, and they make their presence known against Golden Guardians Academy. You cannot ego draft again. You have to take them seriously. They are not even done with this game. They don't want the Nexus. They want to pad the stats. They want the KDA. I don't blame you, Scoop. Pick it up. Pick up that Nexus. 1-1. We have a series.
Oh, goodness gracious. I couldn't have expected, I don't think everybody would have expected this to go to a full 3 games after everything we had seen from no team throughout the qualifier, but goodness gracious, they show up when they need to, they battle against the ego draft, they shut down where they need to shut down, and it is a spectacular look from the side of no team against Golden Guardians, our premier and only Academy team inside of this. I can give props to pretty much everybody across the team. I think everybody had their own individual plays. Dragoon, that final play, this is an infernal Soul Darius, so they're diving him. The Gordricker healed him for half his health. What are you supposed to do against that in one regard? But also, I have to give props to the 15-year-old man. Griffin, he played out the laning plays perfectly to help get Blazes ahead. It helped them with their team fighting to salvage everything in the mid-game, and he was a massive damage dealer and a big diver inside of those fights to help disrupt everything Golden Guardians was trying to do. Couldn't give enough props to him for stepping up inside of a game like this, saying, I want to put the team on my back, and he did exactly that.
That was some good stuff coming out of no team, especially after we saw that game number 1. It was a question of, is morale there? Are they going to be able to come back and bring any fight to Golden Guardians Academy? Golden Guardians Academy, straight hubris coming out with this draft, and no team was able to punish them, and they punished them as a group. If you check any of the damage charts throughout those fights, the damage is relatively even all across the board. This was a team that played together and was able to dominate Golden Guardians through that team play.
Yeah, big props to them for being able to step up in the right situation, play as a team, play in the comfort style that they've actually been doing for the majority of the split. And now it comes back to Golden Guardians. Side selection, you get that for one thing, number one. Number two, you have to figure out what your composition is going to look like. They've gone for 2 drafts in a row with this Diana first pick, and they've gone really heavily towards champions that are more expressive of skill more than anything else, more than something that we would consider to be very cohesive or very meta at this moment specifically. And so this is something that I think needs to change specifically. 2 Blitzcrank games in a row for Chime, hilarious, amazing, by the way, not knocking his performance at all. But the composition as a whole, I think, needs to be more cohesive. Like you said, I think they need to consider No Team a legitimate threat to their continuation inside of this event.
All right, we're going to throw over to a short break. When we return, Izzy and the analyst desk will be there to break down this game, so be sure to stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to the desk. No Team ties up the score 1-1. Hawk, are you feeling a little better about your prediction?
I told you, 2-1. They just get destroyed in game 1, come back with a vengeance in game 2. It's in the script. I saw it. Hypertension passed it to me. I know that it's happening. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I shouldn't have told you there was still a chance.
Well, if we pull up the draft here, Hawk, break down for us. How does this draft, how did this draft bring No Team to a 1-1?
Well, so it's really surprising because, Manny and I were talking during the game about the draft, and we thought this was a Golden Guardians favorite draft because it's basically the same concept of their composition last game. However, it's more coherent. Like Renekton Diana, super strong dive squad. Renekton providing strong laning and CC setup up there on the top side. The Yasuo is a traditional pairing with it, even though it looks like a bit of an ego pick. It's actually a pretty safe blind into most of the long range artillery mages that are being played mid, and it synergizes exceptionally well with Diana. And if your object of the game is to snowball mid game like it was last time around, it looks great. You've got the Blitzcrank again as well with the Kalista, the Ballista lane. Everything looks like it's coming together. And meanwhile, No Team, they mostly went for comfort across the board. Dragoon got his signature Darius. We see Blaze getting put on Galio duty. A Thresh locked in this time for Jashuka, which I think made a lot of sense. It's more high tempo than the Lulu. However, not quite as much coherence. Viego, a bit of a low tempo jungler, something we would not have expected necessarily from Griffin, and the Darius not having a whole lot of setup there. But apparently it doesn't matter who's winning draft in this series, Manny.
Well, actually, I think it does. What the thing is if you're a fan of one of these two teams and we say that your team has the better draft, you should watch out because apparently we're wrong.
Yeah, if it's a No Team draft, No Team loses. If it's a DGA draft, DGA loses. So, speaking of draft and game and Golden Guardians losing, I do want to talk about this first solo kill in the top lane. Manny, take it away.
Right. So if we want to run the replay here, I mean, this is vintage Dragoon Dragoon right gameplay right here. He walks into you at level 1 on Darius. I was seething as someone who gets, whenever I play autofill and ranked, I always wind up against a Darius. They do this to me, and it's just so brutal because you cannot walk to the wave, you can't contest anything, and he just kind of walks in you, and Tony Top's like, surely he can't just do this to me and win. And it turns out, yeah, he can. He just flashes in, gets the kill there, and it just feels so bad. I mean, not only does he lose the whole first wave, right? He's running Ignite on Renekton, so he's got to walk all the way back up there slowly, and it just feels sad. But listen, you got Dragoon on your team. This is a vintage Dragoon Darius game, and he did a great job. And
how did
sorry, go on.
No, I'm gonna say, how did this set No Team up a little more confidently in the last game to go for those dives and get ahead?
Well, originally we didn't really, if we want to go to this bot dive here, we didn't really think that this would be as strong of a laning game as it turned out to be. But it turns out No Team were able to, on the weak side here in the bot lane, pull off this really ridiculous dive that kind of sets this whole game into motion here. And this Galio ult here is pretty good. It allows them to really solo out Iconic here. And it's just really difficult here for Golden Guardians. They get 2 kills picked up here. And I believe Griffin actually in this skirmish ends up with 3 kills. And this just kind of starts the Viego snowball rolling. And at this point, it's something that they did a lot of the time here. This was proactive from No Team, but throughout this game, they were kind of punishing a lot of the proactive plays that Golden Guardians were doing. And after this, they were able to the reason they were able to do a lot of that is because of this play that got the Viego rolling so early, and it made it really, really difficult for GGA to play the game because Iconic was hitting his camps, but there's 3 kills on the enemy Viego, so at that point it becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, and it's pretty incredible too because that dive was extremely well executed by No Team, but I mean, triple ignite coming through here from Golden Guardians Academy, getting punished pretty hard. You already mentioned it on Tony Top having to walk back from the first blood, and then also no TPs to respond to the dive. Because even with the changes to teleport now in Season 12, they're still useful responding to dives. You can teleport to your tower at any time and answer those. So nothing being able to come through from a global perspective means that this Galio pick just gets that much more value. It seems like No Team, they did their homework. They found the dark technology. If you want to beat Golden Guardians Academy, you pick Galio, and it worked extremely well. They got super far ahead off of that bot dive, and even though there was a couple of fumbles towards the mid game, we saw a couple of overextensions on the top side that got punished, giving away some gold. They never really gave away the game, and if we can go to our final replay that we have here for you, it's the game deciding fight before Soul Scooped has finally come online, and this is just beautiful positioning here from the side of No Team. First of all, Dragoon getting hooked in and not able to be blown up is enormous, but look at the Galio and the Thresh working in tandem to zone out the front line. First, Tony Top is taunted, exhausted, Galio ulted, going in the Thresh, playing defense as well with the Yasuo here, and as soon as Scooped picks up 1 reset, it's 2, then 3, then 4, and it ends up being a massive quadra kill, and No Team not really looking back in the game from that point on. It was just beautiful to watch, really. And Golden Guardians Academy now, they tried to go for a bit more of an early game play, and I said before last game, the game plan is the same if you're No Team. Just don't fall behind catastrophically within 10 minutes. And this game had happened, and they outperformed Golden Guardians Academy in the team fights. They found the win. The series is now 1-1. Winner take all in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, it was really well played from Scooped in that fight. He positioned super well going into the Dragon Pit there. He knew that, all the big tanks on his team would have his back. But something I do want to point out there is, sure, Tony Top gets a nasty flank, but it's really, really hard for Golden Guardians to win that fight because nobody besides the Jinx, and if the Jinx positions well, she's not really scared of Renekton there. No one on GGA, on No Team, is at all scared of the Renekton there, and Iconic gets blown up before he can even get into the fight to Diana ult. So they have literally no dive, and the Jinx does 7,500 damage in that team fight, in part because after they don't blow up Dragoon, he gets an excellent ult on the Diana to execute her before she can ult, and it just means that, GGA have no prayer of getting to that Jinx, and Scoop can just run everybody down.
Yeah,
well,
and it's... Oh, sorry, go
no,
ahead.
you go. No, you go.
And it's a similar story to last game, where... the open qualifier, where Scooped, once he came online, was a massive carry for this team. No Team clearly has shown a very strong understanding of how to win team fights. They did it in this game. They did it in their first game where they lost in open qualifiers. Last game, they didn't have the chance to get there, right? But if this team is able to come online, Scooped can be a massive carry. You mentioned 7,500 damage is just a bonkers damage number. And so having an 80 carry like that on your team can be a huge plus.
Well, wrapping things up before we send it to a quick break before Game 3, I do want to hear you guys' thoughts. How does GGA adjust to, bring up the series to a 2-1?
Well, I think that for Golden Guardians, right, I think you kind of need to back off a little bit here on the what's a way to put this? The confident drafting, let's say. I don't think that they should first pick Diana again. I don't know how controversial of an opinion that is, but they did it 2 games in a row, and it worked out in the first game, but, in the second game they didn't. Now, once again, this is not a best of 5. This is a best of 3. This is match point. If you lose this game, you are out of this tournament, and you are an academy team. Golden Guardians cannot afford to lose this. They're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to, obviously, probably not first pick that Diana again, but also, listen, this is the type of hard-hitting analysis you can only get from this desk, right? And Golden Guardians, they haven't lost a game in this tournament to anything. They've only lost games to Galio, so they got to ban Galio. Clearly, they got to get it out of here. They're 0-2 against Galio.
Yeah, it's like Wheel of Fortune. Ban Galio, that's the answer. I mean, and they've legitimately struggled with it outside of the meme. Watching what Galio players have been able to do, it just seems like Golden Guardians Academy isn't quite sure how to protect their side lanes when they don't have mid priority. They're so used to Ryoma really dominating the mid lane matchup. And if you're not able to get such a strong laner like the Lucian that we saw in game 1, I feel like it gets extremely difficult for Golden Guardians Academy to play the game. And all credit to Blaze, he was the absolute focal point of game number 1 in all of the wrong ways. And here in game number 2, he picks the Galio and he plays phenomenally, setting up in particular for Griffin really, really well. So, if you're Golden Guardians Academy, your game plan doesn't change. It's win through mid. Shut down mid, you shut down Griffin, you shut down no team. It's simple. But if you're first picking Diana every game, I mean, this is the second game in a row where it's not really done anything. Yeah, you won game 1, but that was not because of the Diana first pick. It was because of the Lucian Blitz. And, you weren't able to find the same influential picks that you were on the Blitz in game number 1. Yasuo wasn't able to get going and everything fell apart. So whether that means you pick a little bit more scaling, which I don't think is necessarily the answer because we've seen how well no team can team fight, you just need to, pick some safer blinds. So that way now, if you either go to red side to get counter picks or if you stay on blue side, you can find counter picks at least for one of your lanes to try to find something to play around.
Yes, for sure. And I know you guys have heard of Taco Tuesday with our friends over at Taco Gaming, but I would like to propose to you No Team Tuesday, as they have a chance to, take this series 2-1. We're going to send it to a break though, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back with game 3.
Welcome back, everyone. And what a response from No Team, Dean. My goodness gracious. We're going to a game 3, but not without any style. No Team was able, they were able to dominate that on all fronts. I do want to say, I don't think there was an inherent MVP in that one because everyone had a role they needed to play and they played it to perfection.
I'd give it to Griffin, personally. I made my case for it before we even started the pause. But yeah, I agree with you. That was a well-oiled machine that had come out from the side of No Team, which is, I think, at least from my experience in watching this team quite a bit, is kind of how the team handles, right? Like, this isn't a team that's like, they're not going to super hard explode through one player individually. A lot of them are very talented, and they're able to come together very well for team fighting and things along those lines. So it's just about getting to that point in the game where they can actually start to begin to put their composition together as it needs to be. So I'm interested to see what Golden Guardian's response is to everything that has been coming about against the side of No Team, mostly due to the fact that, of course, they've gone for the same draft basically 2 games in a row. We know that's not always the style that they're willing to play. I'm curious just how different of a look that this is going to be from the side of Golden Guardians.
I am very curious as well, because we talked about these first two drafts and they felt very egotistical. They felt very arrogant. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and that game two was definitely pure arrogance coming in. The way things will shape up, our analyst test was saying some points, expecting Galio bans. The fact that Golden Guardians Academy haven't beaten a Galio yet. Saying to play more through mid. Hawk was really emphasizing that at that point. How do you see this play coming through?
It's an interesting just idea pretty much across the board. The fear here is Golden Guardian's previous strategy felt like it was countered by making sure Ryoma, who was kind of the centerpiece of both compositions, was not going to go explode, right? In game one, the Aphelios was kind of the one late game scaling option that they had on the side of Golden Guardians with the Stixay. Even Tony Top felt like the Gwen was also an option. Game two, the reason it felt a lot more ego is because they had nothing like that. They only had Ryoma, which is why that mid counterplay also happens. But now that they're on red side, you drum up more problems. Like, what if Stixay picks another scaling pick? What if Ryoma gets counterpicked? More terrifyingly, what if Tony Top gets counterpicked? And now all of a sudden you don't get Darius into Renekton, you get Darius into Jax, and he beats down the Darius somehow during the laning phase because he's an expert at that. Not that that matchup is ever going to come about, almost certainly, but just as it's a problem in theory here. Golden Guardians has so much they can change. I feel like no team actually has to be a lot more afraid of what's about to happen from Golden Guardians' perspective.
Yeah, because this is definitely a different perspective. It's going to be the first time Golden Guardians Academy are on the red side for this series. So it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up. First man coming in is going to be Gwen, Corki, and TF for no team, as well as LeBlanc and Diana. So taking away that Diana, making sure Iconic can't play it again, going after LeBlanc and the Renekton this time. So we'll take away the Croc as well.
Is it a first pick Viego is my question. I feel like Viego was really good for Griffin, and I'd be willing to see them go for it again. This is the other one was Caitlyn, which has been absent from this series for the most part. Now actually rears its head in game number 3. Scoop decides to take it up. They can move it into anything. Jinx, however, is a good enough champion into it to go crazy, and if they wanted to pair it with the combination of the Karma, they have an unreal amount of pushing pressure. They've got roaming pressure. They've got a great ADC for scaling, and there's not much that you could take alongside the Caitlyn that's going to be able to bully out a Jinx Karma lane. So I feel like that could be an insta-lock here if they really wanted it to be. I do like the fact that they just go for the Karma, then they're going to consider the second pick, because this is an amazing pick for Chime pretty much no matter what you're going to pair with it.
Caitlyn locked in for Scooped. Did play it a little bit in the open qualifiers, had some good success on it as the Karma, and Xin Zhao gets locked in. And Xin Zhao one is a more exciting one for me because Iconic has been playing a lot of Xin in this current season, and he's been pretty much dominating with this champion.
He has been. It's been a lot better. Again, our first two games weren't. The Diana hadn't popped up for Iconic for at least a little bit of time, or wasn't the most consistent champion that he's taken. This has been both the meta pick and also the Iconic pick for Iconic, obviously, inside of the jungle. And the response is Griffin's actually been on the other side of this. It's been both the Viego and the Trundle as the two options that I've seen that Griffin has really played into the most between these two, and opts for the Trundle just because, again, it's a front line. The pillar is incredible for being able to attack early, especially if you want to set up for mid lane pressure and things like that. If you control mages or anything Ryoma could bring out, so it's not shocking along those lines. And they're going to go for the Lux and the Lux and the Caitlyn. It's one of my favorite bot lane pairings. You have so much range and so much kill threat from these two, and it's kind of hard to find a perfect champion to fit into finding aggression. So instead, it is the opposite of that. They go, okay, we're going to put Ezreal on the bottom side, and now we're going to have Chime have the ability to roam anywhere, anytime he wants, because we've got nothing but safety on the bottom side.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn Lux is something that we have seen at least played a lot on the side of Stixay and Chime. Does provide that extra aggression, does provide a lot of it's hard to play against, man. That's all I can really say. It's kind of frustrating, and I think the Ezreal is definitely a good response to provide some protection to not be too choked out. It's not a champion we've seen him play a little bit too much. I believe he started playing it in Academy, but for him, the wheelhouse has always been around the Caitlyn, around the Aphelios, around the Jhin. It's still a champion he's proficient in as we head into the second phase of the draft.
To me, the Ezreal is a combination of two things. It is safety, and then also, again, it's allowing for Chime to leave. The problem with it is you have no wave clear against this combination of bot lane, and you're not going to have a lot of units that have the ability to contest the bot push that a Caitlyn Lux is going to be able to bring to the game, even with a Karma. So their option is, okay, we want to unlock Chime. We want something that's not going to be self-sufficient. So they opt for that. Stixay, perfectly capable of piloting a champion like this. He's got his experience under his belt, so he's able to go out and about. And hopefully this means that the combination combination of Iconic and Chime once again get to threaten the entirety of the map, especially because if you leave Caitlyn Lux to their own volition on the bottom side of the map, things go very poorly because all of a sudden Caitlyn gets to spike past that mid-game trough that everybody likes to talk about, and now you have the perfect siege in combination for anywhere on the map, and all of a sudden she's got 15 plates in her back pocket, and you've lost the game already.
All right, second phase of the draft. Bans coming out. No team really focusing onto that top lane, taking out Camille and Jax. Going to be getting Plank and Singe with response from Golden Guardians Academy as they lock in the Victor. So getting some zone control, grading that control mage over towards the mid lane. Waiting for the response to come out of No team for the time being.
I wonder if Vex is in the pool of Blaze here. It's not bad into this. It's helpful also for just getting a full-on engagement into the Victor, especially if you pair it with the Trundle. And more specifically, it's actually really good at just making sure that you can stick to the Ezreal in the backline, because it requires two different kind of disengages between the ultimate and everything else to get the Ezreal out of harm's way, especially with the range that Vex brings for diving into the backline. So those threats would be good. There's another one, though. Is the Zoe. Again, it's all about putting damage into these backliners to the best of your ability. Again, Vex has been kind of more, I think, general inside of this tournament, but Zoe players are all showing us time and time again what reason is that this champion just remains in the meta permanently. And not only that, but it also continues to compound on this massive range advantage that no team has drafted for.
Yeah, no team, so much range and such a strong front line on top of that. It's going to be very hard for Golden Guardians to have to push through that. They are definitely going to have to dictate the pace of the team fights to be able to find that. And the response from Golden Guardians Academy, Tony Top, is throwing down the gauntlet once again. He sees Dragoon, go for the Ornn, go for the Tinky Boy. No, we want the fight. Tony Top lobs in Fiora.
It's a situation in which I feel as though Golden Guardians look at this game and they say, what can we take here that rounds out this composition? We have decent range in a number of places. We have we've got a lot of wave clear to work with. We've got good poke. We're playing against a team that's going to siege against us really heavily, and we've got a long range engage in the Ornn. It's really painful to deal with this. So what do? What is the solution? Don't play a team fight. Give Tony Top a champion that he can absolutely demolish side lanes with, and let him go tear Dragoon to pieces. This is the preference pick. This is the counter pick. This is old school Tony Top. It's not the Jax, of course, but it is a split pushing pick that he is incredibly competent on, and I am for one super excited to see it. The rest of the composition is safe enough to not die to a lot of the poke. If the Victor is doing well and not down 5 kills by 14 minutes into the game, we should be okay with the Victor just wave clearing against this composition, and that buys so much time for Fiora to just try to win the game on her own.
And what worries me for No Team is it's going to be very hard to get some early presence onto this map. There is a lot of early wave control that you see from Golden Guardians. You know, the Karma can shove in waves quite effectively, as well as the Victor. No Team they just seem like straight up a poke comp and a team fight comp, and that's all they really want to play around.
It's a matter of where is Griffin striking on the map. I feel as though there's places to attack, right? Like you can drop a pillar behind Fiora, she gets slowed down. If Ornn's able to kind of compound with that, all of a sudden the Fiora's in some trouble. It's the same with Victor in the mid lane. You can set up for a bubble or something along those lines. In the bottom lane, you can actually get that going very quickly with the combination of the Caitlyn and the Lux, those two together. And it challenges, I think, the Xin Zhao a lot better. The early game doesn't feel bad necessarily for No Team. But like you said, I feel like there's no real place to find all this aggression. There's no actual we're going to set up this gank and we're going to go. It's just Griffin's ability to find and generate his own momentum in this game that's really going to get tested. And to me, that's where Iconic has to kind of come in. Iconic's job in this game, I feel like, is less so to get his lanes ahead outside of top lane and really more just to facilitate and make sure the early game doesn't go poorly. Because if it doesn't, you got Ezreal, you got Victor to rely on, you got Karma to help out your team composition. You're not dying most of the time because this team outside of the Ornn ultimate doesn't have the greatest of engage in the entire world. They got a lot of pick potential, but if you've got the vision control, you can rely on your Fiora to just win on the other side of the map.
And again, Iconic, he is no stranger to the Xin Zhao pick. He's been playing into the LCS lock-in. He's been playing it in Academy as well. He's playing it in this tournament a lot. This is a bread and butter pick for him, at least for this season so far. It's been the pick he keeps returning to. So it's going to be a pick that's definitely going to challenge the living daylights out of Griffin and the rest of No Team. And, if No Team are able to win off this, off Iconic being on that is a huge step up for them. That is a huge confidence booster. That is almost hinging your bets on the No Team to take the whole thing because, again, this is a challenge of a draft to work through.
To me, I feel as though No Team, their biggest asset is that they have a lot of, they've got really good wave clear to start off the game compared to their like opponents, especially on bottom side. Dragon stacking's got to go in their favor. When you've got Trundle into pretty much any AD jungler to start the game, you should have the ability to win that pure one-on-one, especially with support from your bottom side, and that means that Dragon's going to get unlocked really quickly. Stacking those Dragons, all of a sudden it gives you a bunch of pressure, because either A, you can start threatening for the soul point, or B, you get to start using, you know, Lux Binding, you start using Zoe Bubble, trap lines, things like that to control all of this kind of area in front of the Dragon Pit and just command so much respect from No Team or from the side of Golden Guardians, where all of a sudden if you're playing for these objectives and this Fiora hasn't already won the side lane and isn't threatening inhibitors and things like that, I mean, there's real problems. Like the Fiora has to start joining fights, you have to start flanking with that, and all of a sudden you're playing into this 5-on-5 comp, which is what No Team really wants you to do.
And it is a tricky one to lock down over on Golden Guardians Academy's side. You know, when you're trying to chase down this composition that Golden Guardians have drafted, you know, the Xin Zhao can provide that Crescent Guard to make sure that none of that long range is going to be that effective, as Real's a safe champion, as you mentioned earlier. But also you do get the movement speed boost of the Karma that can be used both defensively and offensively. There's a lot of tools for Golden Guardians to utilize here, and I personally like the way that they've gone for their draft. It doesn't really hinge on too much being set up. It has a lot that it self-executes.
On the other hand, however, I do feel as though if their Fiora isn't really set up to really drive this wedge in between the composition of what No Team has brought, it's really hard to execute on a Victor and then also an Ezreal into like a Caitlyn, Lux, and a Zoe because of how far back they can play the game, right? There's no melee champions really to deal with. Yes, you might be able to pick off Trundle, but there's nothing else to really accomplish in that regard. So I feel like it's also difficult to find yourself a true win condition here. Both teams end up on the bottom side, spotting each other out. A little tip of the hat on both sides, making sure nobody's going to fall into place too heavily. They're going to snag that ward as fast as they can. A little bit of gold back and forth between both teams.
I was getting ready for something exciting there, but yeah, go figure. Put the ward for safety. No first blood action going to happen within the minute as the reset does come in. Again, this is the final game, a best-of-3 series. Winner will proceed through the bracket stage. Loser will be going home.
I will also, I want to posit this because I think there's not too much importance behind this, but it's at least something to consider, which is that this isn't the most meaningful thing for Golden Guardians Academy, right? They don't have to walk into this game and say, we have to win this or our lives are on the line, because they've got Academy and they've got Lock-in still, and they've got plenty of League of Legends still to be played, right? For No Team, though, I mean, placing 8th would knock this team into a rough position. I already talked about the fact that, like, this team could end up losing players. They might have to play with different players in the coming split. Combined with the fact that, like, just in this tournament alone, they want to prove that they're better than a lot of teams. There's so much more stake, I feel like, on the side of No Team. Not to say that Golden Guardians doesn't have a reason to win, but they don't get points. They don't get all the kind of the goodies that would come about.
Exchange going down here as Jashuka gets chunked on damage. You always got to respect that Karma. The base damage can be massive. The Ignite being used as well. But lane control is going to go over to No Team's bot lane. So they do shove in the wave. An exchange going on over to the top side. This is what we wanted to see. Tony Top looking to punish that Ornn pick.
Yeah, you remember last game how it was in the exact opposite matchup that was actually proxied? Yeah, Tony Top remembers Dragoon. Tony Top doesn't forget that Dragoon, okay? You don't get to play Ornn in a matchup up against the Fiora with all this auto attack canceling and just walk away with it for free, so not going to have that one happen. Funny enough, actually, it was pretty interesting interaction. He killed the ward on bottom side, and because of that, he got level 2 before Tony Top did. And I was wondering why, because he was not in control of that wave at all. And I'm like, wait a minute, he had the ward from bottom side, and that gives you just enough to get level 2 on 6 minions instead of 7 minions.
Griffin going for the invade here. Starting to go into the jungle of Iconic. Will meet with him.
Hello.
Now the trades come in. It's pretty hard to deal with the one-on-one with Trundle. Waiting to get 3 Talon Strike knock up. There is the pillar. And there is Iconic's life. Might be going away. One more whack, and there it is, the thud. First blood goes over to Griffin.
Easy enough. This is the value of having a Trundle, right? It is so hard to fight him as a melee champion, and especially a melee AD champion. The Q gives AD drain. It's something that a lot of people... The W gives so much attack speed in the earlier levels of the gaming phase. And yes, you've got CC on Iconic. Look at that pillar. Knocks him right back into him. The smite actually hailed him more because of the W as well. Everything that could have gone right there for the Trundle is all based around this kit. And it's something that not a lot of people abuse super directly. I'm so happy to see Griffin. He's a young player, but he knows how to abuse the Trundle one-on-one matchup against another AD jungle. He puts pressure onto Iconic, and he's going to make sure to try to control this map. Again, that's his ideal of this game, is to try to pull some of these resources. You can see Jizuka is getting abused a little bit by Chime, but I do love the trade damage coming through from Scoop back and forth. This isn't just one directional damage. Both bot lanes are feeling the effects.
They are trading, but Scooped is getting lower. About 100 health remains. 300 health over on Stixay. They are going to be able to clear the wave. They do have the minion wave to be able to defend them. Not going to be in too much trouble, as well as having the rest of no team to show up in the spot side. The tower dive begins. Looking for the root is going to be Chime, able to find it. Jumping forward. It's going to be Stixay who will get the kill. Tries to find the double. Unable to get it. Blaze will find a kill on the Chime. 3 strong is no team. And that dive went completely awry as Stixay is able to get one on the backside.
Really, really incredible stuff from Stixay, being able to pull back 1 kill on that dive. That was looking disastrous. They had 4v2 on the bottom side underneath of that tower. It looked like it could have just been an easy kill against the Ezreal and the Karma, and all of a sudden, that means that the Caitlyn Lux just gets pure advantage on the bottom side. They can start breaking it loose. That 1 return kill is enough to help push that out. There's no real punishment to come off the back foot, and it's a massive CS advantage now for the Ezreal inside of this laning phase. Could have gone very topsy-turvy for the combination of Stixay and Chime, but those two handled that dive very effectively.
A great dive forward coming out from Stixay. Gets him a kill as he takes his recall now looking over back towards his top lane. Can't help but to notice how many times Dragoons had the EXP advantage early on, getting the level 5 before Tony Top. With this exchange here, we're not expecting to see too much because Dragoon's going to play it safer. He knows this is a counter pick. He doesn't want to risk anything. Tony Top will just be amounting a lot of control over towards his top side.
Yeah, it's already inside of the laning phase, even without having backed. Dragoon actually went for the Bramble Vest, which is going to shut down Tony Top's early pressure quite a bit. And I like this from Griffin. He's on a ward right now, but the intention of making sure that the Fiora is going to get shut out of this game, or slowed down at least, buys his team time to really operate on what they do well.
Ooh, here comes Chine. He's able to put down the root as well as the Mantrid Q, looking to get more damage onto Jashuka. And out from the wings, able to get the kill is going to be Ryoma.
Well played right there. Trundle back into the mid lane, was hovering topside. They knew he was there, so they were able to force in the mid side, and that opens up a bit more space in the mid lane to make sure that once again Chime actually gets a roam off. It was a great W for the root. I'm not sure if they slowed that down because they wanted to go come through. Scooped actually is in a really
He has no idea. He didn't see it coming. The blast plant was brilliant, and now Golden Guardians Academy going on to Scoop. They can't get any closer though because that pillar is doing some work. Out comes the Paddle Star, lands onto Iconic as Griffin continues the chase, waiting for his cooldowns to come back.
You never froze.
The root. Blaze tries to get it. Another Paddle Star into Iconic as he runs so critically low. Out comes the Piltover. It is not enough. Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands. Can't find the damage to follow through. Almost disaster for Golden Guardians Academy as they make their retreat from a tough situation.
Both teams right there under just an enormous amount of pressure. Somehow Scoop was able to turn that around into a situation where he was the one on the offensive after he almost got wrapped around on with that blast plant. Creative use from Golden Guardians, everybody getting out without having to burn too much. Impressive stuff on both sides. Really, really well played. I'm just noticing like all this interaction we've had on this map is leaving like this big CS gap in the mid lane. I'm not sure. Blaze already roamed down to bottom lane at least once. I think now twice with that one as well, and was down 20 minions after this wave, which is kind of insane to think about the Zoe being down this far. Yes, you have the kill in return, which is like 15 minions or something like that to make up for it. But now that the Victor has a kill as well after that mid lane play, everything is neutralized and Ryoma just has the pure advantage. You're not shutting out the wave clear that came about. I kind of want to see Griffin maybe start to put attention as well. So many places require attention from this Trundle. It's kind of painful to think about what going through Griffin's head because he wants to shut down the Fiora. He needs to shut down the Victor. He wants to help out his bottom lane.
It's a daycare, man. One's pantsing the other. One's trying to drink from the toilet. The other is upside down in the playpen.
There's something funny about a 15-year-old running a daycare, especially when they're all older than he is. Oh. You're not wrong, though.
Yeah. Grabbing the Scuttle now, trying to make a recall is going to be Blaze, but instead looks to cancel it, potentially trying to set up a play onto Ryoma over here. Waiting in the wings, Ryoma, not sure if anyone's really waiting. Control Ward there is going to give some sort of tip-off that a play is being set up. Jashuka will clear it, but Ryoma going to play it safe.
More importantly, Jizuka actually gets to roam up the top side here, which I think is pretty important because, again, it's set up for the Rift Herald. No team really wants to try to take some of these early game objectives. I think Dragon is going to end up being more important, but this is another one that they can use to try to get ahead of the Ezreal and the Victor before anything goes too awry.
Trying to defend the tower is going to be Dragoon as the lane swap does come out, putting pressure over towards the top side. Is going to be No Team as they send their bot lane over top, transferring that pressure to grab the Rift Herald. Griffin able to get that, and now headed towards that top side. Tony Top still under the tower, looking to spawn that Rift Herald and grab the plates. Get more over for Scooped. Potential setup is there. No one to back up Tony Top over for Golden Guardians Academy, so Tony Top will play the safe, will not challenge any of this.
No, it is a trade-off of sides of the map. They just decide to put some additional gold into Stixxay's pocket. They're going to give up the first tower. The worst part about all this also is that this is a solid play from No Team because it also denies a fair amount of gold to Tony Top. They could just continue pushing this if they wanted to, if there's no support to come out. And you can see now that Stixxay and Chime, or my apologies, it's actually Iconic and Chime, who are on their way to the top side, but not before the play comes through onto Tony Top. Thankfully, he gets to queue out. But another charge and more pressure, more minions denied, hopefully, to the Fiora. Really smart gameplay from No Team, making sure to take some of the wind out of the Fiora sails while simultaneously getting their bot lane further ahead.
And Rebel, look at the bot lane over at Golden Guardians Academy. Just 2 plates picked up off of that exchange. That's a whole tower and another charge onto the inner, done by the side of No Team. It was a great pickup coming from their side. Poor response coming out of Golden Guardians Academy, trying to find something more as they start invading the jungle of Griffin. Throwing out the mantra, there is the snare. The ultimate's going to be used. Subjugate over the wall with the audacious charge. 3-tone strike for the knock-up. And there comes the Crescent Guard, just getting some bonus damage to take down Griffin.
Good play. Just seeing that, like, everything across the map after the reset means that they can track, Griffin into his own jungle and find a play. And now maybe I would say they could try to push and try to put some more into Tony Top, but they really can't right here. The Oran's going to show up any second now. I do want to point out, just as a response to what you had said a second ago, yes, they only got 2 plates on bottom side, but actually Riomo has picked up 3 plates off the mid tower on his own. So the Victor is insanely powerful. The Ludens is already done. That's your wave clear as well, which is feeling very great. So it's Scooped who picks up a good amount, but again, the gold is split between 3 members of No Team, as opposed to 3 plates of gold being thrown into Riomo's back pocket and 2 plates being thrown into Stixxay's back pocket. I think it ends up actually being helpful for Golden Guardians, especially with the Rift Herald usage. Now, this is where the real advantage is taken, is when they get these dragons and they can start to use their pick to their advantage to the best of their abilities. I think that's going to be humongous for this team eventually.
A good use of the mantra Q. It's going to be comboed with that True Shot Barrage, but now Stixxay has to Arcane Shift over the wall to get back to safety, trying to get whatever chip damage he can onto Scoop. But Scoop versus Stixxay in this matchup has been so exciting to watch. Just them trying to dodge each other's skill shots, the Piltover Peacemaker. The Q is coming out from Ezreal. Mystic Shot, there we go. Forgot the name for just a second. And you can tell there's definitely a high-level play from both of these ADCs. Is catching out Jashuka before he's able to make the recall. Will not get the light binding. Stixxay is looking to capitalize onto this. Wants the auto, but the minions stop him. A great minion block on your team, Jashuka. They will save you. You got to give them a raise.
Yeah, a couple of times the minions have been helpful inside of a series like this. You got to see that in the last game, too. Right there, I think also the flash was considered from Stixxay, because he still had it to potentially get past that minion wave and throw an auto and a Q out. That's why the W is thrown. But ultimately, just not wanting to give that one up. Instead, they're just going to continue to take the push, because that forced Jizuka on a bad back timer to back, and Scooped now had to absorb this waves. Yeah, like you said, staggered. And the biggest thing about this is now they get to crash 2 different waves, a little more damage onto Scooped, and it's going to buy an amazing back timer for Stixxay and Chime here in a second, where they're going to be able to come back in tandem with one another, go anywhere on the map. If Chime wants to roam, he can, but the biggest part, again, is just taking those 2 away from one another in one collective play. Amazing!
Barrage! Stixxay snipes it on the Blaze!
He flashed too! Look at it, he flashed out of position, he saw it coming, and he was able to get out of the way, but he missed his flash! He wasn't able to get out of the way of the True Shot Barrage. Stixxay, what an ultimate right there to shut down Blaze!
Wow!
Even more preventing his back timing. They are putting him in this series. But Stixxay, what an ultimate!
I saw it coming on the mini-map. I almost didn't believe it, but the closer it got, the more I was like, this is landing, dude. Blaze going down. That feels terrible behind his own tower. He did get a recall, just not the way he anticipated.
And look at it. Again, so much roaming had actually come out from Blaze. I think I've seen him out of lane 3-4 times during this game. And Ryoma, again, picking up those 3 tower plays, being able to farm the way that he does, having all the experience that he does, and being able to know what this mid lane matchup is supposed to be. The Victor's up 40, 50 CS at this point. He's got 3 solo plates in his back pocket. This Victor's so strong.
Ooh, and Ryoma looking to outplay this one. Puts out his ultimate, flashes away. Griffin unable to get onto him. You can tell they're trying to stop this Victor from snowballing anymore. As the final spark goes out on the Chime, who's just gathering some vision for the time being. A little bit of a supportal combat going off. But the expiration of the sweeping lens will mean that he cannot get that ward. But will make an attempt to go after Blaze. Throws out the Mantra Q, just gets some chip damage. But yeah, that lead onto Ryoma Rebel, it is insane at this point.
It's absurd. It sets him up for such an amazing mid and late game because they've done nothing to slow it down. And again, he's the wave clear. He's supposed to be the one that controls things. Chime actually finds an angle on Jashuka.
Ooh, great angle. Great true shot barrage. Great lunge forward from Stixay to be able to grab that pick. And now without a support, you got to bail from that tower. It is forfeit. Golden Guardians looking to claim it.
And no team hasn't been able to capitalize really heavily on bottom side at all. They've just been getting bullied off by Stixay and Chime. They knew how to play this lane, and they've done a very fantastic job of it. You can see the tower's about to go down. Pretty much all of that was in Stixay's back pocket. All the gold, all the plates, and the tower gold on its own is going to be in the Ezreal. Exactly where you want it to be. That combined, again, with this huge lead that Ryoma is commanding, their 2 late game options are online. You can see they are the 2 highest gold recipients in the entire game, and then 3rd on the team and 5th in the game right now, Tony Top, he's getting there as well. Soon enough, he's going to be a legitimate threat in the side lane up against the Ornn, and he's not going to be able to stand there up against that. Everything that Golden Guardians needs to really make this composition tick is online, is going in this game.
And no team are doing their best to grab whatever objective they can, and that focus is going to be towards the Rift Herald. Golden Guardians Academy are going to be the wiser to this one. They're starting to come to that position. It's now a little bit of a race for no team to be able to finish this off before Golden Guardians get there. But Golden Guardians have arrived. The Rift Herald picked up, but here comes the team fight as the final spark goes out, as well as the Call of the Forge God. Knock up from the 3-talon strike onto Griffin. A great return from Dragoon to try and delay this fight, to try and buy some time for no team to be able to make their escape. And a great escape it was from no team. They only sacrificed their support in the process, but they get the Rift Herald and they get out.
No team, yeah, I think this could have gone disastrously for them. Things got a little bit terrifying there in the midst of everything. It's not, okay, this should be over because they shouldn't be able to, oh, Scoop actually gets stopped. I was thinking he was much further through that ult or that back animation than he was. I think it's really fortunate for no team. The fact that they only lost Jizuka during that process and they were able to pull away the Rift Herald was about as good as you could have possibly hoped that situation to go. That was really close to being disaster. Dragoon saving it with the ultimate combined with a bit of play from every single person being able to walk out. It's not huge for no team, but again, it's free gold in your back pocket, a tower that you could potentially take at some point, and it's also denying further. If you wanted to help Tony Top out, you just give him Rift Herald, and all of a sudden, if the Ornn steps out of line, you just throw the Rift Herald down, and an entire tower, maybe 2 entire towers get taken at a side lane. So denying that possibility from Golden Guardians.
Oh, there's the stun, able to get it as they go forward. The Crescent Guard to try and tear apart this team, and tearing apart, they will exactly do. Golden Guardians able to grab 2 in both Griffin and Blaze, showing out the true shot barrage. It will not land. Flash forward coming out of Chime.
Oh!
The laser is there, and so is Stixay able to get that kill onto Jashuka. That is 3 down for no team, with no one to defend this siege. No one to defend the Drake that is being taken by Iconic right now. A great foot on the map for Golden Guardians Academy as they get their lead to about 5K.
I talked about it earlier about just how much range the no team has had, but I was actually baffled right there about just how far away Stixay, Ryoma, and Chime could all do damage from in return, especially when you're sieging up against the tower like that. Iconic with the amazing flash in to cut that team in half entirely, but then one by one, Stixay, Chime, Ryoma all picking out the perfect target and bringing them down instant by instant. There is no defense against it if you encroach upon their space. They pinch them against their own tower, and they just start throwing skill shots, and they win that battle in this situation, which is humongous. Golden Guardians sitting on 6k gold advantage. They are massively ahead in this game, and their Fiora is not even going quite yet. When the Fiora gets going, all of a sudden you're splitting Dragoon into bad places on the map and trying to get him into a team fight, and that's just going to lead to your side lane either going down, or it's going to lead to your team fights being disastrous the way they have already.
And this is definitely desperation right there. They know Tony Top hasn't gotten that far ahead, so they're going to put their attention over towards this top side. But Tony Top is able to walk away. This was a lot committed for No Team to get nothing, so they're going to try and continue with the siege. But Golden Guardians Academy are walking towards this side of the map. Jashuka not far off. Iconic over the wall.
Oh my goodness.
The tower will be grabbed, but here comes Iconic. Jumps right onto Scoop, but Scoop will live. They're barely able to hop away from Tony Top. Call the Forge God just runs Iconic right down. Final Spark goes out, and No Team, they've suddenly found it. They found their way to try and get kills, but Ryoma has shown up to the fight, and so has Stixay. These are Fed members on the side of Golden Guardians Academy, and they are feasting on the lives of No Team. Trying to run away using the blast plant will be Dragoon, will be able to hop over, but Ryoma has his number, will chase him down, putting down the gravitational field, gets a little bit of a slow, one more Q to go out, looking for more of the paddle star, but Ryoma is dominating as he picks up Dragoon.
And it's No Team who are looking for something to grasp onto, something to bring them back into this game. And I think they're trying to shut out Tony Top. They're at least trying to close off this opportunity for a side lane to really go against them. But it's Golden Guardians who, again, continue to pick away at this team. This team fight, especially, Scoop almost goes down, where not for an amazing flash, actually, or an amazing 90 caliber net. He would have gone down to Tony Top immediately there. And the middle of this fight looks great, but that's because Ryoma and Ezreal and Stixay have not arrived at all. When those two get to this fight, it is nothing short of disaster in the slightest. Two members went down. You could see the zoom out. Ryoma literally teleports into almost the middle of three full members, not terrified at all because of just how far ahead he is. Stixay gets to do the exact same thing on the back line, and they've got nowhere to run. There's nowhere to go. No one's going to save this No Team, unfortunately, and that includes Zoe, who in the mid lane tries to throw damage, half health Ryoma, but it just doesn't matter because they don't have the damage to fight against them.
Threat in the front, threat in the back, not a thing No Team could really do to find their way to take a win in that last team fight. Now focusing over on the top side, the tower will be taken down as Ryoma will continue to push this wave. Side lane control going over to Tony Top, catching a wave on the bottom lane. Will start to push that in. No Team standing as a unit of 3, walking away from the Drake area. No real vision established there. They're trying to catch out Stixay in the process as Ryoma continues to siege over towards this top lane. Stixay over the wall. No one really spotting him out now. No vision onto him. Will get scried upon as the ace in the hole goes out. Doesn't get too much damage. Able to arcane shift away and get to safety as the light binding goes out. So does the final spark. But it's going to be one down. Stixay has fallen. If they find Ryoma, they can very easily get a team fight win on the back end of this. But there is the damage Ryoma brings to a team fight as he eviscerates Griffin and looks to find more. Blaze goes down as well. And Golden Guardians Academy, they bring the attitude. They bring defeat to No Team.
How do you fight back against this team? You brought somebody down at the very beginning. Stixay is one of the highest gold members, and he's the safest, and they pick him off immediately, but it doesn't matter. There's too much gold and too many members. There are 2 carries that are just absurdly fed, and Ryoma's the other one, gets to walk in. Not to mention, there's still gold in the back pocket of Tony Top to work with as well. They don't have to worry about it, but you can see the damage charts on the left. Ryoma is a real, honest threat to every member of the enemy team. I feel like he can one combo just about anyone on No Team, and there's nothing they can do without it. They have to kill both. They spent everything giving Stixay. Once that was gone, you gotta pull out of that fight, but they didn't. They waited too long. The teleports came through. The reinforcements were there, and Golden Guardians find yet another win in that top side jungle. They find another tower on the top side as well to get Tony Top further into this game. It is nothing but disaster at this point for No Team. It's not looking good for their prospects to continue and take this to a 2-1 in their favor.
Ryoma and Stixay just too far ahead. So much gold into their pockets. The way they've been playing this game, the way they've been positioning has been beautiful, has been pristine. And now Golden Guardians Academy positioning around this Chem Drake that is spawning as they will go deep into the jungle of No Team. Get all this deep vision in. Dragoon not realizing that there are sharks in the water. They begin to surround him. Ryoma will begin the dive. Looks for Dragoon. Dragoon looking to jump away. Iconic on the chase. Unable to find much else as the flash is burnt out of Dragoon, but that wasn't the objective. Focus wasn't to kill him. It was to take the tower, and Stixay will grab another.
Barons on the other side of the map, they're forcing it down, and they need to be. But I don't think they care. I feel like they're just going to go for bottom lane inhibitor. They might even try to close the game. They don't have a wave right now is the one problem that they've got.
Oh my goodness.
There's no wave, right? There's just no, okay, yeah. Nothing like that. They knew the Baron was getting taken the entire time. They're going to grab the bottom inhibitor. They're actually going to grab mid lane as well. this is really interesting because like usually you're like, oh, Baron, yeah, that's great. 2 inhibitors is just a death sentence, right? At this point, it's 22 minutes. You don't have the wave clear to fight against an Ezreal and a Victor when they poke into your base, right? And they can also go get this dragon on their way out, be able to take that one as well. This is not good for no team. They're going to be shoved into their base. They have no control of the map anymore whatsoever. It's all the gold that's going to be heading into the pockets of Golden Guardians Academy in exchange for the Baron. That to me, the best thing you could say about that Baron is it gave them some gold, and it prevented Golden Guardians from getting that Baron.
Now Golden Guardians, as they're able to grab that Drake, it will be the second Drake in no position that they were in the last game when it came to Drake Souls, now having the advantage, having the lead. No team, same story cannot be said. Inhibitor down in the mid lane, inhibitor down in the bot lane. If Baron ever comes back up and that side lane pressure is coming out of Tony Top, it is going to be disastrous. It's going to be so hard to get towards that Baron when you have super minions knocking at your bottom, super minions knocking in the mid. At this point, I don't even think the next Baron does spawn, though, because Golden Guardians have such a strong lead, and they've been so surgical in trying to cut no team out of this tournament.
The game is not unbridgeable at 5k. The reason this is so hard for the side of no team is just that this composition is hard to breach, right? We talked about it. This is a team that kind of plays itself when it comes to the team fight, because like Xin Zhao can block a bunch of long-range damage, and you've got an absurd amount of long-range damage, and shielding to come out from the Karma. Like, there's nothing easy about the way to attack Golden Guardians Academy, which I think is really important in a game like this when you need to be. The only benefit they've got right now on the side of no team is that with no structures, there's no more gold to take, right? Like, there's basically no ambient gold. And number 2, they've got good pick potential. If they can use the Lux or the Zoe bubble, they've got penetration on both of those characters. They've got potential crit shots coming out from Scooped, who's almost onto 3 items. That is the only long shot that they've got, is potentially to look for something like that.
Ooh, here comes the ultimate Grand Challenge going to be used by Tony Top. Dissuades Dragoon from going any more forward. Call the Forge God still available. Grand Challenge will not be available for Tony Top. Siege continues pushing in those waves in the mid lane. Pushing in those waves in the bot lane, trying to get those super minions to crash into the base of no team. Over the wall, the damage so big. Ryoma, such a threat. The Cupcake Traps doing quite a bit of work there to try and prevent Golden Guardians Academy from going forward. But they don't have the siege they would really want to defend against Golden Guardians Academy, because even if you get close to those minion waves, there's so much range on the side of Golden Guardians Academy that can come out, specifically from Stixxay landing these Mystic shots. But now it looks like it's time to pull the trigger. The engage comes out. Tony Top now going to be completely on the run as Griffin dives in. Crescent Guard will knock him back. Dragoon tries to get in. Gets the knock up onto Stixxay, but no one can follow up in time except for Blaze, who lands the paddle star onto Stixxay. He will go down, but you need Ryoma. We talked about this before. Ryoma's starting to get low, and no team are starting to find some fight left in them. Tony Top's going to teleport in. Got low earlier. Was able to take the recall. Got back to the mid lane. Now shoving in those waves, going to push the waves over towards the top side so they can continue trying to clear out these waves, trying to stop this siege, trying to close out what could be the end for their chances in the circuit qualifier.
There was a filthy little trick that was done by Golden Guardians right there. That bottom lane wave was double stacked with siege minions, and that was going to be a huge threat. No team understood this, and they had to fight. There was no other alternative. If they don't fight there, they get pushed in mid and bot by Tony Top with 2, 3, 4 simultaneous waves stacked up, and top lane tower gets pushed at the same time. You probably just have to give up top lane tower and top lane inhibitor. There was no other choice if you don't take a fight right there. I can respect that they end up trading mid laner for bot laner. They get another kill into the back pocket of Blaze, and a bit of fight comes back. But that was necessary to happen. A very necessary evil was just the 1-for-1 trade. They prevent the top lane push. The mid and bottom inhibitor are both going to be able to respawn soon enough. The Dragons are still going to be enough to be able to start this game into a decent position where they're not going to lose outright. Tony Top fancies chances against Dragoon. He's doing a lot of damage with those ultimates.
There's no tower. There's no protection. He needs his team to be able to help him out there. This team does show up, but there comes the gravitational field looking for the stun. Dragoon barely able to get away, but Scoop is so low. He's burning. He will be able to get to his respawn, but that is his support that just got decimated. Now Ryoma backs up, gets away from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The Paddle Stars are not finding their mark, but Golden Guardians are finding the base of no team. As another one falls, Griffin, Blaze, only Scooped left. Ryoma's gonna try and find him. He doesn't care if he goes down. He's got a 700 gold bounty, but no team doesn't have a Nexus. Golden Guardians Academy taking this series.
all off the back of that bottom side, the play was being set up around the dragon about a minute in the future, right? They just step back up into the mid wave, step back up into the bottom wave, then walk back to dragon. They get their third, and all of a sudden you get to soul point, especially chem tech points. They're 5 minutes from a victory, right? But they step up too far, end up losing, and then that's all that's the Golden Guardians just win a game. Once the Ornn is down, once there's nothing there to frontline, they just walk in with their champions and they take an easy dub. I can appreciate the fight that was there from No Team, because there was a very legitimate chance that game got a lot more scrappy if that went any longer. And I'm sure Golden Guardians had some recollection of what happened the first time they played in open qualifiers, didn't want a repeat of that, so instead they just clamped things off. Every member again performing. Ryoma today especially, though, had some amazing performances. That Victor in the third game was immaculate.
That Victor was disgusting. Throughout a lot of those team fights, I kept bringing it up, right? It's not enough to take Stixxay. You have to take Ryoma as well. If you don't find him, you lose the team fight, and that it was the case. Ryoma had enough damage to blow through anyone on No Team. Those health bars had no chance at what Ryoma was able to bring to those fights. He was definitely a disgusting part of this, but also props to Stixxay, because some of those mid-game snipes were disgusting. The one that he landed onto Blaze, who was backing behind his first tower, that was gross right there. And those are the type of plays that just really start to slowly snowball that lead ahead.
Yeah, Stixxay had great performance in game number 3. I want to throw it up to Chime as well, who I think even into the last moments of the game had highest kill participation on his team, because he was just a monster across the map once again. Every member of Golden Guardians showing off a little bit during the course of this series. I think really having a very solid performance against a team that was surging and having some really solid effects. To the side of No Team, again, this is a roster of players that came together. They're of their own volition. They came to represent themselves and to represent Amateur, and they did a damn good job of it. I got to give them props. They had a lot of moments during the series where they looked like they were contestable. I think the thing that caught them off guard today was that mid lane pressure. They weren't expecting Blaze to absorb that much pressure from so many angles during the beginning of this day. If it weren't for that, or if they had game planned for that a little bit more, I think it was possible that could have been even 2 more contested games in 1 and 3. But ultimately, Golden Guardians, when they weren't deciding to ego draft like in game number 2, they really showed what they were made of.
Yeah, hats off to No Team for their display within this tournament so far. You know, in the open qualifiers, they only fell to Maryville, and I believe it was 100 Thieves next, which is, you know, nothing to really scoff at. Taking losses there, for a, basically a pickup group, that was more of an intended outcome. What wasn't as expected, was exactly how they were going to do as they work through this bracket. They made it through the groups, they got into the bracket stage, and they faced one of the scariest teams within this tournament and took them to 3 games. They have nothing to be ashamed about as they leave this tournament here today. It was a great performance by them.
They did. They really did. I think everybody in Amateur should be proud of the way the players were able to play today. Golden Guardians, they showed why they're Academy players. They showed why they have the experience. They showed why they're on LCS lock-in right now by flexing a little bit, not only in terms of not only flexibility, but also just individual skill, team play, things like that. We're all flexed a little bit by Golden Guardians today. No Team showing that they at least had the ability to compete up against some of the best. And Golden Guardians now continues into the tournament. They get to walk into the semifinals, which should be an exciting bout when we get to figure out who their opponent is. And until that moment, I mean, we got another series a little bit later today to decide another one of our semifinalists.
But first, our analysts would like to break down the series that just transpired before us, because that was some pretty intense stuff. I do not envy you to be able to break down that one. Izzy, rest of the analyst desk, go ahead and take it away.
All right, welcome back to the desk. Golden Guardians Academy took the win against No Team in that final game 3. We have thoughts, especially on the draft. Manny, just kick us off with that.
Yeah, so taking a look at the draft, we once again kind of cursed the team that we thought had the better draft at the start, but this was kind of after first rotation because we weren't big fans of GGA's first round bans here. We were like, wait, they're just going to ban the Diana themselves and give over B1 Caitlyn? Like, I'm not really much of a fan of giving over Caitlyn on this patch under any circumstances, right? The fact that they got that and Trundle and Lux, Trundle does a fantastic job of setting up Caitlyn Lux. We were like, wow, No Team is kind of smurfing on this draft. And then afterwards, though, we kind of changed our mind a bit after we saw how the comp was rounded out. I know neither of us were huge fans of the Zoe pick into that team because it just becomes really hard for them to kill GGA's backline, because it's like, okay, you've got Poke, but like what else, right? How are you ever going to get onto their backline? It didn't really work, and unfortunately, we did see GGA kind of won their lanes, and it became pretty impossible for no team to kill them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Hawk, I hope you're feeling okay after your predictions went a little south. We appreciate the spirit of amateur here. I want you to break down this early game because it did feel like, no team didn't immediately fold over. So I want you to talk a bit about this first blood.
It was a little heartbreaking. I mean, no team played a good game. It felt like, at least early on. It was there was a good fight in them. In particular, I want to bring it to that first blood that Griffin had because it was a great pathing by Griffin. He identifies that the Xin Zhao is going to want to path towards the Caitlyn lane to start attacking that early on and try to keep them down. And the most natural way to do that, Red Raptors Gromp, Xin Zhao, bread and butter. You hit level 3 real quick and can go for anything that you really want. So Griffin, he susses that out. He does his own 3 camp clear, walks right in and takes a great first blood right there. So really nicely done by Griffin to start getting his team ahead. But it just felt like sort of the story of the game almost, where no team would make plays that looked good and they'd lose out. I mean, for example, there was a 1-for-1 bot dive as well where Blaze got a kill, but he also dropped like 3 waves mid and ended up being down 35 CS at 10 minutes again. And then at 15 minutes was down 50, which is not exactly what you want to see. And all credit to Golden Guardians. It just felt like they always knew what they needed to fight for and what they were okay to give up. And so no team oftentimes reaching too far into the cookie jar and not really getting that much as they wanted. So here's that replay of the first blood. Griffin simply using his priority, able to walk in and take down the Xin. Unfortunately, replay crashing a little bit right there.
No
but
worries.
Yeah.
I think you're telling of that. Oh, we did get it.
We're back. All right. We got the replay. Yes, Griffin coming in. He has a sweeper. He knows that he clears just that little bit faster than Iconic. And Trundle, very good into the Xin Zhao for exactly this reason. You're able to just stat check him early, forces out the early smite, flash, follow, chomp, auto attack, dead. Karma has nothing to say about it. And it just puts Griffin very far ahead in tempo, and he's able to use that to take things like First Dragon, like First Rift Herald. But as I was saying, there just wasn't really enough gas in the tank from no team to get over that finish line. And like Manny said, you can't kill an Ezreal with a Karma behind him with the composition that you had drafted.
And speaking of the unkillable Ezreal, Stixay absolutely popped off on this pick, and I know in later team fights it definitely showed. Manny, do you want to talk a bit about the Ezreal pick and how GGA worked in those team fights?
Yeah, so you can kind of see it here in this fight if we want to roll that that replay. It basically becomes just very hard for the for no team compositionally to actually deal with this Ezreal, right? Because I was asking, I was asking myself, right, during the thing, it's like, how do you ever get on this Ezreal, right? How do you ever kill this Ezreal? Who kills Ezreal, right? And the answer is Stixay, really, is like the one that stands the best chance of killing Ezreal. It's just, there's no threat onto him at all from this comp if he is, positioning well and just playing out the matchups right. And, Chime kind of is Karma Gaming right here, running in, trying to finish off Scooped. And even though this fight looks like it starts to go well for no team, it doesn't matter just because Ryoma and Stixay are just so big. And Stixay got to a point in this game where he was just actually unkillable. And a lot of credit for that goes to Chime with how he played out that early lane phase where, if Caitlyn Lux is able to hit a binding, they can win that trade, right? But for the most part, in terms of raw DPS, Ezreal Karma does win that, and they were able to play that matchup perfectly. They were able to get Stixay ahead, and at a certain point, he just kind of became unstoppable. He did die once, but we don't talk about that. The game was nearly done by then.
Yeah, and I want to follow up on that too, because you said a name that I feel like we haven't really talked about as much as maybe justice is deserved for here on the Analyst Desk is Chime. Game 1, the Blitzcrank. We talked about how it was maybe a mistake on no team allowing the tower dive to happen, but the wherewithal from Chime to make that play happen and then go back a minute and a half later and get 2 kills for Lucian early on. In game 3, punishing the Lux, looking extremely good on this Karma, keeping his carries alive. Even in the game 2, I feel like playing the Blitzcrank fine, all things considered, just when everything's kind of collapsing around you. So, I mean, Chime showing that he is absolutely, I would say it's pretty safe to say the best support in the tournament. Really making a name for himself here, and just a beautiful game on the Karma.
Yeah, and if you're no team, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? You took GGA to 3 games. They're an academy team. As far as as far as amateur teams go, I mean, they've done a great job showing up and showing that, hey, we can compete with these guys. On a good day, right? They had a game, and that's more than a lot of teams have been able to say against Golden Guardians this tournament. So, no team, they got a lot. They got a lot to work on, but at least they showed up, and they did scare Golden Guardians for sure, because they were very close to being out of this tournament in quarterfinals, which we wouldn't stop talking about for a while had it happened.
Yes, well, it was a great series. I'm so glad it went 2-1, wasn't that full 2-0 stomp. We're going to send it to a very, very brief break, and then I'll be back joined by Acadian for a short interview.
All right.
All right, welcome back. I am joined today by Acadian, Golden Guardians Academy head coach. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Congrats on the win. You guys are rocking kind of a crazy competitive schedule right now. How are you and the squad holding up?
Honestly, today was pretty hard. We all got our COVID boosters yesterday, so a lot of the team had like really bad sleep. And today was pretty stressful. So I'm just really happy that we were able to get the 2-1 and go next day fast. So
Yeah, for sure. Well, it definitely feel like out of all the teams, Golden Guardians Academy can definitely put up with the pressure competing so many days a week. Are there any major advantages to competing in all these different events all at once? Have you guys really found your groove as a team?
Yeah,
How
I
is
think
the
well, we weren't initially planned to play LCS lock-in. That wasn't part of my calculations when I decided to enter this tournament with the team. But as far as I could tell, last year I watched some of the academy teams enter, namely Golden Guardians Academy and EG Academy last year in spring. I was playing, and when I was in spring, I watched them play, and I thought they were pretty bad teams. And they played in a bunch of the amateur tournaments and played in a lot of these like real matches. And I thought that they came out of it way better, like way stronger than they were before. So my thought was just play as many real matches as we can early on to kind of speed up the process of gelling and having to play in like high pressure situations together. And yeah, I mean, I think so far it's been working pretty well.
Yeah, so were you the main factor in that decision to enter in this circuit qualifier?
I think the assistant coach Gito and I both talked about it, and that was our opinion. We both kind of agreed on that, and then brought it up to the team, and then everyone just agreed to play. So, kind of. I mean, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys are looking good for sure. A big topic of discussion on the analyst test today was that on the side of no team, a lot of their resources go into Griffin, their jungler, and so your response was on a Diana on Iconic for games 1 and 2. Worked more in game 1 than it did in game 2. Do you want to talk about the draft a bit today and some of the strategy and approach to this series?
Yeah, I think. I think specifically game 2. I mean, honestly, props to their team or their coach, whoever did the draft. But I think their comp played really well into what we picked. We wanted basically like a dive comp, and they had Galio for counter engage, Thresh for counter engage, and then Darius, that's where he likes, where he doesn't have to kite anyone. So the game 2 draft was pretty hard to play out 5v5s, but I think we just fell back to like more of a standard style where we just play like mage with bot lane focus draft, and we were able to win with that one. So
Now, despite such a stressful day, if there's any one player or even other team as a whole that anything you'd like to shout out and say that you're really proud of thus far in the tournament, yeah, how is everyone holding up, and what is your message to the players?
yeah, I mean, I'm just happy. I'm proud of everyone for winning the third game. I think it was a pretty stressful day, so just happy we got through it and we got the dub. Also, Tommy's been playing really well, just in general. He's been gapping everyone that he's played against pretty much so far. So just shout out to him for good performances, and shout out to the team to come together and get the win.
Well, best of luck on your upcoming semifinals against the winner of the Taco Gaming and Immortals AoE series. That'll be playing over on Academy shortly. Yeah, just best of luck and have a great season.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the desk. We're on our second best of 3 for quarterfinals for Unified Proving Ground Circuit Qualifier 1. We've got Winthrop up against Wildcard Gaming after an exciting 2-1 series with Golden Guardians Academy and Team No Team. What are y'all's thoughts heading into this best of 3?
Well, I'm actually really intrigued because this is the last collegiate team up against one of the major amateur teams in the scene. Wildcard was absolutely running the table last summer, in a lot of the events, and so I'm really excited to see what Winthrop is able to do because they've sort of come into this quarterfinal now as some upstarts almost, upsetting IMT AOE and Dare in their group. To be able to make it out as the first seed, and then Wildcard maybe being a little bit quieter than people have expected means that this matchup is closer than I think our pre-tournament expectations had accounted for.
Yeah, Winthrop definitely looked like a bit of a dark horse this tournament, and the reason that the way I'm going to attempt to explain this, right, is kind of the dynamic that being a collegiate team kind of brings to you, right? As a collegiate captain myself, right, and someone that's also used to play in the amateur scene. I find it a lot more enjoyable to play on a CLOL team than I did to play on an amateur team, and here's why. It's because it fosters a much better team environment. Personally, it's not like the turnover for collegiate is not like it is for the rest of amateur. It's not like well, I go to Winthrop, like my mid laner did bad. Let's kick him, move out of your dorm, go. You can't really do that to people, right? You kind of, these teams do build their rosters and they have, their rosters formed with scholarships, right? You do sort of have to play the hand you're dealt to an extent. And that really, it really helps just kind of gel. You meet the people in real life. You get to do other things with them as well, besides just meet them to play League of Legends. And, a lot of these schools, you're on scholarship and you get to have, a lot of fun learning how to play. And that's kind of what I love about collegiate and the dynamic, right? It really allows you to grow as a player. It allows you to grow as a teammate. It allows you to grow as a person as well. And so I'm a big fan of that. That's what I think has given Winthrop a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, and who are your guys' Manny, you can start your players to watch in this series?
Right, so my player is Mabud so far. He's very new to the scene, and, this is his first, major competitive team after Dare last season. That was where he debuted. Now he's at Winthrop, and he's put up pretty good numbers so far. The thing is, he's going up against pretty much the ultimate veteran final boss top laner in amateur, and that's Alorum, right? Don't get me wrong, Mabud has gone up against some pretty good top laners in Group C, but Alorum has a bit of a reputation at this point for kind of chewing up and spitting out new top laners with his army of weird pocket picks that he can just pull out at any time, right? Watch out for the AD Nico, for example. And I think he's kind of on another level compared to anyone that Mabud has faced in this tournament so far. So I'm really interested to see if he how he does against, Alorum himself, right?
The ultimate test for sure. And Hawk, what do you think?
I first of all, I love the idea that Alorum is the gatekeeper of amateur top laners because it's so true. Like, this guy has been around for forever now, and he is very good and plays a lot of champions. If you're a top laner and you haven't beat Alorum, then it's on your bucket list, I feel like, in a certain way. But, sort of looking over at the other side, though, on Wildcard, their roster as a whole is made up of mainstays in the amateur scene. I mean, we have the likes of Alorum, Griffin, Strumpist, Minwi, and Pakis, the other Griffin, of course, in the jungle. These are all players that have been around for at least a year now, and they all have excellent experience and are well known for the plays that they are able to make. But my personal player that I'm really looking to is Pakis down there in the support role. Of course, Wildcard did come into the tournament into the open qualifier with Rhino as their support, but he was yoinked up by Team Liquid Academy, actually. So now Pakis, who played for Wildcard Aces, who, by the way, was eliminated from the tournament by Winthrop in Game 5 of the open qualifier. So already Winthrop sort of reaping some of Wildcard's talent, and Pacus gets a little bit of a revenge opportunity here, and I'm really interested to see how he's able to fill those shoes. Of course, in the group stage, played relatively well up against Bay State in particular, and I'm mostly interested in the consistency because Rhino was an extremely consistent support and obviously very good for good enough to be caught up into Academy. And Pacus, while good in his own right, oftentimes doesn't have the same consistency. I feel like a lot of the time he's the kind of support that it can be a little bit more coin flippy. He either wins you the game with sick engages or runs it down a little bit. So I've really got my eyes on which side of Pacus we might be seeing today.
Now, Hawk, are you gonna stick with the amateur train predictions all the way, or are you switching it up?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sad. You can see it, second column right there. I had gone full amateur semifinals. I'm going to stick with Wildcard. I feel like the experience on Wildcard's roster is really just what has me. I mean, we talked about how long Alorum's been around, Griffin as well, Strampus, all these players have the experience behind them. Looking at the caster predictions, actually pretty split across the board. 5 for Wildcard and 6 for Winthrop. So a lot of back and forth here. I'm actually really curious whether or not Manny and I will be in agreement or dissension on this, but I think experience will win the day for Wildcard. They haven't really shown up on the tournament yet, but I think some of that can be attributed to changing in supports. And so, up against the likes of Winthrop, who I think is a strong but not overwhelming opponent, Wildcard should be able to prevail and maybe even start to ramp up towards the semifinals.
Well, I saw what you predicted earlier today, and I've gotta commit. This time you went with Wildcard. I'm taking Winthrop 2-1 here. I think they're gonna pull off the upset. I don't think Wildcard has fully gelled as a roster just yet, especially after their support got sent up to Academy. I'm thinking, the Power of Dream's gonna win it here for Winthrop.
For sure. Well, we're gonna send it to the casters, and we will have to see how these games turn out. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Analyst Desk, and welcome back to the Casting Desk again. My name, Eric Desrux Patran, Dean, Rebel Fox Merrick, and Winthrop versus Wildcard. Dean, I think we're split on this one.
Yeah, it is the only one that we disagreed on today. The combination between all of us. In fact, it's actually the more tumultuous game. I wasn't expecting that. I expect a lot more wildcard votes today, and that not a lot of people would have their throppers out. But apparently, we got a bunch of them here on the entirety of the deck, so we can appreciate that. A lot of people under the support after the movement and after the changes that were made over the course of the entire split. Winthrop literally went from losing their first match at Open Qualifiers, almost dropping out, to coming out first seed and now having one of the top 4 seeds in the entire tournament, playing up against Wildcard to continue on into the semifinals.
Yeah, this is becoming somewhat of a low-key Cinderella story, if you will. They're a team that not too many had faith in, seeing the departure of some of the stars of yesteryear's roster, but they've been making some strides. We saw that they sniped a collegiate tournament, first place finish on their way to this tournament, and now they're producing upset after upset. Looking at the bracket, they were able to upset Immortals AoE. They took a 2-0 against Dare, who were looking pretty prominent and pretty spicy after their match against Supernova. They are bringing it, and they're bringing it well.
They truly are. We can be really happy with the results that the team has actually been capable of putting out thus far. On the opposite side, I think Wildcard has had moments where they've looked incredible, and there's moments where they actually have not looked super superb, which is really confusing because this team has loaded with talent, right? Like they have Alorum in the top side. They've got Griffin in the jungle. They've got Straubus, who got added into the mid lane, who's an incredible mid laner, also out of Collegiate, by the way, to be able to compete up against that Winthrop squad. And then, of course, you're bringing in now a new support in Pacus to be able to join in alongside Minwi. A little bit indicative of what we had actually seen from previous splits. I know Bradley isn't exactly a perfect stand-in for Straubus, but both of them came out of Collegiate. You have a brand new ADC who's making, I guess in this case, Minwi versus Arrow is a little bit of a weird comparison. But then also you have the experienced player in Daption versus Pacus. It's very reflective of what we saw from previous iterations of the roster from Wildcard.
So ready to hit a pretty quick draft here. I believe we still need some fixing in the logos because I do see that Kha'Zix ban. It doesn't make sense that Winthrop would ban it. Me and you both know Mordio loves that champion. He doesn't want to play League of Legends. He just wants to play Kha'Zix.
There's so many members on Winthrop that like need to be shouted out for the performances that they've been able to have. I think Kenji is a big one because he came in after he was kind of isolated from the rest of the team and was able to make a massive impact. But Mordio stepping up for Frost Forest when Frost Forest got moved to the next level. Mordio has gone insane on this team. He's got some of the highest, I think actually the highest CS per minute, has some really good damage numbers when it comes to what he does on Winthrop. He has been, to me, the standout performer here.
He's performed on 2 different levels as well. It's not just the power farming, it's not just getting all that. He applies so much early pressure while power farming. He's been a great addition to Winthrop and what they've been able to do. Especially his interactions with Ivano. Ivano was slipping up earlier in the year. They got this energy together. They're able to find some balance. Now over at Winthrop, Winthrop. I'm seeing 2 W's, so I'm just going to say both are Winthrop. Over at Wildcard, quickly picking up the Jinx, but Winthrop have a retort, and that is going to be Ezreal and Karma.
Yeah, Vex, the self-proclaimed best Ezreal in NA, actually showed it off pretty heavily against Dare. I think that was a pretty solid game. Combined with Kenji, who's going to be able to use this Karma to pretty solid avail in the bottom side to help out not only the Ezreal to get roaming out and about on the map we saw in the previous game, should be enough to be able to control. Again, Vex oftentimes is going to be sitting there as a stone wall on the bottom side of the map. We talked about that a lot last time we covered this team. Here, we actually see a very different look from Wildcard. They go to the Soraka as the response to the Karma, which to me, super interesting. It locks you into lane. No way the Sona also gets locked in here, right?
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
There's toying with our emotions
There's
here.
some hidden tech that
Tech.
just waiting for it.
Oh.
Still waiting for it. I don't want to say
It's
anything
not
too
gonna
fast. Okay, yeah, Lee Sin getting locked in. I mean, he's had standout play on both Lee Sin and Xin Zhao during the Open Qualifiers. Griffin is very prominent on that show.
Yes, this is the champion that he was famous on. I got to talk a lot about Vex from back in the Challenger Series days, but also Griffin goes back to the Challenger Series days, and his Lee Sin was what kind of drew him a bunch of attention as a massive gameplay or game changer when he was inside of that series, kind of qualifying for the LCS. So I'm happy to see he's back on that namesake for himself. The Soraka pick still is the most interesting to me, at least though. I know somewhere out there's somebody that's going to be claiming that this needs to go into the mid lane, but in the bottom lane, I think it draws quite a bit of interest as well, because you have the combined wave clear from the Karma and the Soraka can change how the Jinx and the Ezreal interact in this lane, and this responds pretty well. Combine that with Soraka with a Lee Sin in the early game. If you get those 2 together, all of a sudden you have this battering ram of you can't kill Lee Sin ever. He beats you down with his fists and his feet, and if he decides to lower even a little bit of his health bar, Soraka just puts it right back in place, so there's not much you can do. And if you have the audacity to try to flash or use an ability to get away, you're just going to get silenced.
All right, so that lock-in coming in from Wildcard. Winthrop responding with the victor. Second phase of the draft now coming underway. So Wildcard are going to start targeting the jungle pool, taking away the J4 for the time being. You can't imagine why Mordio has been performing so well on Winthrop, so target is definitely welcomed over on the side of Winthrop, as they are going to ban away over towards the mid lane pool, taking away the Syndra as well as the Lux.
There is no Karthus ban yet, and I know this composition does not beg for Karthus right now because you've got Ezreal and you've got Victor, which is just a double scaling combination from Winthrop. But this was kind of the pick for Mordio oftentimes, and I wonder if they are actually kind of leaning to that because they've got the Lee Sin in their back pocket, and they're challenging them to say, okay, go ahead and pick the Karthus jump, because if you do, we're just going to try to bully it. That's something that I think Griffin is willing to take the matchup of, which is why normally you might see it banned out, especially in a second rotation where you're focusing jungle. Other teams might do that, but I feel like Griffin is confident enough now with his pocket Soraka potentially to just go bully anybody on this map that he wants, and so they're challenging him to say that, because if you do, he's just going to walk in, and again, we go back to the beatdown type area.
Is this going to get locked in?
I hope so.
Rek'Sai for Mordio. Okay, I mean, if you can't get one bug, I guess you go for the other. Kha'Zix was denied. The Queen gets locked in. Rek'Sai for Winthrop.
Is Rek'Sai a bug? Okay. I mean, I'll call it a bug. Yeah, okay. Master.
No, a bug now.
Yeah, producer. A master of League of Legends lore confirming that is indeed not a bug. Thank you very much, Mr.
Wait. Thought I was the master. Why are you getting our producer in on this?
It's just an interesting matchup because now, I mean, it's perhaps the one champion that against pretty much anything in the early game is going to win that one-on-one combination. You got the knockup, you got the insanely powerful combination of the Q and the E. When you build lethality, this champion becomes a menace. And so here, the Lee Sin, pretty much the only champion in the game that would have a chance up against it in the earlier stages would be like Kha'Zix, maybe Trundle, and then also Rek'Sai, who's the third one. Again, if you got a pocket Soraka, you're still not looking at this great, but at minimum now you have something that can compete with it. My problem is this team didn't draft much Engage. Yes, you have the single target knockup now from Mordio. That's pretty cool to think about. And you've got this insane Mabut Gwen, which can go off in teamfights. We were there to cast it when we saw it last week. But a fear is, how are you really going to engage or find somebody to frontline for this Victor Ezreal if you don't have a really significant way to start a teamfight?
And then on the other side with Wildcard, they do have some creative ways to find engages. Of course, Alorum, you know, we've always known him to draft towards the tanky, towards the beastly. Still going for it right now. He's pulled out the Urgot a few times, bread and butter on the Ornn. Now it's time to unbench the Kench. He's going to play it on the top side. Enables lots of creative ways to get into the fight with the Abyssal Voyage, being able to get the knockup in there. And of course, having Griffin on the Lee Sin, we already talked about this being a bread and butter champion for him. There's a lot of threats that can start these engagements off for Wildcard.
Yeah, I like a number of things. Number one, Minwi also on like a hyper carry is kind of again, to say, we're going to use the term a lot, but it's bread and butter. Like that and the Tahm Kench are two things that you would expect all the time from Wildcard because it cancels out the top lane matchup. Oftentimes, Alorum's going to find himself in an advantage, and then Minwi is able to absorb resources now with this Soraka potentially on the bottom side, and especially with all the pushing power they've got, they should have enough to compete in bottom river. It's kind of crazy to think what Wildcard was able to get away with here. And not to mention, the Soraka pick is devastating to this Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai, again, if you pocket into the Lee Sin, you can't really kill the Lee Sin. It's just not going to happen through the Rek'Sai, no matter how much damage you got in the early game. And if you eventually get into the teamfighting phase, Rek'Sai's only real value is to try to assassinate somebody or to try to get in and get a knockup against a priority target, both of which are shut out pretty much immediately by Soraka throwing a silence on top of somebody and then healing them because there's just not enough damage out of the Rek'Sai in the later stages of the game. Like, that champion is effectively invalidated unless Mordio just avoids it like the plague.
And it puts a tough spot for Winthrop to be in. Again, we were split completely on the outcome of this match. Personally, for me, I like the Cinderella story. I like the underdog story of Winthrop. It reminds me of last year's Winthrop. And we're seeing it come out now. I do want to put attention to some of these players because we haven't had a chance to really talk about them too much. You know, over on Winthrop's side, the one player that has stuck out over in the UPL season last year was Mabud. He's a character we keep bringing up again and again. And his champion pool has been phenomenal, just how wide it is. You ask the question, what does Mabud play? Answer is pretty much just yes. He's a dependable piece that you can play and draft around both on the strong side, both on the weak side. And it is another contest here to go against someone so as experienced as Alorum.
Yeah, he can take champions that fit into the Alorum wheelhouse of just kind of sandbagging the lane. I know you are begging for a Mundo game, and we might actually get that if this lane doesn't go particularly well for Mabut. But also, we've seen him as a difference maker inside of big team fights. And this is a game where it feels like he's going to have to be a big difference maker inside of a team fight. Because again, when you don't have frontline and you don't have a bunch of really consistent engage, flanking or finding a really big kind of AoE fight for this Gwen to succeed in can rip through the health bar of pretty much everybody. It's going to force out the ultimate from the Soraka. It's going to force out a defensive tools to get you burnt pretty much immediately, and that opens up for the Victor and Ezreal to focus more damage into individual targets potentially. So eyes are on Mabut because, like you said, this is the best test we're going to see of him because Alorum is just an absolute tank in the top lane. It is impossible to get him to bend. Statistically, I think he's commanding every single category of stat that you could possibly track as a top laner right now inside of this tournament. He is a menace to all top laners trying to accomplish anything.
If only we could see him on the old favorite, the Wukong. Maybe get a Wukong versus Mundo matchup, just for the memes of it. Rebel, don't you criticize my ability to draft?
No. I have no problems with it. Listen, everybody would like to see a Wukong game out of the old school one trick. I mean, but he's expanded the pool, right? Like, he's gone from Wukong to like Wukong, Urgot, Tahm Kench. Like, he's added so much to the pool. Got to 3 champions that he's famous for over the year. He can play anything. He's great at a lot of different champions. It's just he has these very particular set of champions that he's extremely good at, and it's not shocking to see the kind of effect he can have on games change when he's on some of those types of reference picks.
He doesn't buy into the gotcha gamer top lanes. He wants those beasts, man. Yeah, you don't remember the old days of like the beefy boys in the top lane, the Aatrox, Urgots, Ornns. Miss that meta. I don't care if people call it a wet noodle meta. I honestly do miss it.
That is okay. Very nice. Winthrop, get the ward. They are at a commanding gold lead in this game. They're pretty important.
Commanding gold
Shoved
lead,
out. Commanding. I mean, yeah, it's
already
incredible.
over.
Yeah, the game might as well be. Biggest thing though, of course, we get to see this interaction with a laner again, where once again, my bud was actually. This is a fantastic opportunity to talk about just how incredible macro hard has been for us over the entire tournament. Look at this kind of gold advantage that we've seen. Look how incredible that would have been.
It's just a red bar.
It's
dude.
just a red bar. It's all red, man. How are you supposed to deal with that? Winthrop's colors are red anyway. Like, how are you supposed to deal with it? It's impossible. Mabud picked up the ward, which is important because, again, level 2, 6 minions in. Could be a moment where if he gets the dash and he gets the Q, there's some possibility to fight into Alarm very quickly, especially before Alarm picks up any additional ability. So you do have to at least watch that potentially to be a difference maker in the top wave. It's unlikely it's going to make too much of a difference, but at least the thought is there that Medbud has that option available to him.
I hate the fact that that's actually a thing. That you could just outright win a lane, given the conditions, by just taking down a ward at level 1. Gets me to level 2 faster. I mean, we kind of got like bits of it of what can go on the level 1 when we saw Tony Top and Dragoon going at it with that Darius matchup.
Yeah, things got a little bit scrappy there, but fortunately it didn't end up losing that lane for anybody. Ooh, we love the Soraka gaming as well. They get the push to start with. It's very nice to see Pogus actually be able to pull out something like this, because you don't see a bunch of flexing, especially to enchanters from the support pool. We see it around the world where like you're seeing like Yuumi is still first picked in some places, Sona as a response, Soraka is taken. There's so many other enchanters, and we just stick to like Karma Lulu most of the time, especially inside of amateur. So it's nice to see when players have these like back pocket champions that they can pull out, especially like the Soraka, which it feels like the entire time that I've existed has never really been a part of the meta, except for that like 2016 MSI run that was held by CLG where Afromu like solo killed somebody at level 1 with Sona or something like that. He like roamed mid lane, if you remember that. Outside of that, enchanters have never been good enough to actually play. So I'm happy to see they're finally coming back to the meta.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a Twitter post to show up from Wolverine telling you why you're wrong and Soraka's always been meta all along.
Listen, I'm just trying to hype up the champion, okay? Like, I don't want any smoke, please.
And in the state of game, Invade coming in from Griffin, not going to be spotted by Mordio. He will have the Tremor Sense to detect his movement if he does get close enough. Going to spot it right now. As the Sweeper comes out, Griffin comes in with the Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. The knock comes out from Mordio. Not going to get too much damage on the side of Mordio, but Griffin is finding what he needs to. Smite comes out, able to get some health back, and 1v1 going to be conceded.
Yeah, lost because of the roaming Strompist. The random Strompist not accounted for most of the time, so Mordio just takes a step out of that situation. It was actually going okay. The initial engagement by Lee Sin meant that he got a bit of burst damage to start things off, and again, the sustain that he's got kept him inside of that fight, but I still think things could have actually gone into the favor of Mordio had that fight continued a little bit further, but thankfully, again, Strompist's movement right there actually helps out Griffin, make sure that there is no chance. That one-on-one is not one that you're going to take most of the time. In the early stages, it's going to be a lot more even. And again, it's lane pressure that really decides whether you're allowed to continue fighting or not. So Mordio just pushed out, going to deny him a little bit more kind of early pressure. Again, Rek'Sai has to get so much done in the early game compared to Lee Sin to be effective in the mid and late game that it's ridiculous. So shutting him out even just a little bit, even a couple of farm here or there, a couple of camps, denying him a gank, that's really all that's necessary to make sure that the Rek'Sai is not going to feel very good.
Kind of forgot that this was Ivano versus Strompest in the mid lane. This is definitely one to watch onto. I mean, if you talk experience, Strompest is the man. Back when I first started casting, his name has always been in the highest regards when it comes to North American Amateur. So Ivano having a tough matchup here, calling over for Mordio to potentially get a gank, but not going to find too much. Actually jumping forward is going to be Strompest, but we'll get out in time. No gravitational field to block him from his escape.
It's really interesting to me just because, Strompist actually, this is a little bit outside the comfort zone. He is known so often not only for, like, first off, Ryze, obviously, but then also, like, Lucian was added to that pool. I think LeBlanc was added to that pool. Azir's in that pool. Cassiopeia's in that pool. Consistent damage dealers, plus LeBlanc seem to be the kind of general theme of it. So the Akali is a little bit interesting just because it's a little bit more of a branch outside of what we typically see from Strompist's wheelhouse. I know he's a self-proclaimed amazing team fighter. This game's going to test that because if he can get onto Vex and just eviscerate Vex or Ivano before a fight really ever starts, that's going to be a humongous takeaway, and it's going to remove a lot of the treads from the tires of Winthrop's comp.
Pushing pressure is going to be Alorum, shoving the wave in onto my bud. But my bud will get some harassment back. Overall, going to be a slow game to start this off. Not too much pressure going to be applied. Barely getting back from the recall is going to be Mordio trying to get towards his top camp as Griffin works his way on his top camp, just having the Gromp. Shoving the wave will be Strumpus, and just waiting for any setup to come out of these squads, and that setup might be towards this top side. As Griffin begins the roam up, Mordio is in the wings. Might have spotted him out with the tremor sense right there, as long as his camera was backed up far enough. Not sure if the ping went through. There is a rotation coming in. Kenji over on the top side as well. Might be expecting Griffin to go for a gank here. Griffin focusing over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they actually spot that out. Ivano could be under threat of gank focus this year as well.
Not going to be enough damage. Nowhere near. You definitely need that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to really lead in with that one if they are going to find that kill.
You got to find a bit more burst damage onto him, especially if they're able to tag then effectively the silence. There's no way out of that situation for Ivano. It is at least indicative of very good things from Wildcard, where they're planning around what their champions are capable of doing. And again, it's about putting the Lee Sin and the Soraka together as much as possible, whether it's ganking for Strumpus or anywhere else on the map. I think those two in tandem with one another are really how they cement this early game, going extremely heavily in the favor of themselves. Whereas Winthrop, to me, again, Mordio has to do quite a bit. Their composition scales well, but again, I struggle to see how it is exactly that a Victor and then also an Ezreal are going to be able to command enough of this lead to really demolish in the later stages. They're going to have to throw a bunch of damage into a Lorem. Griffin's going to be moving around quite a bit. Strumpus is going to be hard to hit. And then you just have this massive health pool of pockets with Minwi in the backline, who's going to be throwing auto attacks in the other direction. I feel without one really significant engage, it's going to force Mordio into a position where he has to find a fantastic knockup for them to really find effect. Look at the damage trade. And it's right back into his health bar.
Oh, and
it's
here
right
we go.
There.
Yeah, the healing from Soraka just so good. Minui
full health.
Suffering no pain whatsoever. It's been healed right up. The band-aid is applied, and Griffin now stalks Vex, waiting in the bush, right in the river, waiting for that resonating strike, Sonic Wave follow-up. And here he comes, just going to show himself now. Here comes Sonic Wave. Doesn't want to follow up, though, underneath the tower. Team not close enough. Genji there to provide some defense. Thoughtful attempt, but no cigar.
Yeah, I think what would have probably worked out at best in that situation is if you land a Q onto Vex and then you try to ward hop over to Kenji, land like the E and then slow him down, and then throw the silence on top of Kenji right there. Because if Kenji gets baited into throwing a Q or something at Bacchus, that almost certainly catches him off guard. And that means that Winthrop goes down in that situation. Instead, Griffin just turns to the Dragon, but all three members are going to show up here. Mid laner's actually getting after it. Oh, it's actually Mordio and Strumpus getting after it right now.
Strumpus in a tough spot there, but Mordio's starting to get low. Tries to put in the tether. The rocket almost landing on the Mordio. Just barely able to flash away. Wildcard getting control back. Now trying to jump forward. Unable to get it. The smite will go over. Wildcard getting it. But look at the pop shots coming in from Vex.
Mordio.
Still trying to find more. Can't seem to get close enough in time. So Wildcard, they'll be able to get the dragon and get out.
He's got a little tumultuous right there. Oh wow.
Oh, and here comes Lorem, able to take away my bud. First blood going over to Lorem.
Trying to pop the ultimate at the last second, maybe to get some healing, but Lorem just finding the one-on-one kill in the top lane is our first kill in the entire game. Going over to the Tom Kent. You got to see what actually happened here. But throw down the W, expecting the ultimate not to be able to actually tag him. I think if he had actually reactivated the ability to pull it to him, it might have canceled it. But I'm not sure if that was available or whether or not that interaction just wasn't quite ready. I know it drags with you when you need outside the zone, but I think you can reactivate it to pull it, and that would have made sure that the Tom Kent was outside the zone. Again, this is just speculation of something that could have happened one way or another. It is just a Lorem being able to find the solo kill onto Mabut, which it's not humongous, but the Tom Kench is a little difficult to kill when he gets really kind of beefy. Thankfully, you have Victor and you have Ezreal. Both of them are really consistent damage to put into a Tom Kench. They aren't bad champions for doing so, like other champions might be in other situations. So fortunately, they're not going to struggle too heavily with that. But again, shutting down Mabut is a fair amount of the team fight that could come out in a flank being taken out of Winthrop's.
Rough early start coming out from Mabud as Winthrop begin to rotate towards the Rift Herald. With some early priority over there. Mordio was waiting a while for the rest of his team to start to show up. Mabud will get the first movement over towards the Rift Herald, giving priority. Griffin now watching as he does get some sight of what's going on. It's getting lower and lower. Close there. Griffin trying to get the steal away. Will land. Sonic Wave. Will he follow up? Resonating Strike comes in. Looking for the tether will be Kenji. Can't follow up with any more, though. Griffin backs off.
able to get out pretty safely. Q lands. Both of them have to stop the backs to make sure that there is no play right there. Support was there from Wildcard, but not quite fast enough to be able to catch them off. So the Rift Herald goes to the side of Winthrop. It's about picking the target you want to get this gold. Again, it's thought process here of like Victor getting gold valuable, Ezreal getting gold valuable, Gwen getting gold valuable. To me, this is just a situation. Oh, actually, Madbud has it, so it's going to be really hard to use anywhere but top lane. This actually forces Mordio's hand to play more towards the top side of the map. I wonder if Wildcard preempt him to start to play more towards the bottom side, or even just like defensively cover the top side, knowing that that's probably just where that's going to be placed, because there's no way for Madbud really to get anywhere else unless he just roams mid and drops it.
It wouldn't be the biggest deficit to draw attention. Winthrop putting their attention over towards the top side instead of the bot side. You still have that Ezreal. It's still a very safe pick. You can get Kenji to roam out and leave that lane without worrying too much about Vex in the process. That being said, though, still more being fished for from Wildcard as they put down this ward. Hiding in the bush there, calling over Griffin in the process. Trying to set their traps. The bait is there, but no one going to take it just yet. Still over the wall is going to be Griffin. Doesn't opt in for the Sonic Wave. But they're invading your jungle, Mordio. Be careful about that one.
Yeah, Mordio is in a very bad situation right now. He's down 20 CS right now on this Rek'Sai. You haven't found a situation where he's able to find like a really good gank angle and hasn't been able to find any semblance of like a one-on-one or anything like that against Griffin or a gank really to any success at all. And that means that this Rek'Sai slowly is just falling to the wayside. It's not gone yet because, again, it looks like right now he's going to be going towards either the Gorebreaker. I think that's actually the... Stride Breaker that he's going for a little bit more damage and the slow to be able to catch somebody afterwards. But I think that's a better blanket build. But again, the Rek'Sai is not suddenly going to become a beast because he has that build in his path.
Oh, chasing down Pacus. Pacus takes a good chunk of damage. It's one of the things he can do in the Soraka lane. If you go after Minui, he's going to keep getting healed up. If you go after Pacus, he can't put that heal on himself. He can wither away at some of that health.
Oh, but they try to engage on him. They cut him off from the other angle. Alorum actually finds himself on the wrong side of history right now, I have to assume.
Yeah, not realizing that Winthrop were on the way. Mordio looking to show up, but Griffin is there to provide some backup. So is Strompest. Strompest starts to hop in, gets some damage onto Mordio, falls to about half health. Mordio has to flash away. Barely able to escape that. Very dangerous as the Super Mega Death Rocket is fired. Will it find its mark? It does! Minwi! So good! So perfect with that shot, and that is going to cue Wildcard to try and find more. They go after Kenji, kicked against the wall. Griffin will take him down. My bud watching his bud fall as a true shot barrage comes out, but Vex, it doesn't look the same when it's fired from you. It looks better when it's fired from Minui.
Goodness gracious. This is the youngster that Wildcard was training in the last season to become the next ADC for this squad, and you could see the value that he has. First off, I was just floored by this. I was like, okay, Alorum's just looking for the 1v1. He has no idea there's two members coming. But he had two of his own. Didn't care. In the earlier stage of the game, the Tahm Kench is going to be one of the most valuable champions, and the Lee Sin's already powerful. The Akali feels great because it's a tank Akali type build, and that means that his 3v3 is feeling fantastic. How did they track Mordio is the better question here. It's like, I think somebody was able to get back behind. They didn't even know. He shot it well before there was vision. Yeah, he just took an assumption that he was going to start taking the Krugs, and that's exactly what happened. Aimed perfectly and caught Mordio with a rocket. Minwi with a fantastic play right there of his own volition to find that kill. I also really like this. Strumpus didn't have to use the second part of the ultimates to execute because Lee Sin came in to clean up that kill, and that meant that he got to get out clean and hands without anything. Nothing crazy like that one. Wiped his hands clean into the situation. That means Wildcard. They walk out 3 kills. They get their dragon in their back pocket. Team's feeling great right now.
And they got kill participation going all ways, especially with that last bit. Minui able to get the Super Mega Death Rocket kill. Now here comes the flank coming in onto Ivano. Gets devoured in the process. I am sorry, but Alorum is here. The Toad is what you should fear. Now focusing down over towards the river in the bot lane. Kenji, Vex trying to set something up here, but a little bit too much in the way. A little bit too much distance. Mordio over the wall. He is spotted out by a ward. Not sure if he realizes that Griffin will put a Sonic Wave to follow him through as Alorum comes from the wings. Mordio, no choice but to back off. Just defensive play coming out of Winthrop.
Mordio also has to be excruciatingly careful with his positioning, because if Pacus ends up landing a Q onto him for like the Starfall, it gives the ability of the W to not cost health at all, and that means that Pacus just gets to pocket heal somebody for like 150, 200 health for free, probably twice before the cooldown ends up leaving. And against a melee champion, super easy to hit that ability, especially when you silence them and then they're stuck in place. You get hit with the second one. The way to chip away at it is just Pacus can't play offensively in a very aggressive positioning when his health is low, which is why in a situation like this is where like Kenji and Vex, they've done enough damage to push him out of lane. Now Minwi has too high of a health pool to really aggress against unless Kenji finds a nice W, but that's not going to be the case. So they're doing the right thing, right? They're shutting down the health pool of Soraka to prevent her aggressive positioning, but Mordio can get punished by that anytime he feels like in danger. If he jumps in on top of somebody, there's a problem.
Oh! The minions again! They are just so much on the side of Wildcard.
Oh.
Trying to find the snare was Kenji, but now Kenji might have been off more than he get you. Here comes the True Shot Barrage as well. The snare going to follow, flashes away, and breaks the tether in time. Minui able to stay alive and show that he can play on the back foot.
Yeah, Soraka also had to be burned right there. Gale Force Flash, everything from Minwi except for the exhaust burnt in that iteration. We even said, like we said outright, if a W is found by Kenji, they can find aggression into this Jinx now that the Soraka is gone. And that's exactly, they found two. First one was blocked by the minion, second one was not blocked. They burnt every defensive tool just about from the back pocket of Minwi, which forces him out of lane. It's not like super detrimental quite yet. This is a bit more of a problem now that Mordio's here though.
Here comes the teleport being tunneled. Vex able to get some shots in
Incredible.
as the tower is juggled by Kenji. Now going over to Mordio. Backup has arrived. The silence is put down. There is the Abyssal Voyage as the ultimate's going to be used. Minui will be able to take down Mordio, not fearing the Queen. But there is Rift Herald in the mid lane. All meanwhile, going to get another charge onto a tier 2 tower as Ivano has to back up.
You can't dive it. You can't dive the Soraka. You saw immediately, Mordio got completely dissuaded by that silencing field underneath, because if he goes and dives, and he tries to pop out of the ground, you might get a knock-up, but you're going to get stuck. You're going to die. You're going to trade, ultimately. And the flash was still available from Soraka, so you basically had to full engage into Minwi. The Q had already been hit, so the health pool was there. You could just drop everything. Heal and W from Soraka would have basically full healed in that situation. Everything went out the window immediately for Winthrop as soon as that dive was called. Not to mention, Aloran came and played that perfectly as well. After the teleport, being able to cancel, pushing back the other two, all the meanwhile mid lane winning as well. Winthrop commanding pretty much every single lane. Their solo lanes are going well. Mordio has nothing inside of this game. And again, I'm still questioning whether or not Ivano and Vex are going to be able to put out damage enough to actually do anything to Wildcard's composition come the late game.
I have to commend Alorum so much in this game because his map presence has been beautiful,
Incredible.
has been pristine, has been immaculate. Showing up bot lane, getting the outplays in the top side, getting the ganks over in the mid lane. He finds these creative paths. He, no one sees it coming. And I think the gold speaks for it more than anything else. 2 kills in his pocket, as an assist as well, already completing 2 items with the Frozen Fist and the Spirit Visage.
It now occurs to me also that there will come a time in this game where there is a Tahm Kench with a pocket Soraka to just heal him. You don't kill that. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You need Execution, or you need Previous for that. Oh, that's a
good play right there. Able to get the damage in very, very quickly, but now here comes the response at Wildcard as Strampes is going to jump in with this Akali. Ultimate's going to be burned by Mordio as he tries to get some vengeance, but Strampes is just too good. Now Kenji on the run will get destroyed by Griffin. Strampes still trying to get away from my bud, and my bud can't close the distance in time. Flash Bird by Strampes to stay alive. Oni Minui goes down. Kenji and Mordio fall for Winthrop, however.
Punishment on the other side. It's Kenji that's caught off in the midst of everything, and Mordio, again, he's a melee champion playing into a bunch of champions that are able to catch him relatively quickly. Very nice W from Alorum. How about just getting bullied? Oh no, please don't do it to him. No,
Griffin, not like this. Alorum's experienced. He's experienced, and it's showing.
That hurts so bad to watch because you knew exactly what was going to happen, but that didn't take away the horror of any of it. Aloran just walks on top of a bud, gets the full stacks, eats him, and throws him at his own jungler. All after the play in the mid lane that looked okay because they found Minwi for the first time. They finally found some semblance of a fight, even getting the kill onto their Victor, which is necessary, but it just doesn't matter. Wildcard's got too many members. Like you said, Aloran has to be lauded very heavily for his impact over this game, his ability to do a lot. Actually, Strampes is going to be a menace now. He's going to go after Ivano.
Yeah, Ivano's not getting away from this one. Strampes maneuvers around the gravitational field. Strampes picks his 2nd kill of the game so far.
splitting across the map, it feels like Winthrop has never found a moment where all of their members can come together in one cohesive bunch, which is where maybe they can find the best effects of this game. But outside of that, it's going to be really tough. And since really the beginning, they've kind of been split apart into 1, 2-member, tops 3-member pieces that just have not worked out in the slightest in their favor, because the members of Wildcard are just too strong when they're able to match that kind of numbering. So we're at a point in the game where Wildcard is ahead 7,000 gold, 6,500 gold, I think is more accurate to what's happening. But at this point, it just doesn't matter. The members of their team, not only are they doing a ridiculous amount of damage, but also Akali is doing Akali is tanky, because it's a tank Akali that hasn't been nerfed quite yet on this patch. You've got the Tom Kench, which is going to be unkillable. And reminder, again, there's a Soraka in the back pocket for all of these champions. That health pool just doesn't go down in the right situation.
Alorum is such a menace. Mabud having to hop over the wall, takes the recall. Can't even get any split push presence into this one, because Alorum is always threatening with that Abyssal Voyage. Now Griffin coming over towards the red buff side of Winthrop. Potentially looking to try and find something more here, as the red buff is going to be handed over to Vex. Vex will be able to grab that, but the vision control is being pressed forward from Wildcard. You can see it over on the blue side jungle of Winthrop, those deep wards. You start to see it on the red side jungle. Control ward does wait there, and waiting will be Griffin in the process as he's trying to stalk out Vex. Sonic Wave in there. There's the vision denial, and you can't really do too much. Even if you do get that poke, even if you do get those pop shots, Bacchus is always there to heal that up right away.
So the Trinity Force build has been gone for here by Vex in an attempt, I assume, to really carry the team, right? If you go for Crown and you go for Essence Reaver combined with Manamine, you've got damage, but it's not like game-ending damage, right? The Trinity Force with the scaling and the attack speed is supposed to be like, I am Ezreal, I will solo carry the game type territory, and that's where Vex feels like he is at this point to be able to do damage. I find it tough to believe he's going to be able to use the attack speed super effectively into the tanks that are in front of him, but I can applaud him at least for the thought process of being like, I need more damage. I cannot go for Crown for safety. This is not a game where if I am getting engaged on, I'm going to live because a Crown saved me. This is a game where if I get engaged on, I'm going to die.
It's a risky call in a game that is already high risk if you do anything whatsoever. It's you can't really fault him for the choice, as Winthrop, they're just shoved into their base at this point. Only Mabud is able to get some time by himself over with this tower. He will be able to take it down. I believe that's the final outer tower that Winthrop needed. One more remaining, I believe, in the mid lane as Vex jumps forward, tries to go into Minui. Mordio is going to follow suit, but there is that teleport Strumpess looking to join the battle, and no one wants to challenge him.
Nope. Even worse, also, Minui took maybe half of his health bar from the combo from Vex. A W and an auto attack at the last second probably would have dropped him to a quarter. Bacchus healed him entirely back up to full health in a single W. Lost 10% of his health, yes, because he didn't have the Q applied. Does not matter. You're going to take that all day on your ADC. Oh. Okay. I think he was planning to take the E, but then he's like, okay, I'm going into 3 members. I'm going to W out of it. I'm not going to follow that anymore. There was significant danger to be had right there. As another objective bounty is picked up by Winthrop, it was Ivano on the top lane, being able to pull that tower, trying to shrink this gold lead. It's 5,500 still in the back pocket. Again, killing this team is going to be the hardest thing they have to do, so they're just trying to scrap as much gold as they can together to the best of their abilities just to be able to do damage to this team. They need penetration in spades on a number of different champions to be able to make this work. And that's also been tapered just because how many executioners, how many things that are applying grievous wounds have been bought by this team. I think 3 members already have those items just because they desperately need to prevent the Soraka from just full healing people, not to mention Alorum's healing, Griffin's innate healing. You have Minui build sustain if he happens to buy any. Strumpus who has some innate sustain. Just can't happen. There's too much. They haven't been able to buy that penetration to rip through those health bars yet.
I mean, trying to get some silver linings over Winthrop, they are at least stopping the bleeding. But situations like this might work for their benefit quite well. Strumpus tries to hop away. The heal is there, and there's Bacchus. There is the ultimate for Mordio, but he realizes there's too much HPS in the area. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Mordio trying to escape, but Strumpus is now ready to take the fight to him. Chases him away, burns his flash, and that was an engage that Winthrop chose, and they just could not close out.
Yeah, so you remember how I said Rek'Sai can't kill anybody because if it's Soraka's there, she presses W, then presses E, then you can't do anything? It's exactly what just happened in that situation. And now Mordio, so low, he's off the fight. He's only just now coming back. They're going to take the Baron. Minimum, they have the smite advantage, so they're going to have to try to steal it in some way.
Ooh, very close there. Still gets picked up by Griffin. Now it looks like Wildcard might be looking for an engage. Alorum goes forward with the Abyssal Voyage as Mabud tries to run away. The Rocket's able to land onto 3 right there. Sonic Wave goes through. Jumping forward. Griffin is a beast. He finds Vex. And now the rest of Winthrop. Full retreat. Mordio fed to Minui. Here comes another Abyssal Voyage coming out of Alorum as he goes right after Avato. And Strumpet tears him in 2. Mabud in his base. Kenji taking the recall, but Wildcard. This game is all but done now as they march into the base of Winthrop.
I don't think they need to leave. I think with this Baron buff, I mean, they have 20 seconds on a number of people. Vex is down, Ivano's down. There's no wave clear here. And best case scenario, even if they give everybody back up, you can't drop these health bars. Soraka's here. She lands a Q. Everybody's back to full health pretty much instantly. They're just going to dive into the towers. This is going to be a Wildcard gaming win.
Yeah, Mabud trying to get out. Loses a lot of health. Doesn't really do anything. The tower is not his friend right now because the tower is not alive. Respawn's coming in. Vex is able to show up, but look at the Nexus. It is all done. The deck is stacked, and Wildcard Gaming will take game number 1.
All too easy, man. A number of different things that caused that game to go completely awry. I wasn't in love with the Rek'Sai pick to start with, but it also just got completely bullied in the early game. That Soraka pick, man, it was disgusting how much it was able to accomplish against that Karmith. That's the kind of back pocket pick you are looking for to stack your deck for Pockets and the rest of Wildcard. And again, just the influence of the top side of the map, too. There was not a member on this team that was not popping off in this game. You could say everything about everyone. Alorum and Griffin both commanded their positions incredibly well. Alorum specifically was everywhere on this Tahm Kench, making as many people miserable as he possibly could. Wildcard, fleshed out composition, just command everything, looked great doing it. Amazing first game from them in a statement win.
Yeah, amazing first game to say the least. Everyone looks stellar. You've already said it. Everything from both pockets on his Soraka and the amount of denial he was able to do, kill denial on that. Minui with some of those long range, that super mega death rocket that hit Mordio, like that is so painful for Mordio in a game where he's already that far behind, trying to deal with the pressure that Griffin's amounting. In all fronts, this was a wild card game. That being said, though, we have to start questioning where Winthrop can find a way to come back, because we saw the last series that went on versus Golden Guardians Academy and No Team. No Team got stomped game 1. We're able to find a comeback. Maybe I'm just being hopeful because I'm a Winthrop fan. Maybe I just got to put on the winning team's colors at this point. Hey, I'm either way at this. They both are red, so I don't lose out. But intense game to come out in this game 1.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I think, really importantly, I think Mordio looked insanely uncomfortable in that game. The Rek'Sai pick was already one that was a little bit curious in the first place, but also just wasn't allowed to do anything in the beginning. And it wasn't fit when Mordio usually does, right? Like he's the Kha'Zix, sure, to be able to find the one-on-ones. When that's not there, I know Rek'Sai probably the next one in his pool, but then the Karthus is available, the Graves, like things like that, things like farming champions to be able to set him up to play into the later stages usually is what he's gone for comfort. So I'm hoping they can get Mordio some more comfort and try to deny some of the plays from Griffin, play more absorbative in the beginning portions of the game, and then play for the later stages where they've really found their success.
All right, it's that time again to throw it over to a short break, but first we need to give a shout out to our sponsors, and that sponsor is going to be Skulls. Looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start 2022 off right with official unified esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more coming soon. You have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. Gear up and game on. We're going to throw it over to Izzy and the analyst desk to break down that game.
Yep, for work it. Welcome back to the desk. Wildcard Gaming is up 1-0 against Winthrop University. Hawk, are we feeling better about the predictions at the start of the series?
Yeah, you were feeling a little bit better than game 1 last time around, to say the least. I'm happy I stuck with Wildcard because, if I'm being honest, it was just a slow burn win. Wildcard, maybe the experience really was what they needed.
Yeah, for sure. And what is the name of the game here? With what is the story shaping up to be? Because, Winthrop has been an underdog before and came out on top, but they're not looking super hot right now at the end of game 1.
Yeah, to me, it just kind of looks like Winthrop was playing a little bit scared. I don't know. They sort of went for some plays, but they didn't really go in super hard on it. And, they've been a team that has counterpicked really aggressively on red side. They did it to beat Immortals AoE, for example, in group stage, which was a pretty big upset. And they did it a little bit here too with like the Rek'Sai and the Gwen, but they didn't really get anything going around it. So it was just a little bit awkward. And yeah, it was tough for them to really get anything going in Wildcard. Again, slow burn. They kind of just picked their moments and executed on it.
Yeah, so taking a look at this draft, obviously, like you said, they went for this aggressive red side counter pick. They went with the Rek'Sai, but obviously the thing that kind of sticks out to us the most from this early draft phase was the Soraka. And we were like, oh, this is actually a really good pick because, unlike the Caitlyn Lux lane, right, where it kind of wants to push, it wants to get ahead. Karma Ezreal can kind of outduel that in a straight up 2v2, unless like Lux lane's abilities. The Jinx Soraka lane is kind of different because Soraka's kind of allowed to just non-interact herself to victory, right? And it really helps here. And basically, the more the game slows down, we were talking about this before, the more it favors Wildcard. And that is exactly what happened at the beginning of this game, right? We talked a bit about, moving into the first replay here. We talked a lot about how... or at least I talked a lot about how my player to watch here was, was Mabud here going up against Alorum. And you kind of see we're like, okay, Mabud likes to play carry top laners, right? There's a lot of, young amateur top laners. They try to play, carry top laners into Alorum. And sometimes it works and sometimes it does not work. This was a game where it unfortunately did not work. Mabud was not able to build an advantage on that Gwen. Obviously, it's Tom Kench. He walks around, stat checking people, and that's like the thing he does, right? But they were not able to gain much of an advantage top lane. And, as Hawk and I were talking about during the thing, during the game, a lot of that is because of how Winthrop played out that early game.
Yeah, and Hawk, take us into the mid game. How did Winthrop continue to fall behind? Where did Wildcard find their leads, and what needs to adjust going into game 2?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, again, Winthrop seemed like they weren't exactly sure what they wanted to do to win this game. And I'm actually going to start on the very first clear of the game in the early game where we do see, in the mid lane fight as well, like I think this sums up very well sort of how the game went for Winthrop, where they finally find a proactive angle onto Minwee, right? And get a big shutdown. It's great. But then Strop teleporting in. Really nice knockup, but it's just not enough. There's nothing left in the tank here for Winthrop. It's 1-2 kills on the backside here for the side of Wildcard. And so despite their AD carry going down, it's a great counter punch. And it speaks to how Winthrop at that point was already like 5,000 gold behind. And it comes down to, I think, some questionable choices in the early game, namely looking at Mordio on this Rek'Sai 3-camping up towards top side and then trying to contest for bottom scuttle. I'm not sure if the play call was to attack the Soraka, to protect the Karma Ezreal, or what. But I mean, if I'm Winthrop this game, I'm looking at this Rek'Sai counterpick into Lee Sin, this Gwen counterpick into the Tom Kench, and I'm wanting to attack top lane. I'm wanting to get my top laner ahead, and this is something that we've seen Winthrop do in their other games this tournament. So I'm actually surprised this was a strategy they didn't go for, and I'm disappointed that they tried to play more towards the bottom side because it did not work. They weren't able to attack the Soraka down there on the bottom side, and Griffin, credit to him as well, pathing really nicely to protect the bottom lane, which, as Manny mentioned, was sort of just a non-interaction lane for both sides. Karma Ezreal is never going to kill Soraka Jinx, and vice versa. There's just not a play to be had. And Wildcard did, I think, a better job juggling the pressure, and then they were able to then transition some of the leads that they had in farm, Alorum in the isolated lane finding a solo kill, then into the mid game where we saw fights like that, where Winthrop, they finally find a shot, but they're just too far behind to make anything happen from it.
Yeah, and we did talk about it, obviously, a little bit earlier. It just... We liked what Winthrop did in terms of draft of like, okay, they're going to try these really aggressive red side counter picks, right? And they pick up the Rek'Sai. The problem was they kind of played a little bit too passively, right? They just decided, hey, we're going to play a normal game. And unfortunately, Griffin also played a normal game, and that benefits the Lee Sin a lot more. If you're going to play this Rek'Sai, you got to play like a psychopath. You got to out-psychopath the Lee Sin. And unfortunately, Winthrop did not do that this game.
No.
Yeah. Well, let's check in on those players that we kind of, kept our eyes on for at the start of the show. Hawk, I know you said you were keeping an eye on Pacus. How did he do in the first game?
Yeah, honestly, I'm very surprised and impressed by Pacus this game. Soraka was not something that any of us had on our radar coming into the series at all, and it was a first half of draft Soraka. I think it was second picked on blue side there, so not really something that I was looking at all. And Pacus pulls it out. A player that was known for playing more roaming-based champions last season. It was the Leonas and the Nautiluses and the Rakans that were coming out in particular. So something that we hadn't seen for Pacus, something that we haven't been seeing this season at all from anybody, and he played really well on it. There was a great silence on the bot lane dive in the mid game that saved Minwi. Really nice play across the board, and now that's something that Winthrop has to account for in draft as well. It seemed like they didn't really have an answer for it this time around. So do you ban it? Do you pick something into it? What happens? Because I feel like this was out of left field, and all credit to Pacus for playing it really nicely.
Yeah, and Manny, checking in on Mabud in the top lane. I know we talked about Winthrop playing a little further behind than we'd like to see, but what were your thoughts?
Well, like I mentioned earlier when I was going over the solo kill top lane, I mean, it was it was kind of a standard Alorum game where he Mabud got up 15 CS early game.
The gate was kept.
That he just didn't, he didn't contest the CS. Alorum equalizes the CS. They farm for 5 minutes. Alorum gets a random solo kill where he stat checks someone. They win a 2v2 top lane. And then, the other top laner, in this case, Mabud is 0-2. And Alorum just runs around being Tom Kench, right? And, they just weren't able to force those aggressive 2v2 top fights early on that could have given him the ability to gain some sort of early lead or some sort of advantage in the top lane. So instead, Alorum was kind of able to just kind of outscale him during the mid game at least, and it just made it very hard for him to play.
Now, I know we thought that the Golden Guardians no team series was going to be relatively one-sided, and it didn't end up being. Just closing out really quick before we send back to the casters for game 2, do you think Wildcard has what it takes to, make this a one-sided series going 2-0, or do we think that Winthrop is going to pull out a comeback of sorts?
Well, you owe me, Hawk. Remember when no team went down 1-0 last series, I told you they still have a chance. So you owe me at least that in return.
I will always believe that any team has a chance. What I will say, though, is I think there's a difference between, in game 1 of the Golden Guardians no team series, right? No team kind of just got bodied. That happens to even the best teams, and they bounced back. Whereas this game was a little bit more concerning to me for Winthrop because it just seemed like they didn't really have a direction in what they wanted to do, and I think the issues looked a little bit deeper than just our mid laner got smashed, which wasn't even the case this game, right? It was just sort of across the board, we fell apart. So I will say, I think Winthrop definitely has a chance, right? Those issues are fixable. If you're going to pick the Rek'Sai again, Mordio, I want to see you be aggressive. I want to see this trademark topside action come out from this team, but we did not see that this game. So I don't know, maybe the nerves need to be shaken off or what, but you've got one more game. Winthrop, I think they have a chance, but I'm feeling pretty confident that Wildcard can take game 2.
Well, we will have to see because their chance is now. We're going to pass it over to the casters and get into game 2.
Said they have a chance? Man, get Hawk off the desk. Manny and me know the truth, and we see it coming. Winthrop is coming back. And speaking of coming back, welcome back to the casting desk. And this series, our coverage of Winthrop University versus Wildcard Gaming. And okay, maybe I can see why he might be thinking that after that dominating game number 1 that we saw from Wildcard.
it's at least reasonable to a fair extent, right? You don't call them Winthrop for without reason, right? They are called Losethrop. They are called Winthrop because they always like to come back. They always like to make things good. But in this situation, Wildcard had way too clean of a game, number one, to discount the possibility of a 2-0 and a clean sweep here from this team, because they were firing on every single cylinder that we've seen, probably better than we've seen in any performance over the entirety of the split.
I completely agree with that. I mean, you can't really pick out a standout member other than Alorum, of course, but everyone else was firing on all cylinders. When it came to that one, you know, even Minui, we talked about his cross-map plays with the Super Mega Death Rocket, his positioning, able to stay really well placed on the Jink. Paucus, the Soraka, that was just so incredibly dirty, alongside Alorum. There are so many questions that Winthrop need to answer with this next draft.
They do. It's a question of like, first off, does Soraka come back? Right, because that's already going to be a menace to you if you decide to go for the Karma once again and you blind pick that into something. But also, again, the jungle pool position, it's a question of, is there more to the pool of Mordio than things like the Karthus, like the Kha'Zix, like the Graves? Because obviously trying out the Rek'Sai ended up not working out too heavily. Do you have the blanket stuff? Do you have things like the Jarvan? Do you have things like the Lee Sin? Do you have a more creative pick to come out here with? Are we going to get a Sejuani finally or anything like that? Again, not to say that Sejuani is necessarily a jungler that you want to play right now. More so just that I want to see something in the pool from Mordio that is not Rek'Sai, because that game was obviously indicative of the fact that it wasn't necessarily the most comfortable and it wasn't played with a team. Rek'Sai is not a Winthrop champion, right? Winthrop is a late game team. That's not a champion that you're going to want unless, like, I think Manny put it best, unless you play like a psychopath and you gank like every 10 seconds for your two massive scaling lanes, you're not going to find too much avail with that champion.
Mordio does like playing like a psychopath, though. To also put it there, it's not really there's not really too much left in the wheelhouse of Mordio. I feel like he does have at least a little bit more of a shallow champion pool. He has been willing to pull out some of the spicier picks. One of the ones I see on his match history, and when I say match history, I mean competitive match history. We're talking Nerd Street Winter Champs 2022. He's pulled out stuff like the Master Yi in the past before when put in tight situations. So you never know what he's really going to bring.
If we get a Master Yi with Enchanters in the bottom side, like this, we're going back to like, what is it, 2018 in the midseason when we saw like ADCs just take a complete departure from the game and we were getting that mid lane. Like, what an exciting time we would possibly live in to have something like that come about. I would hope that Mordio would be willing to give us something spicy so they go out without with a yell instead of a whisper, which would be nice, instead of Winthrop just falling 2-0 with nothing to say. At least they're trying something, throwing out the wall to see it fixed, and they get red side once again. So that's quite nice as well.
So red side pick, Wildcard. They're not going to let that one slide through as they ban away the Kha'Zix once again. Again, this is a champion that Mordio is very, very prominent at. He's very proficient. He's been playing a lot throughout this year. Another prominent champion banned away was the Rise. We were talking about it earlier, Dean. It is a bread and butter champion. We're using that term way too much today. Force Trump this.
Told you. The Zoe as well also is a comfort pick for Ivano. And Ivano showed some incredible play on that during the qualification match up against Dare, which I think was another really big aspect to this. So the fact that this is incredible target banning coming out from Wildcard, making sure to take two of the most comfortable champions for the squad off the board. I like that Winthrop is adapted as well. No more Tahm Kench for Alorum. You're not going to be able to make their lives any more miserable than it already was inside of that top lane matchup. And now it's a question of, what does Wildcard go to? What does Winthrop respond with? Karma is still available. You have Jinx still available after what happened in the previous game. You have some mid laners like Victor that are still available. Zhao is still up. Lee Sin is still available. There's a number of different champions that you could easily go to on either side.
I'm going to be watching this marksman pick right now because Vex normally has been more of a Jhin Ezreal player, at least more recently. He's only started jumping on the Caitlyn bandwagon, and as that has been pushed more priority, he's shown that he's no real slouch at it. As one of the big reasons why Wildcard just goes straight for that Caitlyn ban, don't want him on it, pushing him back towards his older champions, as he is going to be on the Ezreal once again.
It's a champion that pops up in a number of situations, and it's super safe. The problem is, I feel like if you're going to make this work, you either need to play it incredibly aggressively, and by incredibly aggressively, I mean, like, you basically need to snowball the heck out of bottom side with this Ezreal, or you need to attack the rest of the map. Last game, Winthrop really did neither. which was a little bit of a pain. I know our desk talked a lot about attacking to the top side, tapping Kamabud, and making sure he was going to go ahead. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Same with Ivano. If you're able to get Ivano in a good situation, Strumpus had a couple of moments where he went pretty wild inside of the laning phase, and if you could taper those situations from Wildcard, all of a sudden it becomes a challenge of Minwi versus Vex, where Vex is going to be able to keep up in terms of farm and incredibly safe in the laning phase, which I think is important for this team to at least consider. They got the Kai'Sa this early in this. No Jinx this time. They are going to go back to the Kali, which I think was amazing for Strumpus, but the Kai'Sa actually pokes some interest in my mind.
So Kai'Sa, you can definitely dive deep. It was gonna happen, Dean. We both knew it. We both knew it. You can't stop this man from playing the Urgot.
Inevitable, man. You can't stop it. It is simply inevitable to see him play the Urgot. I feel like every time I cast like Alorum, he always pulls the Urgot out for me. It's just something that always tends to happen. And he's really, really good at the champion as well. And this is another thing that will make the top lane matchup miserable for Maba unless he's got something in the back pocket to be able to make work. I'm hoping there is something. This is of interest. I have my reservations about this matchup between these two, mostly because Gnar is strong, has some good engage possibilities, but I feel like the laning against the Urgot is not particularly favorable. You do have the Boomerang and you have like the Hyper Stacks that can do some pretty menacing things to the Urgot in the wrong situation, but the way that I've seen this play out from Alorum is that if Mini Gnar is within killing range, he kills the Mini Gnar, which is just a possibility on just a single flip. So you have to be very careful. Mabud, tread a little bit lightly in terms of that one-on-one.
I will say I do like that Mordio was able to get the Graves this time, much more than the Rek'Sai. We talked about his jungling style being more about the power farming into power pressure. Graves definitely plays into that style.
That he does. It does mean that there's a bit more opening for Griffin to get aggressive in the earlier stages. So they're kind of challenging for Griffin to say, okay, what are you going to do? Because Graves should be able to cover for lanes a little bit better, a little bit faster than what the Rek'Sai did. There's no like necessity of getting ahead in the early game from the Graves as well, the way that Rek'Sai did. It's a bad challenge. I think Griffin's really good at jungling, and he's very good at being aggressive and commanding a lot of attention in the earlier stages of the game. But it is at least a challenge that is issued here from Winthrop. Because again, this is a team that plays very defensively. They play for later game. I said that a couple of times. But again, this is a team that absorbs pressure very effectively, or they've shown to absorb pressure very effectively. And so they're going to do exactly that here, where they're saying, okay, you can draft yourself winning lanes, you can draft yourself lanes you feel pride in. You got to make sure that Griffin's going to make an attempt, because we're not going to make things easy on you, and if you let us scale, then things are going to be problematic.
So Lulu getting locked in over on Winthrop's side. Battle of Enchanter supports is going to be the case here. Pawkus, this is weird for me because I haven't seen them on those enchanters in at least quite some time, so it is a bit of a change-up coming from Wildcard.
It has been literally years since like supports have been playing enchanters, right? The closest we got is like Rakan, and every once in a while like Lulu pops up. But it's been so long since, or Yuumi also pops up every once in a while, just so randomly as an attachment champion. But like we almost forget what some of these players were doing before like Nautilus literally just commanded the entire meta for like the better part of 3 years for whatever reason. And it's that like Pawkus is showing a little bit of the flexibility in the pool, taking the Nami alongside the Kai'Sa, able to apply those E stacks actually really effectively with like the Q and the spells that come out, because that now applies to spells. So it's an interesting adaptation, helps with the pushing. You actually you can use the Q to help get over top of the Ezreal. This is really good from Ivano. We've seen this pop off as well. This is sort of akin again to the Zoe, where it's like, okay, you can threaten backliners, you can threaten onto backline with like the dive potential that the champion brings. And if you put resources into it, you're actually getting out quite a bit as well, because this champion can just one-shot members of the opposing team.
Yeah, and it's a champion he can perform with as well.
Oh, yes.
One of his best performances has been on the Vex. Another one that comes to mind was when he played the Echo against Dare last week. So, no shy play to come out of Ivano in this next upcoming game that we do see fit. Taking a look at the total scheme of things, I did notice that Strumpus locked in Orianna. We've said like every champion is pretty much in this man's wheelhouse. He plays a lot when it comes to the mid lane. It kind of throws me back to the last time he played it. I believe it was against Base State, and it was absolute domination. It was the same series he played Veigar and dominated with. So it's definitely a scary champ in Strumpus' hands.
Yeah, he played a couple of Azir games against them, and then he also played, of course, the Orianna, which was good, and then the Veigar, like you said, and the Orianna was very good. It pairs well with this composition just because you've got a ton of consistent damage. You've got Xin Zhao, you've got Kai'Sa, you've got Urgot. You have ways to execute this team, right? What you really just needed was something to compound everything together. I don't think Azir would have been impossible to play in this situation. I don't think that, like, Galio would have been impossible to play in this situation, but given that you have Xin Zhao for engage and you have a bunch of ability to zone control with Orianna, I think this is the best way to prevent levels from really getting punished, because when you have Gnar on the other side, when you have Vex on the other side, you have ways to dive on top of Kai'Sa, on top of Nami, on top of Orianna if the time comes. So if you can punish that positioning by throwing the ball in between where, like, the Ezreal's going to stand, the Graves is going to stand, and where those champions are going to end up, you can prevent a full 5-on-5 from developing into your team, or you at least deny that timer for a short amount of time. So that's Strumpus, again, flexing a little bit of the team fighting prowess. He's self-proclaimed the best one of the tournament. Pretty sure he earned that title also at Scouting Grounds. The most recent year was like most best team fighter, something along those lines. And this is a champion that he really can kind of flex those muscles.
And then when you look into team fight presence of how this is going to play out, you don't really have too much of a front line over on the side of Winthrop. They have opted to go with the Gnar. You do need that to go into the Mega form. And one of the issues you have about that is it's not only Mabud going into a Lorem's Urgot of all champions. It is a timer. It is something you can visibly watch out for and kind of anticipate plays around that Gnar bar.
Yeah, it's a situation where you have to either get really creative with how the Gnar bar is used, or you have to find, like, flash plays, really good flanks, things like that.
And the teleport changes aren't really helping that as well.
That definitely don't help in the early game at minimum. Yeah, they help they're fine in the later stages, but the early game, you can't use the Gnar to just 5-man ult on the bottom side the way that you used to be able to do it in some situations. You also have the really legitimate threat that even in Mega Gnar, if you're not built super tanky, there's a good amount of burst damage, right? Like, you got shotgun knees, you got, like, the plasma stacks from the Kai'Sa, and you got, like, the shockwave coming out, and if all of that hits you at once, you actually might just blow up whether you're in Mega Norm or not. So I feel like it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world for Mabud to really find an amazing ultimate unless he is very tricky or they have good vision control, something like that. I almost feel like Ivano needs to be the first one in, then the Gnar needs to come in so that they have something to react to first, and then once, like, the Q and, like, the ability to reposition the ball is different, once the Kai'Sa doesn't have the ability to throw an ability and just, like, stack the plasma immediately, that's when the Gnar can start to strike. And so Ivano, I expect a very early Zonias, and I kind of want to see them first into the fight first, before the Gnar actually goes in.
All right, so we're ready to head into game. Wildcard now at match point. One more win to head forward into the bracket. Winthrop, so close to me. They just got to bring it back. They got to bring it back, man. We've seen the Cinderella stories before. We've seen what they were able to do with the Mortal AoE, but this is competition here. Proving Grounds qualifiers.
It's an exciting position to be in because this is our second one of the day where we have a team that's, like, on the precipice of being knocked out. We had that last week as well where, like, we were casting some of that. But this is for playoffs. And I want to remind everybody that it's top 6 teams in terms of points after the 2 qualifiers that automatically qualify for the tournament for Scouting Grounds, or for Proving Grounds. My apologies, not for Scouting Grounds, for Proving Grounds. Top 6 teams get to go. And so this is a really big difference, right? Placing 4th through 8th is a lot different than placing top 4, because a top 4 placement might get you enough points to not have to worry nearly as much about placing in top 6. Maybe you could get to playoffs and then immediately you could stop, right? Like, you don't have to worry about placing top 6 because you might be guaranteed at that point. But if you drop to 4 through 8, right, there is the potential that there are teams, too many teams, that are capable of beating you in the next tournament, especially if teams pop up with players from rosters that end up getting disintegrated or whatever might happen. Everything goes crazy in between tournaments, contracts, and things go crazy. So we have no idea what the ramifications are. It's unlikely that a bunch of teams end up turning about too much, but again, a situation like this for Winthrop where they were in danger of not qualifying for even playoffs, to get 4th through 8th and then to have that pressure coming into the next one is something to consider in a game like this. And I hope that Winthrop isn't affected by it too heavily, because it is a lot to put onto your shoulders to think if we had lost one more game in the open qualifier, we wouldn't even be here. And if that same position happens in the next tournament and we place 4th through 8th, we might be 7th through 10th, or we might not even have enough points, right? That's a miserable place to be if you're a team like this.
Now, keep in mind the structure of the way this runs, because this is pretty much just a regular season of League of Legends like any other tournament out there.
Mhm.
You know, the LCS Proving Grounds, we have a Circuit Qualifiers 1, Circuit Qualifiers 2 before we actually get to the Proving Grounds. So you do have multiple chances to be able to display your stuff to show how strong you are to get those placement points to get there. Winthrop trying that very hard right now as they face off against Wildcard Gaming, having spectacular plays so far, getting into the early stages of this game. We do have a blue buff start coming out from Griffin. It's going to be a red buff start coming out of Mordio, so both these junglers going to meet towards the bottom side.
They will. We'll see what kind of interactions generate here. But again, when you've got the Kai'Sa and you've got the Nami in the early game, the wave clear advantage should be pretty decently in your favor just because of the Kai'Sa's ability to drop Q onto the wave, takes off a bit more health. Of course, Vex has more consistent Qs, so like in the early game, it may not make as much of a difference, but you can see that that's the case right here with the Kai'Sa and the Nami being able to bully a little bit. And they're combining their power now to go infringe upon the health of Mordio in the jungle. Might be a smite battle for the blue buff. He goes directly onto him, trying to find him right there.
Ooh, a flash over the wall, and it's going to result in first blood. Griffin will grab it, will grab the buff, but Vex is trying to grab his life. There's a body block there coming out of Minui and Pakus as they bully Kenji and Vex away from their jungler, getting that first blood, getting that buff, and getting out.
I cannot possibly state how close that Vex was right there. I almost wish he would have flashed over the wall to kill Griffin and then try to take that 2v2 situation that they were in. This is miserable for Mordio. Again, this was just bullying. The bottom side had priority. Griffin gets to walk in. I think he thought what I thought, where it's like, okay, this is going to be a smite fight. There's no one here to support him right behind him, but instead got boxed into the wall, and that was all that was necessary for him to go down. And it was so close. Again, Vex with that E was just a little bit off. I don't even know if he had the rune that he's got up in place to be able to actually get the 10% bonus damage, the 10% true damage on top of the E, because that might have also made enough of a difference to really kill Griffin, because it was so close right there.
And Mordio's been such a high impact player for Winthrop. It shows you that Wildcard have done their homework, as they keep doing these strategies that are fully set on denying him as much as possible, not letting him get that tempo, not letting him get that momentum, and just making him a non-factor in these games.
All about it's Griffin too. There's a lot of junglers that wouldn't necessarily take this onus upon themselves, but Griffin, with the experience and with the veterancy that he has, I think he's perfectly comfortable knowing that he can go play like a maniac in the opposing jungle against somebody like Mordio, who does tend to farm a little bit more in the earlier stages of the game. And I think that's something they played to. Like you said, that's preparation. That's really good preparation that they've thrown into themselves, because they also feel comfortable. I wanted to talk about this. Their laners are just great at laning, right? Like Strumpist is a good laner. Alorm is probably the best pure top laner that we have inside of this tournament. There's a couple in competition for it, right? You consider those two alone. I mean, Mabud and Ivano are at high threat at all points during these laning phases, when they've already had some shakier looking laning phases, especially earlier in the tournament. And so commanding the jungle matchup and allowing those two to just kind of do what they want, like they did in game number 1, turns into pretty positive results for Wildcard Gaming.
You can see Winthrop are kind of cautious as they try and find a spot where they can pull the trigger. Ivano doing a little bit of roam towards the bot side, but wasn't able to find too much. His wave is going to crash into the tower, and he's going to miss out a little bit on that. That CS is starting to add up now, as there's 11 CS difference between Strumpus and Ivano.
It stinks to start off this game to be at that kind of a deficit. Ooh. Vex is going to take quite a bit. He's actually one auto off the plasma stack, which would have turned that into just a horrid trade right there. Both supports in the face of one another right now. Both junglers here too. We're in for a nice little party on the bottom side.
Little slugfest going off as Mordio looks to challenge Griffin. Gets a couple shots in. Griffin falling lower. The healing is there. It's a good chunk back. This bubble comes out. Almost called it the Sleepy Trouble bubble, so used to seeing that skill. But it will be enough to stop that game.
That will. It's a little bit more of a siesta instead of a fiesta, which is unfortunate because I was hoping for a little bit more action. But Mordio's not done because he's full health. He's at Graves. He is willing to step up. Oh, they caught him in the bush.
Wow, able to spot him out, but Mordio, he's not done. He gets it. And is he gonna be able to back out off of this? He does have Kenji there. There's the shield. It buys him some time. It buys him some damage. It buys him everything he needed to finish off that invade. Mordio, man, he's willing to flip a coin, and he's willing to try it at any chance he gets to get a lead.
The ignite on Mordio, the combination of that champion, especially because Kenji was able to come support him. I'm so confused why Pakus decided to challenge right there, because he's challenging into basically no vision, attempting to get something back for Griffin so you can take that duel. cool. But Mordio just wins out. The Graves has too much damage in these tight corridors at the beginning of the game. And that means that Mordio gets to recover from that initial kill, and you get one onto your Lulu. Kind of helpful for the laning phase on bottom side. Winthrop jump out to 1,000 gold lead. That's Mordio getting back into the game. That's amazing, because again, shutting him out has been the game plan from Winthrop so far. And that's just a little bit back into his pocket. That takes away from some of the aggressive game planning they might have had.
I mean, Graves needs that income. Falling behind early sucked, but now he's got that income reverted right back to him, going 1-1-1 now, getting that kill and assist off of that last exchange. So good return coming out from Winthrop. Wildcard kind of slipping up there. And the wild part about that was they did have knowledge that Mordio was in there. They did catch him out with that scrying orb. It did feel like a little bit of arrogance coming out of Pacus going that close to Mordio.
Or it was just they had thought perhaps that Mordio was lower than he was, or maybe they just thought that like he wasn't willing to play aggressively into two members, right? Pacus was sitting at like 60% health, something like that, maybe 50% health.
When you're that far deep, it's already pretty aggressive.
It is, and they should have understood the threat of it, right? Like a coiled stick is the one you don't want to like poke with a stick, right? Like you just don't want that kind of thing to come about. So that was a situation where I think it was perhaps just them going, okay, there's probably not going to be a full turn, and then when he did it, they were like, oh wait, rats, that's what's going to happen to us. This has led to a few things, but the most interesting one actually is the 25 CS that's currently surmounted by Vex on the bottom side with his Ezreal into the Kai'Sa. They knew the Ezreal was on the other side. This was the pick from Wildcard. This was the pick from Minwi, and it's down pretty bad right now. So this is at least something to track over the course of the game, whether the Kai'Sa can recover from this kind of deficit early.
Deep behind enemy lines is going to be Mordio, stealing the red buff underneath Griffin's nose. Griffin spotted out by Ward. Mordio not even going to challenge Griffin in this one. Just scoping out where he is, watching the pathing, and playing to that. Gets the red buff, now he's going to get the dragon.
Yeah, the jungle matchup has actually been quite influential in this game, and I suspect this is going to continue. Both supports also, right there, the Lulu was able to step out of the laning phase to be there for Mordio if the time came, and I'm assuming that's why Griffin played defensively instead of walking up blind into the red buff, because he didn't want to get caught out by the combination of the Graves and the Lulu, because that would have been a death sentence. So instead of doing so, just kind of stayed back, even though he was on vision, they knew he was there. It didn't matter, they wanted the red buff, they wanted the dragon, they ended up walking away with both, and now Mordio, once again, into the backside of this, just bullying Griffin on this Graves pick. Oh my god,
how does it feel?
He's gonna keep going.
He keeps going in. He's going to do the collateral damage, shoots it at Pacus. He's not really going to take anyone out there, just doing it for damage. Mordio's angry, man. Mordio's pissed off about what happened in game one.
That was a Chad ultimate right there. He's just like, I'm dumping this into you. You're going to lose your health, and there's nothing you can do about it. Say goodbye to 150 health, buddy. Here comes the dive afterwards, which is probably the full reason that he used it in the first place. Poking underneath the tower, they can quit a bit.
Oh, Tidal Wave is sidestepped beautifully. Pacus goes down. And now Minui in a terrible spot gets knocked up by Kenji, but Kenji will not follow through, realizing that Griffin is coming off of that respawn. So able to get the kill, get some damage onto the tower. Mordio, absolutely aggressive, ruthless in this game too.
Perhaps the one deficit to this situation is that Kenji has picked up the last two kills instead of Vex or Mordio, but I don't think it matters that much because they picked up 3 plates of gold from the bottom side. They've shut out a ridiculous amount of farm from the pockets of Minwi. It's been Winthrop who have had the game plan. Attack towards the bottom side, have the jungle matchup go in your favor, and it's looking good. Mabut's not getting solo killed in the earlier stages, thankfully. The Urgot not able to accomplish that into the Gnar. Probably a bit of something because it's been pretty quiet up on the top side. Mid lane's going pretty well. Ivano's relatively even in farm. Looking a lot better for Winthrop here in game 2, commanding this 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Hawk, you hear that? Looking a lot better for Winthrop this game number 2. They do have a chance, and they are fighting back thus far. Now the duo roam coming in. Mordio, Kenji, roaming over towards the mid lane, just getting some vision for the time being. Pushed very deep underneath the tower is going to be Alorum. Griffin now hovering towards the side as the shockwave is going to go out, pushing Ivano back in. Ivano's going to pop the ultimate and instantly try and find a retry here. True shot, barrage! So many good ones today, baby! And now Mordio continues the fight, will get the buckshot into the back of Griffin, and Winthrop, a 2-for-1 exchange in their favor.
Yo, what in the world? Game 1, the true shot barrages were not the most inspired ones that I've ever seen in my entire life. You attack like a person or two. That would hit all 3 members in the mid lane. That was insane. He was able to get the execution of the Orianna combined with everything else, and now Alorum also getting bulked off by the Lulu. Kenji, you gotta be careful right there. This started by Strumpus, who like he just destroyed Ivano in the pure one-on-one right up until this moment, where the ultimate tags, he gets the W, the personal space gets him the shield, and Strumpus is even in health. And yes, you are able to get the kill, but again, look at this. All three of them lose their health bar, and if it weren't for that, maybe Griffin wins the one-on-one even with the support of the Lulu around, because of course the Nami is still there, but that 200 health difference, 300 health difference that Vex just supplied, that was more than enough for Mordio to just walk out of that in an extremely winning situation. What an ult from Vex, but what play from Wildcard, continuing to win out in a lot of these situations.
Way to show up Stixay's ultimate from earlier. The true shot barrage on the Blaze was pretty intense, and so is this barrage coming out of Vex. He's able to flash backwards to get out of that one, but now Kenji is there. The autos are there. Able to get some heals in, but Kenji, you gotta fear the Lulu, man. This Yordle is deadly, but the bubble finds this more true shot barrage comes out again. Kenji biting off more than Pikachu. You gotta dodge the bubble if you're gonna find that kill.
I can appreciate Kenji going in like a maniac right there.
Trying to had Ignite.
Yeah,
so close to coming off cooldown.
It was so close. Yeah, it was a very, very close situation. Almost got the pure execute onto Minwi even without it also. So there was that on the back end of it. I think thinking that Vex was going to be able to kind of blanket it, where, you know, assumably that the Kai'Sa was going to move back towards the tower, try to run in that direction if she survived. Maybe Vex just, you know, misclicking on that. Perhaps the first situation in which things didn't go great, because Alorum finds a roam as well. But that's bottom tower taken. All that gold into the pocket of Vex as well means he's going to spike onto his second item incredibly fast. You can see the gold already really heavily into the pockets of both Mordio and Vex, which is massive for what this team needs to do.
Dude, that is a deadly combo they were attempting right there. I don't know if you caught that. It's a shockwave into the Fear Beyond Death. Just trying to catch out Ivano and make his life hell. He's already suffered one death so far. It did force his flash in the process, as you just said. Now the attention of Winthrop is going over towards the mid lane. Griffin starting to posture up around here, just clearing out his jungle for now as Paucus waits in the wings, looking to provide some support.
Nothing too crazy yet. You notice that the Hullbreaker is also purchased from Alorum, as he wants a little bit more laning control up against the Gnar, kind of keep him in place where he needs to be without kind of anything else. But so far, the map has actually been in pretty decent control from Winthrop. They got the first dragon. The Rift Herald went into their favor. The next Rift Herald is going to be available in just a little bit of time here, as well as the next dragon that's already live. They're going to look to find Strumpus.
There's that front-loaded damage that you get out of Mordio. Tidal Wave comes out. Strumpus barely able to get away. But now look at my bud. He's shown up to play, and the Mega Bar ultimate is almost ready. Waiting to pop it.
No flash.
He does go into Mega Gnar form now. Paucus waiting on the opposite side of the river. Can't do much else. They don't want to engage onto my bud in that Mega Gnar form. It is going to expire, though, and returning back to the standard state of things, starting off Dragon is going to be Winthrop.
Yeah, they were able to get Mabud out of a bad situation in the river back to their own lane. Yes, it cost the flash, but the Mega Gnar was enough to dissuade any kind of continued play from Wildcard, and without Rift Herald on top side, they just walk away with a free dragon on the side of Winthrop. That was a fight that felt like it was potentially winnable from Wildcard, right? They burnt the summoners from the Orianna, but it felt like things might have been comfortable enough for a solid shockwave alongside like an ultimate from Griffin to really land, but unfortunately couldn't get that all together. So instead they go back to their lanes, they get a few more tower plates here for Alorum. They'll be able to get out. There's support here from Kenji.
A nice bubble coming out from Paucus.
Oh my
and
goodness.
there's
Oh my
the
goodness.
Fear Beyond Death. He gets him before Alorum expires. He's still taken away, though. Almost takes out Alorum. Alorum's getting out alive. He's taking my bud with him.
Oh, I thought Kenji was going to be able to get it with the last auto attack. Then I thought the last tick of Ignite was going to get it. It was not the defense from Paucus. I don't think it was the air. I think it was the shield from Strumpus from mid lane, because it tags you with the shield before the ball actually arrives, and he grabbed it at the last possible second. Unbelievable to keep him out of that right there. The attempted play from Mabud almost gets the kill. Now Mordio wants revenge for his top laner.
It's a questionable move from Strumpus right there. You definitely don't disrespect Mordio. Graves has a lot of front-loaded damage, especially being alongside a Lulu in that situation. I guess he thought he'd just clear the wave and back off. Try and feign some threat behind him.
Part of it, I think, was also the Gale Force right there. Oh, actually, Vex. Goodness gracious. Minwi, they canceled his back pretty much immediately as it started, so it didn't matter that much, but the damage is going to drive him out of lane. I think importantly at that right there is just that, again, the Gale Force isn't necessarily expected, so if he didn't pay attention to the item, he wouldn't have realized that the E-Gale Force combination of flash and damage from that, an auto attack and a Q was going to come out, and that meant that Strumpus was basically at 20% health immediately. Minui stuck
just needs
around.
one more pop. Just needs one more pop. Mystic shot finds its mark. Minui goes down. Kill number 2 for Vex, who's been on fire this game so far. We did see him pick up a lot of those plates in the bot lane. Now it's 2 kills to his name. There's a lot of gold to his name.
Man, this is it's Vex who's just on his like very powerful champion, and he's showing off a lot more in this game than he was able to in game number 1. Normally, he's like the pinnacle of I'm gonna sit in bot lane and I'm gonna farm the entire time, and that's all that's gonna happen. But in this game, we're not even gonna call him Vex. We're gonna call him Flex because of the way he's been just absolutely destroying Minui in some of these situations. The true shot barrages have been great, and right there flexing a little bit of the positioning also. Mid lane, there's a bit of a scrap going down, but it looks like it's not gonna amount to much.
Kenji does burn his flash to be able to get away from that one. But now looking at the state of the game, 17 minutes in, we have about a 4K gold lead going in favor of Winthrop, as they have been putting some domination. They have been putting some presence onto this map. It almost looked disastrous for a second when Mordio had a bad early game, but he was able to return that with the pressure bot lane. And ever since, it has been the Vex story who's been landing these pop shots, these mixed shots, these true shot barrages.
To me now, I think for Wildcard, the game comes down to how well you set up the initial play on your team fight, right? If you get the perfect combination of the Xin Zhao and the Orianna, things look great. Oh, wow. Just dead.
Ooh. Just dead.
Just dead.
Just dead.
There's too much front-loaded damage. I love that term here, just because, again, you walk in, Ivano hits you with an ultimate, you're getting hit with a Q, you're getting hit with a W from just the Vex alone. Then you're getting hit with, like, the Gale Force, you're getting hit with a Q, and auto-attack from Mordio, and you can see what that does to a poor, squishy ADC's health bar. It's gone. There's nothing there.
Well, a tower will be returned in the bottom lane. Alorum focusing it down. All that being said, though, as you said, HP not there, ADC not there. It's going to be 2 towers picked up over on the top side for Winthrop, and now the fight going on between Mabud and Alorum. Alorum starts to return it, but Mabud has that Meganar bar coming up soon. He sidesteps beautifully onto Alorum, and he will take down Alorum, but a teleport comes in. A new challenger has arrived, and it's going to be Strompest, but Strompest is fed to the wolf. That wolf going to be Kenji this time, as he grabs that kill, and it's a great play coming out of Winthrop. Mabud showing great prowess there, but they are not done. True shot barrage on the back end. Doesn't get him, but it doesn't matter. Mordio still cleans it up.
Mordio is a monster in this game. Everybody is a monster in this game. Right there, Mabud basically found, effectively, I wouldn't say it's a solo kill necessarily, because Kenji was there, but enough of, like, a meaningful solo kill to actually pressure back Alorum, who wasn't able to sit there and just do as he pleased in the side lane the way that he normally does on champions like this, to try to give them a consistent source of damage or a consistent source of gold to work with as the game continues, right? That's starting to get shut out as well. And when that starts to get shut out, you look at everybody else. And again, I want to still postulate the real way that this team eventually ends up winning in a game like this is that Xin Zhao is able to deliver a ball into the right situation, and the shockwave is enough to just like destroy a couple of members' health bars to allow for Alorum to get an ultimate off, to be able to chain into the wave and things like that. But so far, Wildcard has remained spread out amongst the map, and Winthrop has kind of been picking them off in individual pieces one by one, and it's led to the 7K gold, which makes it all the harder to land one of these massive combos, to land one of these big team fight wins, because you just don't necessarily have the damage to be able to contest against this team. And now, Winthrop's going to force your hand with the dragon, right? In 5 minutes' time, once this third dragon comes up, they're going to snag it pretty easily. They're going to start forcing onto Baron. They're going to force you into situations where your team fight's going to have to come together, and you have to play it perfect against a team that's beating you by a significant margin.
See right there, pressure applied over towards the top side. Can we stop this, Dean? Can we stop the true shot barrage calls, man? They're just so intense.
The best part about this is, once again, another member barely lives because of the E that comes out from the Orianna. That Orianna shield, necessary, because if it weren't for that, he dies to that. At the very last instance, he was able to press that button and make sure that it was not going to crush him, because it would have killed him outright if it hit without him paying attention like that. So props to Strompest figuring that out with the fast fingers, like you said, all costing him, of course, the 2 towers in the bottom lane now with the second Rift Herald. Surely getting some work done on that bottom side, making it super hard to push out very far as Alarm, because he's got to go so far up the lane.
Yeah, you really got to push out if you're Alorum, because if Mabud catches that lane push towards you, well, Inhibitor Tower is now gone. That is an exposed inhibitor that Wildcard are defending. Strompus over, as here comes Griffin. He's running right after Mordio. Alorum shows up as well. Kenji and Vex are there, the bot lane of Winthrop. In to return some fire, return some damage. Wildcard, they don't want it.
I think
now's not the time.
Griffin just got big brains right there. Okay, we'll wait for the fight to come through. I'm not going to harass Griffin too much about that.
Tidal Wave comes out. Mordio now in the front lines. Looking to jump in with Killer Instinct is going to be Minui. Cannot take down Mordio. It's going to be Griffin falling first, but here comes my bud. The bar is almost charged. Meganar comes out, waiting for that Shockwave to go through it. Actually, Shockwave's already spent. There's no resources for Wildcard Gaming to fight back against Winthrop.
Those ultimates were burnt on both sides really quickly, and it amounted only to Griffin going down. A lot of that was just based on the fact that there was a bunch of damage thrown into both sides, but it was spread out so evenly that just Griffin going down before the fight had actually started just means that they get to take this, because the only person with an ultimate is the Gnar. This would have been a moment to attack had they had their jungler back up, because there would have been nothing and it would have been a mini Gnar, but they can't. They just can't contest. There's too much damage between Mordio, Vex, and Ivano. With everybody up and available, there's no way to contest, not to mention you don't have a smite, so you can't play for a fight and you can't play for a Baron steal, and that just leads to Wildcard getting even further behind in this game. 8,500 gold down now. 3 dragons down now. They've got next to nothing. This is a Crown Ezreal, and you have very few ways to try to contest him on the background. That's not to even speak about the fact that Ivano's almost on 2 items. Mordio just finished a BF sword on top of the Collector, and Gale Force is already in the inventory. And really, Mabud hasn't found an amazing ultimate, but the Flash and the ultimate are there and available for when a team fight breaks out in the next 2 minutes. It's looking dire. Wildcard, I feel like, are on the absolute last straws of what their composition can accomplish. They have to somehow deny this dragon.
They're basically just looking for some form of wombo combo, you know, a Shockwave, Tidal Wave, any of those to sync together, stacking that CC to be able to follow up with damage. They just can't get their foot in the door. It's now Winthrop setting up a siege. Both in the bot lane, you have my bud with an exposed inhibitor shoving in a minion wave in the mid lane. The rest of Winthrop getting this minion wave to crash into the tower time and time again. The Baron buff, there's not much left in the wheelhouse of Wildcard to fight back.
There is not. They're continuing to siege between mid and bottom lane. They're trying to make sure that the mid tower doesn't break on top of the bottom tower, which is already down. I wanted to see if they could actually link up those 2 timers just to make sure it was near impossible. You can see, oh my goodness.
Oh,
Trumpus as well.
Out comes the Shockwave. It lands onto Mordio. Strumpus gets caught out by Ivano. Ivano will take him down, but the fear beyond death finds Ivano. Alorum getting that kill as Mabud leads the charge of Winthrop into the base of Wildcard Gaming.
Goodness gracious. It's really hard always to try to pick out exactly who the MVP through any of the games we've actually seen today. I think this one's obvious. Mordio is going crazy on this Graves right now. He, in the early game, commanded everything, and now look at the damage. He brought down Pockets before there was even a chance of that fight coming through, and that is just Winthrop just muscling their way into the base, taking down the bottom and mid inhibitor, and nothing to respond with. They've got 40 seconds for the dragon. They're just going to take that one immediately. The Baron buff's going to secure that position for them easily enough. And you can see it all started. I think it was even maybe hunting for Strumpus, the ultimate combination Vex. Never mind, man. The true MVP of this game is Vex's True Shot Barrage. I loved Ivano there too, because Ivano found a pressure into the backside as well as a fear into Alorum, and yes, Alorum ended up trading onto Ivano, but the fight is already over once this happens, right? Everybody's too scattered, there aren't enough members to actually fight. Wildcard's trying to maintain control of the river, but Madbud's behind him, he's got the ultimate as well. You gotta be real careful, Pockets loses half his health of True Shot Barrage.
Those 2-shot barrages are doing way too much damage. Now Mabud leading the charge once again for Winthrop. Standing with that Meganar form, saying, I dare you, Wildcard.
They gotta get
I dare you.
Yes. The problem is when he goes to mini, there is a chance. So I would like to see them kill the dragon now, before there's an opportunity for them to actually turn in and maybe kill the mini Gnar. It's still tough because they're still down an absurd amount of gold. They're not even going to try for it, it looks like. Yep, they're just going to give the soul. It's not huge, right? It's a static shiv on every single character, but it is meaningful. It's really meaningful when you got the amount of damage that they do right here and right now, and especially with the amount of poke that you got in Vex and everybody else. It's just going to be too miserable to try to fight in a 5-on-5 situation. I feel like Wildcard, the siren song's going off because they are on the last legs possible. This game is probably going to end sometime in the next minute or two.
Here comes Wildcard as they begin their siege. Inhibitor down in the mid lane. Inhibitor down in the bot lane. Winthrop. See one more tower to get the double super creeps to come in. More mystic shots come in. Another onto Alorum. Alorum really posturing up to try and find Vex, but Vex is just being a menace here. He knows he has the Arcane Shift. He's in no real danger. Knows he also has that True Shot Barrage, which has been doing a lot of damage in this game. Deceitful amount of damage. I can't even say deceitful because we've seen so many on-screen kills with it.
It's
Now the minion wave crashing to the tower.
Yeah, Strumpus trying to hold this one back to the best of their abilities. It's actually Wildcard who's playing this pretty immaculately. Griffin goes in. They're going to try to find a combination of ultimates. That's a lot burned for basically the defense of a single tower. And on the other side, you can see Babud is just being an absolute menace. He's led an entire wave into the bottom or Nexus tower, and that might just be a taken Nexus tower as the rest of the team floods in with the mid wave.
It's a last stand on wobbly legs. Wildcard trying the best they can to clear out these minion waves, but Vex is still getting these shots at the Nexus towers. One more auto would finish off that one. No?
No. They're just going to take top tower. They don't care that much.
Just going to walk away. Just be very careful about this one. And here we go again. Griffin looking to jump in. There comes the shockwave. They're able to get one down. Mordio falls, but the rest of Winthrop are still here. And Vex is uncontested as he goes right after Minui and takes him down with the Mystic shot. The Fear Beyond Death still did some work, though. Members of Winthrop have fallen. 3, the entire top side of the map for Winthrop has fallen. Strumpus and Minui down for Wildcard Gaming. This is going to be a successful defense.
And they found the only thing that could possibly get them back into the game. The combination of Griffin with that shockwave got them onto Mordio to remove the Graves, who is probably the most gold, if not close to the most amount of gold inside of this game, underneath the tower while simultaneously taking out the majority of that wave. And that meant that if you wanted to keep fighting underneath of it, you're fighting under a tower. That's why Vex couldn't keep fighting under there, and there was nothing else on the other side to really come back to. Yes, they end up getting a couple of kills during the course of that, and you see Mordio's got the most gold. When they removed him from the fight completely with that combination of ultimates, they took out so much. That option, now the door slammed on it because the Guardian Angel is completed for Mordio, so that will not happen a second time inside of this game. But Wildcard at least bought themselves a few more minutes here. Precious, precious minutes necessary in order to continue to fight back against this team, although again, the Baron buff might spell their doom once again.
Yeah. Not Baron buff. You know, you got 3 minutes left on the Elder Drake timer as well. There's plenty of places that Winthrop can force the hand of Wildcard, try to force them to make a play, or else the game can be ended in a matter of seconds. Now Baron picked up by Winthrop. They're going to begin their siege over topside.
They do. You do see at least, actually, a wave and a teleport coming in. Really trying. Madbud's got Flash and he's got E coming up here in the next couple of seconds. If he gets onto Strumpus, this could be problematic.
Yeah, this is going to be the end right here. Slammed against the wall is going to be Strumpus. Mabud takes him down. 3-member strong is going to be Wildcard. 2 strong. Let's just say 2 weak at this point. 1 weak. Alorum's the only one that stands. And he will fall. So will Wildcard. Winthrop are not done. Hawk, they heard you talking all that mad trash. Manny, we're on your side here. Winthrop is making this a series.
What a play from the side of Winthrop. This is a roster that, again, coming in, I think this is probably the most underrated squad coming into this kind of tournament. This, especially as a number 1 seed, nobody would have expected them to come in as a 1 seed in terms of these matchups. And against Wildcard, I think it was clear they were the underdog, at least in terms of perception for a number of people. That was insane. That was a really good performance. Mordio put the team on his back in the earlier stages, kind of took things over. Vex did so much with the Ezreal pick that he wasn't able to accomplish in game number 1 and turned things completely on their head. The bottom side crumbled, and that was the foundation of Wildcard. Wildcard fell to absolute ruin once that bottom lane was removed.
It was some good stuff. If you look at this match, you can see so many small moments where if Winthrop didn't make that play, you could very easily see it going Wildcard Gaming's way. One of the ones that pops out the most, you were talking about Mordio, it was the play bot lane, because he got shut down real early into this game. Mm-hmm. He forced that play bot lane, and that is what gave him the momentum to be able to stay, to be able to still be an offensive figure. An offensive figure he was. That front-loaded damage, we talked about it during the cast, it was immense.
I can't give enough props again to Mordio, not only for this game, because it was insane, and he absolutely devastated this game and made it so hard for the side of Wildcard to play. But again, stepping in for Frost Forest, stepping in for an experienced member of the team, and stepping in as a new jungler for an organization over the fall, only been here for a couple of months. He's looking like a seasoned pro. He's looking like somebody inside of the amateur and collegiate scene that could absolutely go crazy on a number of different rosters. I love to see it. If the champion pool expands and he starts looking really good on a number of different picks outside of just some of the comfort ones that we've seen, he could be an absolute menace. We love to see that kind of development come out. That's kind of what amateur is all about, and Mordio is kind of epitomizing it right now, taking his team to game number 3. The West of Winthrop also having themselves a fantastic game compared to what happened in game 1. And I'm so interested to see what Wildcard want to do with their side selection, whether they want to go to red side, get some of the juicy counter picks. Do they take away the Ezreal? Do they take away the Graves again? There's so much intrigue here.
We got so much excitement in the series right now, and we have a series just waiting just waiting to be unfolded. Winthrop versus Wildcard, it's bringing it, and the analyst desk want to bring you some analysis onto that game. We're going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get to just that desk. Izzy, take it away in just a moment.
All right, welcome back to the desk. Winthrop heard us talking smack. They heard us suggest that Wildcard might take the series 2-0, and they brought the scoreline back up 1-1. We have thoughts on the draft, especially on the side of Wildcard. Manny, do you want to break that down a bit for us?
Yeah, so taking a look at this draft early on, we had a couple questions about Wildcard's draft, sort of from the very beginning. A couple problems with that we identified were there didn't really seem to be a priority Shockwave target really on the side of Winthrop. Where if you take a look at it, it's like, well, really, who does Orianna really want to use the Shockwave on? Realistically, she's probably not going to want to use it on Nars, probably not going to want to use it on Graves. Vex and Ezreal, or Vex is ideally going to be at the start of fights at least too far away for her to think about Shockwave conceivably, because she's going to just try to look for R's into the fight. And, the Ezreal, if he's paying attention, could kind of just E out of it. So we thought it was kind of going to be difficult because there wasn't really much ball delivery. There wasn't really much engage, right? The best that they had was Griffin on the Xin Zhao. We were obviously really scared of Alorim's Urgot. We weren't really certain about the Gnar counterpick into it. I don't think Mabud was very like incredibly effective on the Gnar. It was able to like neutralize the Urgot, and he was able to become a presence in team fights. But that, to me at least, seemed more down to how Winthrop played out the rest of the map rather than his specific play top lane. But overall as well, we were just I guess just confused about what the Orianna's role was. It seemed like Strumpus might have been banned out a little bit in second rotation and kind of had to default to that Orianna, and it might not have been his I guess preferred choice.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. Oh man, I like how Rebel said it before the game. They're not called Winthrop, they are called Winthrop, as they do manage to find it. I'm convinced at this point that the universe is just trying to prove me wrong, but never fear, I still believe in Wildcard for the next game. But yeah, the Orianna blind pick was really strange. A lot of safe blinds were banned out. I would have loved to see LeBlanc come through right there, but you know, I think aside from the draft, more than anything, though, I think you would agree with this, Manny. It really just came down to Winthrop actually had a lane to play through, unlike game one, and they did so. And it looked a lot better here in this game for them. I mean, we take it to the early game. So much jungle attention down here towards the bottom side. Mordio gets spotted, actually, by that melee minion going up too far, but they don't care. Remember, this is an Ignite Graves. Mordio has picked the summoner spell to fight, chunks out Griffin big time, and the Ignite is still coming back up off cooldown. So coming off of this play, they're able to, you know, push in this minion wave, move into the enemy jungle, contest the Krugs, and really what it comes down to is Pakis, an out of mana, half health Nami, face checking in Ignite Graves. You can't do that, Pakis. Gets taken down. In general, I think we were a lot less impressed by Pakis on the Nami this time around. Maybe the coin ending up tails in game number 2 as opposed to game number 1. And Mordio, really nice mechanics right there to pick up the second kill as well. And that ended up being a huge play because not only was there the 2 kills going down there to the Graves, but also a whole lot of farm lost under tower consistently every single time the Graves came bottom. This Kaisa was dropping more and more and more, and Minwi found himself in a pretty big hole as the game progressed, and Vex only continued to get stronger.
Yeah, and Manny, you know, sitting 1-1, especially after such a rough game on the side of Wildcard, how do they come back in game 3?
Well, you know, Wildcard, they've got a bunch of veterans on their roster, right? They've been here before. They've been in elimination games. They've been in tight places. Like I don't doubt that they can get it together here. The interesting thing about Wildcard, or at least what I'd like to see them improve for Game 3, is I'd like them to try to draft a bit of a more cohesive team comp. It didn't really feel like they were playing on the same page in that game. You know, it looked like they were trying to do different things on different sides of the map on the other time. Like, for example, in one play, Alorum got cut out 1v3, Strumpus TP'd in, died again, and then, you know, on the other side of the map, Pakis died trying to, like, Ward Rift Herald by himself, right? And it's those kind of, like, disconnected plays that Wildcard kind of need to get past, they need to avoid, I think, if they want to move forward. It was also just, like, kind of difficult for them to play that out, obviously, like, based on the draft, but I think that if they can get on the same page, really just gel together more, I think that's going to make things easier for them going forward.
Yeah, it felt like both the teams almost kind of swapped roles from game 1. You know, I was talking about how I had so many concerns about Winthrop just not looking like they knew what they wanted to do in game number 1. And this game, it was Wildcard. Wildcard sort of felt like they were trying to respond to everything. It was once again a very reactive style, which worked extremely well for them in game 1. But here in game 2, you know, Winthrop didn't miss. They had a lane to play through. Mordio pathed a lot better, and although they had a really nice play to get first blood early on, there wasn't really anything else going for them, and they sort of just continued to hemorrhage gold across the map. So, it looked a little bit like a solo queue game in a way, so I'd really like to see that cleaned up from them, because I feel like Wildcard looks like they're still better in a lot of their individual roles. Like, I'm liking the way Griffin is matched up against Mordio, like having a good early game again in game 2, despite later on falling further behind, and the bot lane has been pretty back and forth, and especially in mid lane, Strumpus, I feel like, has really been keeping Ivano down in both games. The Vex was pretty invisible, I think, for most of game number 2, despite coming up with the win. It was extremely impactful in the late game team fights, but for the better part of the game, it really was Graves and Ezreal doing everything. And that's not to say that Winthrop didn't play exceptionally well to a win condition. They absolutely exploited that bot lane and played very well to what their composition wanted to do. It's really interesting seeing these teams sort of take turns almost not quite knowing what they want to do. And I'm wondering if in game number 3, now both teams will be able to have their footing and kind of go blow for blow with each other a little bit more.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind, right, that Wildcard have kind of been, off the mark so far, and that, like, obviously Winthrop are doing a great job coming to play this, and yeah, just like you said, they obviously Wildcard this whole series, and really in a lot of games this tournament, seems like they haven't really been playing super proactively. They've kind of been sitting back, waiting for the other team to make mistakes, because they're saying, oh, look, we're all veterans, we're all these great players, we've been in the scene for a long time, we're going to capitalize, they're going to mess up, and, sometimes that doesn't happen, right? Sometimes, Mordio is going to get big on the Graves, the bot lane is going to win out really hard, and it just becomes really difficult for them to come back, and they just look so disconnected across the map in the mid-late game.
Yeah, the teams are 1-1. It's anybody's series from here. Manny might go 2-0 on predictions today. We will have to see. We're going to send it to the casters for game 3, and they'll get started on the drought.
Welcome back to the casting desk and our coverage of the series between Winthrop and Wildcard. And Dean, Winthrop brought it back.
Living up to the namesake, man. Winthrop always bring it back in the end, being able to take us to a game number 3. Incredibly of interest. They were able to get Mordio back into things. Vex was able to step up into a really positive role. I was very happy with the way that Winthrop was able to pull that out. And now Wildcard, they get their test. They get their side selection. They go to red side. Now they get their counter picks in a number of different lanes. So that's going to be an interesting little forethought of, not only Alorn, but also Stromphus pool and what they're going to be able to do. But to me also, I feel like the crux of this team that I've seen time and time again is their bottom lane. It feels like Minwi and Pockets, specifically, when they're succeeding, the team is succeeding, and when they're failing, it's harder for this team to really come together and win out big games. How do you make sure that Minwi and Pockets, the 2 youngest members of this squad, are going to feel comfortable?
And it's such a strange sighting, because there's so much experience on the top side of the map when it comes to Wildcard, Alorm, Griffin, and Stromphus. You were talking about it sometime during this, that Minui was brought up as that rookie that they're trying to shape and develop. You are seeing the shape and development there, but this is where he needs to hard pivot. This is where we need to start seeing, the most critical gears turn and the machine that is Wildcard.
It's going to be necessary, of course. I think there's a number of times during that game in which I think his positioning was punished quite a bit from the side of Winthrop, and I want to see that fixed, right? In game number 1, that wasn't as big a problem because he had the back pocket Soraka, so it was like, okay, you could lose half your health bar, they're not going to follow up because you're getting it right back because the W is going to be able to help you out. The same thing can happen if you have a Thresh or something along those lines. What's actually really funny is Minwi reminds me really heavily of Scooped back in the day. He was on earlier, and Scooped had really bad problems with positioning and occasion very early on in his career as well. I remember watching some of the VODs with like a coach, and we were talking about it, and we were like, yeah, his positioning's a little rough, but he's a very talented player. Minwi's having some similar problems. So I'm hoping that those growing pains can get fixed, and I'm hoping that Pockets can help him out. But making sure that he's successful, again, for Wildcard feels really, really necessary for them to really contest, especially when Vex continues to go back to these super safe picks and is just a brick wall that you can't really beat down in the earlier phases of the game.
Yeah, Vex being on the Ezreal, kind of reminds me of what we saw earlier with Stixay, able to play safe and play back and still get that very strong gold lead, enabling Kenji to walk out. Vex having a good performance, the rest of Winthrop showing up pretty well as we start to head off into this game number 3. We're going the full distance here today, Dean. Both games making it to 3 games.
Yeah, the other side actually didn't get a full 3 games, so they are the chumps in this situation. They didn't get either of their series to go to a full 3 games. We get all the action, Mr. Eric. So.
But we're also kind of losers in this because, Immortals did get that 2-0 versus Taco Gaming on Taco Tuesday, Dean. On Taco Tuesday.
All the times to lose. I wonder, do you think Taco Gaming actually recruits Tuesday if he comes out of retirement to join the mid lane? Are they beatable on Tuesdays? If this is going to be like a Monday, Tuesday league, like they literally cannot be beaten on Tuesdays with that combination. So
I love you, Dean. I love you so much. As we get into the draft right now, Winthrop going to take away the Rise, Corki, and Tom. Nothing too much going to change right there. Wildcard never going to allow Mordio to ever play that Kha'Zix. Nope. But much more focus onto the bot lane this time from Wildcard as they ban away the Caitlyn and the Ezreal.
They do. Interestingly, Kenji going right for the Lulu after everything else has been considered during the course of the series. Of all the picks that would end up getting taken off the board, the Lulu is the interesting one. I would have expected the Graves almost at the first pick, taking us back to like 2020 region of like B1 Graves 100% of the time, B2 Jin, stuff like that. And so the Lulu is at least of interest to me. This is Minwi on a champion that I think is a little bit more downplayed as a carry, which to me, it indicates maybe a lot more focus on Griffin, maybe a Viego coming out here, or something from Strumpus that's a lot more consistent damage-oriented, something like the Azir, the Cassiopeia, the Rise obviously taken off the board, the Corki taken off the board, so you don't get either of those. But this, I think, is Minwi a little bit more downplayed in a composition like this. They understand that Vex is going to be really hard to aggress against. They can't set their bot lane on really positive footing to begin with, so they're not even going to try. They're just going to take something that's a bit more oriented towards the team and play a little bit more CC based in their AD goal.
And I don't think it's just that as well. I think this is also a hard denial over towards Vex, grabbing the Jhin. Because again, for the start of this year, the Open Qualifiers and Circuit Qualifiers, Vex has heavily been playing the Jhin and Ezreal and slowly pushing towards the Caitlyn. Now, every single one of those champions are off the board.
Interesting. I wonder how far down into the pool we end up with the ADC, because there's some spicy little things that come about in the later stages that maybe we'll talk about if we get to a chance to it in the draft. But instead we get junglers here. Back again, once again, Griffin with the Lee Sin in his kind of stock standard pick, and Mordio actually gets the Xin Zhao a lot more stock standard. Man, the Aphelios would kill me. Like, not because the Aphelios is bad in this situation by any standard, but more so just that I wanted something spicier out of the AD role. I was really hoping with everything else pinched off. The Jinx is also available. Okay, I'm definitely not getting anything spicy or anything along those lines. Instead, it's just going to be the stock standard. Vex going to go with the hyper carry of the week, being able to take that into the Jhin. This is a really good matchup statistically from the Jinx in terms of like the long-term thing. I'm pretty sure I had like at one point during this season had like the Jhin had 18% win rate against the Jinx. That's like just unreasonable.
I want to keep in mind, though, that this is not a Vex champion. It's not something he plays often whatsoever. No. The last competitive recorded history of him playing this champion was in 2021 summer, at the start of summer. So it's been a while since he's been able to pop on this. It's not going to be the most comfort, but it is a Jinx after all. You know, just right-click and win, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least something like that. And especially in a lane against the Jhin, you're feeling good because, like, wave clear is perfectly fine. You've got a Lulu alongside you, so it's tough to find an aggressive lane pairing that's really going to be able to beat you down. You can see they're anticipating maybe more of a melee focus here for Palkus, trying to go for, like, the Nautilus, maybe the Leona ban, maybe the Thresh ban as well, just to make sure that that's off the board, to ensure that that's going to be pinched out altogether. So there is that. Strumpus on his LeBlanc, I do like that quite a bit. Again, to me, the two things I was considering, of course, the Viego and then a consistent damage mid laner, both obviously off the board, which means I am just completely wrong about everything all the time, always. Wildcard likes to do that to me, unfortunately. But I'm very happy that Strumpus is on the LeBlanc, because I think he was an incredible LeBlanc into the summer of 2021 and even into the later stages of the year. And I think it fell by the wayside, and people just didn't remember it, because at one time, this is perhaps one of the most fearsome tournaments or fearsome champions he had in the pool.
And with that LeBlanc being locked in, you get a lot of damage on Wildcard's composition. I mean, Lee Sin brings it, Jhin brings it, LeBlanc brings it as well. The response from Winthrop is going to be one of the more classic counters to LeBlanc in taking that Lissandra.
I'm not always in love with this in the modern era. I feel like the way a LeBlanc plays her chains can really destroy a Lissandra in the wrong situation. If you break the defensive tools of what a Lissandra typically goes for, that means that like the LeBlanc just gets instant trade pressure. It feels like the best way to combat this, I've talked about this on previous streams into the previous year, is electrocute on the Lissandra to try to out trade. And in the last game of the day, your boy, your bud, he picks the Mundo. I can see you were looking, trying to get the message from our producer right there, and you were just looking away. I was trying to get your attention.
Yes, baby! Mundo's on the board, and it's played by my bud. Dragoon, you did me dirty, man. You were supposed to play that champion. While my bud has a similar champion pool, friendship ended with Dragoon, my bud is my best pal now.
It's such an incredible pick. I love this right here, because now you've got Jhin LeBlanc as your two main damage dealers, right? Aatrox is picked into it. Alorum obviously understands the fact that, like, when you have 4 CC moves on the Aatrox, it's going to be easy to get past the passive, what the Mundo is going to be able to go for, and you need something that can dive in the earlier stages. Aatrox at level 3, Lee Sin at level 3, legitimate threat to put Mabud on his ass, unfortunately, underneath that top tower, because that's kind of what you have to do to a Mundo to make sure he's shut down. But if he gets into the mid game, if he gets into the late game and he's perfectly fine, who's killing him? Who's gonna kill him? Jin's gonna kill him? No. Jin's not gonna kill him. Is LeBlanc gonna kill him? No one's gonna kill him. He's way too big of a beefy boy to be able to have that happen. So, but Bud, he goes for the big pick, the big stone wall, hopefully able to soak that damage.
And Mabud has been a player. We did praise him earlier for being able to play both strong side and weak side. So if he does fall behind, he is not one of those who hemorrhage too much when he is camped, when a tent is set up there. So I am personally excited. I am personally ecstatic to see my boat on the Mundo. But yeah, this is the last one right here. Is this going to be enough from either side to really be able to net in the win for the series?
I feel as though Wildcard have put themselves in a situation where their draft is comfort, and they've also given themselves more priority on their top side to win the game rather than having Minwi take more of it. But again, the threat of potentially losing to the Mundo, just like out tanking you, even like the Lissandra getting bulky, like combine that with the Lulu, the Xin Zhao being able to soak damage, it's problematic. Was this actually the Vex instead of the LeBlanc? I'm not sure if this was a correction. I didn't hear in our ear from the producer whether or not that was the case, but I want to make sure whichever champion we had. Yeah, the Vex was banned, so I doubt that that's the case. I'm assuming that's still the LeBlanc, so that's perfectly fine. Yeah, we're just making sure that that is the case, that the LeBlanc was in the mid lane, so no worries about that one. I feel like this is a well-rounded composition from Winthrop. I feel like they have good early impressions. The only thing that can cost them is if their laning phase goes really poorly, right? Like if the LeBlanc starts snowballing against Lissandra, it's hard to stop. If the Aatrox starts snowballing against the Mundo, it's hard to stop. If you get gold into Minwi, he actually just shreds through Jinx and has a bunch of damage for the Lissandra before she gets to press ultimate as well. So I feel like Wildcard have to strike very quickly.
They definitely do. If Vex is able to get a footing into this game, compiled with having the Lulu, Hell Pix really does do a lot to add on some of the DPS for someone who fires as fast as a Jinx will. Given that paired up with the fact that you do have a very, very defensive front line to work with, both with the Mundo to run interference, but just having the Crescent Guard to try and run some distraction, as well as Lissandra freezing up anyone who can get there. That being said, though, Wildcard do have some mobility answers. They have a lot of champions who can get towards that backline, who can get through a lot of the resources that Winthrop have.
That is the fear. I think Winthrop is in a position where they've designed their team composition around the one real piece of it, which is Vex, right? Vex on the Jinx is going to be in a position where he is going to be able to carry for this team because he's got a bunch of support, he's got a bunch of frontline. This is like the dream of an ADC who wants to carry, right? You put him on a hyperscaler, you put a bunch of members that are in front of him that are big, bulky with CC, and you let him go to town, right? This is standard trademark team fighting 101 type composition. To me, like you said, I think Griffin showed in game one that he was capable of getting onto an Ezreal, which is really impressive. I think Aatrox has real problems potentially for later in the game, but the biggest one to me is Strumpus. I think Strumpus LeBlanc is the biggest threat to Vex during the course of this game. It's fast, quick damage, and the assassination threat is really, really there. If you do play with vision properly, Vex has to be incredibly conservative with the positioning, and that might win you enough time where your damage is enough to bring down some of the frontliners. If you compound everything from all your champions into Mundo or into one of the frontliners all at once, they will go down, and that means that Vex can't step forward. Vex can't step into this meat grinder of a team. It's about how quickly can Vex win against their frontline versus how quickly your whole team can win against the frontline of the Mundo and whatnot.
All right, everyone. Final game of the day. Every series going the distance here on the LCS Proving Ground Circuit Qualifiers. Winthrop versus Wildcard Gaming. Game number 3. Let us know in chat who you think is going to win. Will be Winthrop University getting the Cinderella story, continuing their journey. Will it be Wildcard Gaming? The amount of experience, the development of NA Amateur. It's a tough one to call. Lots of splits on the predictions here. Split on the casting desk as well. And we'll see who's able to take it, Dean.
I feel as though walking into this split, it was really hard to imagine Wildcard being in a position where they weren't going to be a top 4 roster with this team, right? You have Alorum and Griffin who have been a part of a bunch. Minwi was a great addition. At the point, it was Rhino as well with Minwi on the bottom side, and you're like, wow, that's a really good engaged support. And you combine that with Strumpus, who's a veteran who also went to scouting grounds and did all this incredible stuff over the summer, joined SLU and all these other rosters and things like that. It was really incredible. This Wildcard roster looked incredible, like absolutely nutty on paper, right? It was okay, they can compete with 100 Thieves, they can compete with Golden Guardians in this first tournament. this would be a pretty bad loss, right? To lose out in the round 4 of 8, to lose to Winthrop too, which is a team that nobody expected to be here. I'm not trying to like put this as like this is gonna be traumatizing for them. It's just more so that like the expectations for this team are high enough to be in the top 4. This feels like a game that like Wildcard winning this, it puts them in the position they should have been in all along, which is what we want to see because Wildcard has had some bad losses this year, or at least during the course of this like open qualifiers and things during this tournament. And you want to see them overcome those kinds of challenges to really make it into that final stage of the tournament where they're going to feel among the kin of the rest of like who should be where they're at.
I always remember hearing a lot of conversation from coaches about one of the most coachable positions to put in a rookie player. And it usually comes down to the marksman role, right? Because everyone else is usually taking care of a lot of that macro presence for you, even your support at that point. It is a good foundation to try and build up a player. And I feel like Minui has been built up quite well by Wildcard, being able to get as far as he has with this roster. You know, at the end of the day, even though it is a lot of prominent members, it is a lot of experienced members, still NA developmental as Ivano looks to escape this one, sidesteps the Sonic Wave. A flash over the walls. The Ethereal Chains are going to lock, but Mordio will get there in time and look to find more. He gets the knockup, 3-talent strike goes off, sets his sights onto Griffin, a couple more autos goes through, but nothing to really lock him down. We'll be able to get away. Close exchange in the mid lane.
Back and forth between the two. Flashes burnt on everybody but Griffin, which I think does end up coming out in the favor, obviously, of Griffin being able to hold that one until like the level 6 potentially comes through or anything else. Both flashes being burnt felt a little aggressive. Mordio going over Ivano, wanting to join him for the additional CC to maybe run people down is big. But the biggest aspect of this, of course, is that Griffin, if he wants to play to topside and to dive this Mundo very soon, because again, level 3 is here, Alorum wants to try to do that before he hits the level 6 mark and can really regen, Griffin's going to need the flash to be able to help him do so. And now with the flash, he's going to go back onto Ivano.
Nice little sidestep there, dodge to change, but here comes Griffin. The claw over the wall, but the follow-up with the resonating strike. First blood, done easy on the repeat gank for Griffin.
Yeah, great from Griffin right there. It wasn't even the chain that got hit by Strumpus. They weren't able to lock him down into place. You just hit the Q very necessarily and then held it for the appropriate amount of time. Again, Griffin's expectation of attacking towards the top side, getting the LeBlanc into a good place is already a solid game plan. And right here, this is the situation. The E combined with the Q held it until the E had actually come out. Ivano had no other choice. You don't take it, you die. You take it, you get chased down by the Q, but maybe Mordio is able to come back. Not going to be the case here. And so that's just going to be the W for Griffin. Didn't have to burn the flash yet again. Isn't finding his way to top lane, which I think is actually a much more problematic for this team is the Mundo rather than the Lissandra. But one way or another, just trying to accelerate some of the early game.
So state of the game so far, Wildcard able to get that first blood from earlier off the repeat gank of Griffin, and nothing much else to really happen. Now Griffin focusing attention towards his top side, only getting the clears for the time being as he does take that reset. Coming out of both junglers. Camp spawning over on the bottom side for Griffin. Should have his attention over there. Mordio is having his camp spawn over towards the top side. An eye onto Drake as that spawns within the next 3 seconds. Mordio should not be able to path into that direction too early.
Yeah, Mordio is going to path towards bottom side. So it's a question of, does Griffin go immediately for the dragon by ganking into bottom lane? Because the back had actually just come through from Vex and Kenji. So they're going to come back with the Berserker Greaves a lot faster. Minui's holding the wave on his side. They're going to look to maybe back now. But if Minui doesn't back, he's going to be down itemization. Which kind of, it deflates a little bit of the ability to go after this dragon really quickly, which would be, if they knew where Mordio was right now, I'm guessing they probably would have tried to back with Minui, and then they just would have attacked on that timer, or they would have walked directly at the dragon because of the back timer that had been taken by Vex or Kenji. But instead now, Mordio is going to end up on the bottom side of the map with 2 freshly backed bot laners, and that's going to make it really difficult to try to take this dragon, unless they somehow once again find a gank onto Ivano almost level 6, and if they can do it before then, maybe there's a chance. But right now, at this point, I feel like there is a congestion that can come out from Winthrop if they want. If not, they don't have to, right? One dragon's not going to break the entire game. They're putting pressure onto Mordio a little bit inside of the jungle. That's 3 members diving on him.
Wow. They're going deep onto Mordio, and they're actually getting the damage before he can get underneath the tower. Looking to finish off the job is going to be Griffin, but Griffin returns fire. Goodness. Griffin will be able to take him down. It's going to be a double kill going over to Ivano, though. A little bit of an overstay coming out of Wildcard as they attempt to really commit to that gank onto Mordio.
Little bit of stooging right there into the Lissandra, which is a bit interesting because a number of members actually going down. Mabud has level 6. So I don't think they can actually make this happen. You're just trying to burn the ultimate maybe, but even that's not going to actually get burned. It's just going to be mythbud walking out of that situation. And right there, the attempted dive just to put Mordio on a bit of a back foot. I get the intention once again from Wildcard, but diving multiple members on top of each other into an AoE mage, just like there's something bad about that, right? Like especially Alessandro, who's got all this lockdown, just feels like it's a complete waste. And again, this felt like a timer that Wildcard could have used to abuse the dragon. They could have looked after it. They could have tried to push on the bottom side, or bullied out the mid lane and walked towards the dragon, but instead making that dive happen forced them into a situation where they're going to lose the first Drake here to Mordio and Kenji instead of anything else. And they did give 2 kills back over to Lysandra, which kind of cancels out the initial gank that happened in the game.
That's 2 kills over to Ivano. He's going to enjoy that, considering the matchup he has against Trompus and LeBlanc. First Drake getting picked up by Winthrop, as they are going to grab that Hex Drake for the time being. Looking to roam out towards the river. You can see Minui trying to play very safe over towards this bottom side. Watching his vision, watching his flanks very carefully, because there's a lot of people missing, but they're about to reappear over towards the mid lane. Jumping in is going to be Strumpus, gets caught out, but not much else to worry about when you can return to that distortion.
Yeah, importantly, I think what was happening there was that Minui was checking the blue buff to see if it was available. And because it was available, they didn't know where the enemy team was. Because if they had taken it, then they would have probably been out of the jungle at that point. Because the blue hadn't been taken, they haven't gone for a full engage. So this was information getting collected from Wildcard. And now, Griffin shows up, but there's 3 members, including Ivano here. I don't think you want this. They're going to leave the Grump, I think, necessarily in this particular case. But they're not going to lose anything else. So it is just blue for blue traded, where I think it was Griffin got the one on the other side of the map from the top side. And that one was taken, of course, by Mordio with the support of the rest of his lane. I just want to take a quick stock standard of everything else across the map. 10, 11 CS advantage. I think a wave is pushing, so it might only be like 5 or 6 minions on the top side. Vex currently leading by about 3 waves on the bottom side, maybe 2 waves, something like that, after the rest of the minions are picked up here, which is big because, again, the Jinx is your hyper carry. You want to make sure the Jinx is getting safe, free gold in the laning phase, so farming is super important. Eventually, plates are going to be more important, and that's where we're going to see Ivano start to make moves towards the bottom side of the map. The Mundo is going to be undivable, so I think Wildcard also is going to lean into bottom side. So I anticipate after a little bit more time, we're going to see more interactions from both junglers to the bottom side, just to make sure that you have one winning side lane that's going to end up going away.
So recalls coming in pretty much across the map here for Wildcard Gaming, both in their mid lane and their bottom lane. Watching closely onto that pathing you were talking about as Griffin starts heading towards that top side, but again, very undivable. What I'm wondering about, is going to be the reverse end of things. If Mordio attempts to do anything onto Alorum, of course, the World Ender does provide a lot of healing. They would need some source of grievous wounds if the ultimate is not already up at that point. It seems like Alorum will do it the other way around as Alorum starts going into the jungle of Mordio. Waiting for that poke, he is spotted out as he takes down the control ward. Mordio trying not to provide too much information on what's going on, as Alorum is catching his pathing, goading a response out of both Griffin and Pacus.
And importantly, they're made a Rift Herald shift here, right? Vex is actually trying to hold the wave, I think is what was happening right there, just to make sure that they couldn't take additional plates. But they've already gotten 2 on the bottoms. Oh, they don't get 2 on the bottom side because the wave clears there. Very well played by Minui. If they get both, there's a potential that this ends up being like perfectly even, right? Because you get 2 guaranteed plates out of the Rift Herald. So if you just give that one away and then you get 2 plates on the bottom side, you're fine with that. Or at least in theory, you're okay with that because it can force the back 2 plates to get brought down instead. But here, they can't quite capitalize on that one. So it's just not going to be the case. Vex is still feeling fine because, again, you're still getting free gold on the bottom side of the map. But like you said, it's a question of what does Griffin want to do now? Because you have to do something somewhere. Bottom lane is a place where you could get Minui ahead. You can try to get Strumpus further ahead. I think the Aatrox isn't a bad choice either, because in a team fight can be a devastating piece of a lot just because of how much damage can be put out in an area.
The ultimate going to be used by Ivano to protect himself from the gank that was coming in. Super Mega Death Rocket. Just a little bit of a cameo in the mid lane as it passes by. But it will enable Strumpus and Griffin to start walking over. They're going towards the top lane.
Yeah, this is what you wanted to see. I wanted to see this a long time ago. mythbud not going to get dove early in the game. Ultimate's probably going to get popped, and they're going to look for a kill immediately. They've got the damage. Probably 4 kicked into the wall.
Ooh, kicked into the wall. Takes a couple more tower shots, but it was executed exactly the way they intended. Taking down Mordio before too much regen can come in, and going to put down the Rift Herald as well. Slow comes out from Kenji as Ivano comes in just to clear the wave.
I was really worried right there that the trade was going to go down, and that was just going to be an absolute disaster, because it was Griffin who was under threat of being traded, and that means the Rift Herald wasn't going to get dropped, and all of a sudden the play just goes completely out the window if you lose the jungler in a trade and you don't get the Rift Herald down to get the plates.
So plate's going to be picked up right there. It's not going to be too big of a lead picked up off a Wildcard, but all the small things do add up. Only 200 gold separating these teams right now.
There's like, do you feel the tension in this game right now?
I do.
I feel like I'm speaking on eggshells at this point because of how much tension is between these two teams. They're right there neck and neck with gold.
I've been hardcore staring at the mini-map, and my heart is just pounding at the moment.
It's like you're trying to track as much as you can across the entirety of the game, because you know every single movement is so important here between these two teams, because it makes the difference between whether you go on to semifinals or whether you get booted out at this stage in the tournament, which obviously neither team wants for a number of reasons. But it's a very, very big game that's on the shoulders of all these players who've had such just immaculate performances in a number of situations. Both teams very deserving to be here, and both teams definitely have their own claim to semifinals. As Dragon respawns, that's bottom side. Winthrop control that one. I do want to note really quickly, Mordio has not gone for the Gordrinker, which is really typical on the Xin Zhao, has instead gone for the Trinity Force, which is a little bit more damage in his back pocket. Of interest to me, just because of the lack of time that we actually see that one. Top tower probably going to go down to just the minions on its own, and that's going to give a little bit of gold back to Alorum, but I think they're okay with that one. Winthrop, giving gold over to anybody is not ideal. The Aatrox is a very mean member, but it's not like you're giving gold over to somebody who's going to be able to just pure win the team fight. It's Mordio.
Ooh, now Winthrop trying to press that bot lane advantage they had earlier. A curtain call, be careful, gets blocked by Ivano. Sonic Wave comes out, Deadly Flourish gonna find the root onto Ivano. Ivano has to flash away to be able to stay alive, able to get out. No one going down on the side of Winthrop, but the health bar is so low. Wildcard almost getting a lead there.
Going in on the consistent engages inside of this jungle pressure against Wildcard. They look for a 4-on-4, and it's just not there for them. I don't think they were able to get everybody together, and they weren't able to cluster up enough people where Vex was going to be able to tear apart the team, as well as having to burn both the summoners during that. So I wonder if Vex got pressured out way too quickly inside of that one to find anything. As Winthrop has found themselves at the very, very bad end of a losing gold advantage, down 2k right now to their opposition after the tower went down. Mordio just going to get hunted as well.
Mordio getting chased down. Gets a little bit of damage on the pockets, but none of that was ever going to amount onto anything. Ivano now underneath his tower by his lonesome. Some backup coming. Kenji, Vex walking back to the lane. This will not be a tower dive onto Ivano.
No.
Retreat comes out for Wildcard.
But it has been an immaculate game here for Griffin, who continues to find pressure, right? It wasn't this like super fast aggression that came out from him to really win things over, but it's very calculated pressure in a number of places that I think were a little unexpected from Winthrop, right? I wasn't expecting the Lysandra gank, I was expecting the Mundo gank, but they made that one happen at level 8, whether he has the ultimate or not, because he's still not all that beefy, and that means that you set Alorum up for a massive tower take, you set up Strumpus to be able to break out of mid lane with a couple of kills in the earlier stage. It kind of reduces the Lysandra's effectiveness as the pure counter pick in that matchup. It opens up for Strumpus to sit there and scale a little bit longer, and it's come to fruition in a 2,000 gold advantage. You can see Vex is still doing fine. Ivano still has a good amount of gold as well. And again, the Trinity Force is such an interesting thing because it allows for such a difference in terms of like dueling power with this Xin Zhao. But the interesting part, just the important part, I think, for the side of Winthrop is just that Vex is still inside of the game. You're not completely falling out, and you're going to be able to still get the damage out of that champion, which is the important bit. If the Vex on this Jinx is still within gold range of everybody else and has the itemization to do the damage, the fight is never going to be over from Winthrop. They're always going to be able to turn the game around, which is a little terrifying. Wildcard either can find a way to stop that or accelerate this game so fast that there's no way to generate that 5-on-5.
And it does seem like they're trying to do that. You can see them pressing the advantage that they have as they get deeper and deeper vision towards the blue side jungle of Winthrop. That tower already gone. They want to get some siege going on to this mid lane. Will be a minute and 50 seconds before a Drake does spawn. Getting down this tower would mean opening up a lot of vision for Wildcard Gaming. Alorum waiting in the wings, especially on a Hex map. That vision can be very deadly, but not going to commit to it for now. Instead, trying to trace exactly where Mordio's going. Now focusing over towards the bottom lane. Going on to Ivano. Actually had no clue that Mordio was in that area just a second ago. He will be chased down. Griffin getting caught out here. Ivano can't lock him down in time. Running right through the middle is going to be Paucus. Runs interference, and Winthrop get nothing.
both sides looking for a little bit of shenanigans towards the bottom side of the map. This just like the constant play that's coming out. Like you said, the mobility was actually what saved Wildcard pretty heavily right there, because the Rakan and Lee Sin were able to disengage out of that situation pretty quickly, and that could have been disastrous for Wildcard, especially with the Dragon spotting. When you've got a Chemtech Drake on the map and actually a Chemtech Soul, I mean, just to speak about how powerful this has literally been removed from the game. This is just happens to be on the final patch that this is still on, but this dragon is actually removed from the game because of how powerful it is, which is why Winthrop is also at a pretty significant advantage, in my opinion, right this moment, because they're closer to being able to take that dragon. Now, the gold advantage compounded with this Rift Herald should set up Wildcard in a position where not only can they look to just advance their gold lead if they really want to, they've got 2,500, they could just take a tower with it, but better if they can yield a response out of Winthrop that gets them their first Drake. They slow down the dragon stacking, and they set themselves up to begin stacking for that Drake themselves.
Fearless is Strumpus as he just jumps forward, popping that Q onto Vex. You can see the state that this game is really in at the moment. Wildcard being so driven by Griffin. 4-0-0 thus far, already completed his Gore Drinker, has the Executioners calling on top of that. So a great response to Mabud over there in the top lane. It's a good game for Wildcard, that's to say the least, as we head into the midpoint of this Game 3 of the series.
Yes, Tower's probably going to die here. Minwi has the Rift Herald and is just able to take it down without even utilizing the Rift Herald whatsoever. So, I think pretty important that they were able to snag that one, because again, it does open up the possibility of the Rift Herald being used to maybe get the dragon, but they don't even need that either, because they've got everything running all at once. As it's topside pressure that's being put on, they're trying to hover around the window. No crazy rockets here today. That was for our first series, not for this one, unfortunately.
Good attempt, though. Good attempt.
Yes.
You got to give some respect to that. Winthrop are putting some attention towards his top side now, trying to alleviate a lot of the bleeding that Mabud was doing at the early stages of the game. He will be able to grab that tower, so it will be a good chunk of gold going back to him to get him towards that tanky state, as he does need to be that wall for Vex, who is scaling up through this game so far. Rift Herald placed in the bottom lane, tier 2. We'll get off another charge, as Wildcard are just going to go straight for it. Trying to come into flank was Paucus, but was caught out by Vex in the process. Now Wildcard looking to retrieve from this. Look at the wings. It's going to be Mordio. He's going for the flank right now. Paucus will be bumping into him soon. Teleport going to be channeled. Alarm going to join this fight, and here comes Alarm. Goes after Vex. Vex has to flash away. Mordio now leading the charge for Winthrop, as Wildcard, the battle lines are drawn. Who is willing to cross it right here? The answer is going to be no one. 2/10 of a situation.
Couldn't quite actually get into place right there was Winthrop. They looked so hard at getting either Mordio or Ivano into a position where maybe with the Lulu follow-up, they were going to be able to generate a massive engage. But you can see there's flashes up on 4 members on Wildcard. They aren't getting a really sticky engagement to allow Vex to throw damage into anybody, and they're not going to take a bad engagement and potentially lose this game outright to Wildcard this early on, right? They still have their 2 dragons. They still have their scaling that they can try to bank on for the later stages of the game, so they're not going to throw things away quite yet. They're feeling comfortable just letting this one continue to play out, especially like you said, after they let Mabud kind of get back into it with that tower take on the top side. They're going to feel good about having just this frontliner that can soak a bunch of damage eventually. We're waiting for that time to come, because again, they still have to be able to make 5-on-5s like that actually work, which is perhaps one of the more difficult parts of this composition as the game continues, especially with Wildcard as strong as they are. But at the moment, Wildcard get to continue their little dominance about the map. They get to kind of continue controlling how the game is playing out. They're going to try to deny Winthrop any opportunity to really let the Jinx go crazy inside of a fight.
Even though it is a low-kill game, and, you know, it's just a 3K separating these two, it doesn't really tell you just how well Wildcard are doing in this game, because they have been getting a lot of momentum, a lot of forward vision, and a lot of engagements just like this as they find Mordio all by himself. They're going to look to chain it straight into Ivano. Curtain call gets opened up, but the Claw is going to get Ivano to safety.
There's no response anywhere else on the map either. It's just Winthrop being able to use some advanced vision inside of the jungle that they have claimed as their own to be able to find an additional pick-off. As Wildcard continue, again, it's Griffin dominance. It's a Griffin diff pretty much this entire game thus far. Mordio hasn't been able to stand up to him. He's ahead in farm, but that's about all he's ahead in, because Griffin's ganks have been immaculate, his counter ganks have been insane, and now everybody getting pinched on the side of Wildcard, or on the side of Winthrop.
Going on to my butt. Here comes the rocket, trying to find. Will it be?
Finds it.
The last auto onto Strumpus. Able to get the kill. kill. Now excited is going to be Vex. Can Winthrop turn this around? Getting excited, going for more. Ivano looking to go in, gets the root, able to lock down Alorum and get the final autos for Vex to be able to get the kill. That is 2 down for Wildcard. Now you've lost your solo laners, Winthrop. It shows you what happens if Vex is able to come online.
They're walking to Baron, man. They're going to walk to Baron. And this could be a very massive play to completely differentiate how this game is going to play out, right? Griffin is still alive. They could try to find a steal. But they've got all 5 members up. They've got Mordio up, their own jungler. And they've got more than enough damage to burn this down long before Strumpus or Alorum should be able to get back to this one. At least it's halfway down. Strumpus might be able to TP in and try to force something. As everybody piles into the back of the pit. Too much damage coming out of the Baron to stay back there. I want to see them kind of... They're just trying to blind block, make sure the Lee Sin can't actually get in the pit. They need to force it down if they're going to go for it. Pogus!
He's too low. Here he goes. He jumps in. He doesn't get it. Baron going over to Winthrop. It's 2 down now as they continue. My bud is able to grab one, but Ivano falls. Pockets now going after Pockets. Here comes the autos. Vex is looking to find more.
I got him!
Super Mega Death Rocket finds its mark. A double kill for Vex. Winthrop have turned it around. They are back in the game, Dean.
The game is right back on its head. They did exactly what they needed to. They've set up the team fight where Vex is just able to sit behind everybody and no one's able to pressure into the backline. Strumpus got caught at the front of that fight. And after everything is said and done, this was an engagement onto Mappa. This is the guy that's soaking a bunch of damage. And you can see how little he takes and how much Strumpus takes in the big grand things. You can see Vex even flashing forward to start this one off. How much damage they put into Griffin, how much damage they're able to put into Alorum after the re-entrance from Ivano. And it's just Vex throwing autos forward. That's all they need to do to win this game. They go over to the Baron. They're able to win out that engagement. Even though Pockets finds this massive W, they just have too much centered around this Jinx being able to put out the DPS necessary. What does the health bar look like? I'm really curious because Vex is trying to stand on the side. He doesn't stand in the range of Pockets, I don't believe. I'm trying to make sure that this is correct. They were trying to body block as well for the Lee Sin, and the Lee Sin tries to come over the pit as the last seconds came through, but we're getting more of an engagement on the map, so we don't get to see the very tail end of it. But right back into this one, Winthrop competes. Vex in a position to carry after that massive gold influx he had to have had. And now the soul point is once again being threatened by Winthrop.
They're going forward. They're going forward. And Griffin is diving in. Griffin gets low. Griffin goes down. Mordio takes him down. Now Winthrop is going forward. They're looking for Minui. Minui falls low. Vex is able to grab him.
He's going crazy.
Vex gets the double. Vex is excited. Vex finds it all. He gets the triple kill. Wildcard are routed. Pockets just taking the recall as Winthrop are in the driver's seat.
I've been calling him a defensive ADC for so long, and finally he comes out of his chrysalis to take control of this game. He grabs this Jinx, he says, I'm going to put the team on my back, I'm going to do all the work, and he does all of it during all of these team fights. This is incredible. This is another setup. He is completely untouched. The rest of Winthrop are doing an amazing job acting as his shield, but what a sword he is to be able to swing at the squad that's coming out here. Mordio gets on top of Alorum. Pockets keeps trying to find these flanks. Griffin found a really nice flank. He kicked Vex out, but nobody's there to punish him. Nobody's there to get him. Vex with an amazing stopwatch as well. Prevents any further engage. I thought Strumpus was going to jump over the wall, but he missed on his distortion, and that lets Vex continue to throw in autos. This team has set themselves at a gold advantage. Vex is on a triple kill there, probably more than enough gold to carry this entire team, and they're one dragon short of the Chemtech Soul.
They did it against Immortals AoE. It was an upset no one expected. Winthrop are looking to do it again to Wildcard. Out of nowhere, they pull a gold lead. They get the team fight win. Everyone else just needs to be a pool of health for Vex to buy time to land those autos. This game could not get any closer, Dean.
No, it cannot. The threat, though, again and again, Wildcard has found amazing ways to get on top of him. Griffin was able to find a kick in that fight, probably the wrong direction, but was able to find one. Pockets has found insane plays into the opposing backline, and that has been nuts to think about just how easy it's been for them to get onto Vex. The protection is there, but they have to be careful because he gets kicked right there.
The kick. They're going right after Vex. Strumpus is there. He's by his lonesome. Vex goes down. Wildcard are feeling it. They go after Kenji, looking to finish him off, but Kenji's able to back up in time as Bud is going to soak as much damage as he can to buy Winthrop some time. He's soaking, he's absorbing, he's a tanky Bud, but he lives no more. Minui takes him down. Wildcard, they turn it right back into their hands.
This is the threat. If you kill Vex, there is nothing left for this team to offend with. They need their Jinx to be able to make this composition work. The flash was not quite up. It's back up for Vex now, so he has that defensive tool. He's going to need a Guardian Angel eventually. They're going to do damage to this base, and it's going to be enough. They're going to be able to kill a couple kills actually here.
They're going after Griffin. Griffin has fallen. Pockets in the backline. Cooldowns are not up. They're going after Alarm. Alarm falls as well. Minui gets tagged in the back. Avano chases him down, and he will fall. There's an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane, Dean. Winthrop are marching forward.
I don't think they're able to close the game off this timer specifically. I guess they have like 25 seconds till Griffin's up. They have 30 seconds till everyone else is up. They're easily taking the inhibitor. My question is, do they have enough to be able to push into the full base? I think Winthrop are going to go for it. I really don't want to see them throw on a base push like this. It would be tragic, and it would also rob us of any more team fights, which we desperately want in a game like this. That Strumpus getting hunted down. If he goes down, the game is pretty much over at that point because they can just walk in. And I love this call. They grab the inhibitor. They don't have the time to get anything else, so they walk out. After the pick on the Vex, right? They step way too far up. Look at the health bars right now. There's 2-3 members at half or below in terms of health. I guess Alorm's actually at 60%. And Avano is still this AoE mage that can do quite a bit of work inside of this one. Not to mention, again, this is a lot of damage on Mordio. He finds the pick on a Griffin immediately. Alorm took a bunch of damage. Pockets can't really beat his front line because he's going to die immediately. And the time bought by Avano is enough for the rest of the team to follow through on this. The 3v5 underneath of the inhibitor tower was more than enough. Did he find this rocket? Did we not catch it? Oh my goodness.
Way.
Vex is nuts, man. He's actually cracked. Legitimately.
Oh. This game, my heart is pounding, Dean. I don't know who's going to win, but this is League of Legends right here. This is North American Developmental looking to go the extra mile, looking to go the distance, looking to do whatever it takes to get to that academy scene, to get to that pro scene. Wildcard and Winthrop are duking it out right here and right now. And Winthrop, they're the ones with the inside track on the Baron. Baron is now spawning. This could be the last moments of this game winding down, Dean.
1 minute until the dragon also spawns, which is another massive win condition for Winthrop. If they grab Baron here, which they are doing, because they're shoving out Griffin, making sure he's not going to be able to get in. It's half health Baron. They got to find a way in, because otherwise they're just going to push out mid lane. They're going to be able to try to like work their way into the river. Look for something. Griffin, what you got?
Griffin, he's looking for it. Griffin wants to hop over the wall. He tries. He can't get over. He can't get over. He's denied. Baron goes over to Winthrop. Griffin's on the run. Alarm is low.
Vex got him.
Rocket lands. Vex is an animal. He's a beast as Avano goes forward. A double kill for Vex. It is done. The Cinderella story continues, Dean. Winthrop University have done it!
They have come in as like the lowest possible seed. They're the lowest seed here. They come in as the #1 after beating Dare, almost unexpectedly in a number of different situations. They came in to beat Wildcard Gaming. They're gonna take it. They're gonna go to the semifinals.
Winthrop University! Don't doubt them, Dean! Never doubt them! They have done it! They have upset before, and they do it here again today against Wildcard Gaming!
They don't know what Luthrop means. It's Winthrop for a reason. They come out to win all the time, always. The #1 collegiate roster from last year came out, rebuilt from basically the ground up, only a handful of returning players, a substitute jungler in for the tournament since the beginning of the event, and they are walking into top 4.
That was an intense game. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit emotional right now. Oh, God.
Oh my goodness.
You have no idea. It's not just that Wildcard won, it's the intensity. These players are putting everything on the line here today. They're all developing players. They're all chasing a dream. It is sad to see that some have to go, but Winthrop is the one that so many have doubted, so many have looked down on from the moment they started up in the collegiate scene. Last year they were doubted, this year they were doubted, and even with a completely different roster, my bud and the boys, everyone, Mordio, they all show up. And they do another upset, dude.
They do another upset. They are one upset from getting to our grand finals. They're 2 upsets from winning this tournament when nobody could have ever possibly predicted that Winthrop was going to make it in the end. I can't give enough props to this team. Wildcard came out with some solid strategy. They came out in game 1 swinging super hard. They looked clean beyond belief in the first game. It was Mordio that kind of stopped them in game number 2, and they weren't ready for the Vex bomb that was laid in game number 3. And I want to talk about that for just a second because it's been a minute. Kenji at one point was also in like scouting grounds, but wasn't touted as too high of a prospect, right? Vex was in like way long ago Challenger Series and really hasn't been around all that much. He's been bouncing around on teams and stuff. This is the first time we've really seen these two come alive like this inside of the amateur team. It's been a long time coming for these two players and such a journey for them. To watch them be able to step in and play like that, especially Vex, who, again, in my opinion, has been kind of quiet for so long, to come out and have a performance like that with a roster like this, with a bunch of newcomers, it's the stuff of legends, man. That's how dynasties are made right there. That's the first step for Vex.
In a draft that targeted him, Rebel. We saw it earlier. They banned away his Ezreal, they banned away his Caitlyn, and they took away his Jhin. He hops on the Jinx, and it was like he didn't miss a beat. Hasn't played it since May, Dean. Hasn't played it competitively since May, and he shows up here today. Vex, hats off to the rest of Winthrop University, because they earned this victory. They fought for it with everything they had, and it's moments like these that just makes me love the Proving Ground so much. Oh my gosh.
My favorite thing also is, like, we're gonna get a chance to see like the upgraded bracket a little bit in the future, but right now you've got 2 LCS affiliated amateur organizations in 100 Thieves and Immortals, right? You got Golden Guardians, and then you have the collegiate masters in Winthrop that step alongside that. Of all the teams that would have thought that could have made it to that position, I would not have imagined that Winthrop was going to be on the names of Titans, right? But coming from collegiate, doing a bunch of collegiate casting myself, there's nothing that makes me more proud about the way that scene is developed as well. There's 5 or 6 teams that are legitimately capable of swinging with some of the best, right?
Dude, we used to have the days of nothing but Maryville being the collegiate Titan, nothing but UCI. So many now.
It's just incredible, and I really have to say that is the case. To see that come through, I want to talk a little bit more about Wildcard, because Wildcard, they didn't deserve the kind of pass up that they got. This was a massive upset for a reason, right? Like, nobody would have expected Wildcard to lose. I think even the second game was a little bit surprising for both of us, even though I know you predicted Winthrop, but it was a little bit tough to stomach that Wildcard even dropped that game, just because of how talented that this team really is, right? But this has been a little indicative of everything that's happened to the roster. There have been bad losses since the beginning of open qualifiers. This team has found themselves in positions they probably shouldn't have been in, and this is kind of like the icing on the cake, where like they lose to a team that was not expected to be anywhere near even playoffs, let alone this deep into playoffs. It just feels, I don't know, it's a pretty sad way to go out if you're Wildcard, right? That's not how you expected to leave this tournament, and it's unfortunate. They're an incredible set of players. I'm expecting more growth out of them, and in the next tournament, I'm guessing they're going to come back very angry, because that's kind of what these players are capable of doing. But a performance that was deserving of a very hard hat tip to the side of Winthrop, because they went crazy in that last game.
Hats off to both of our teams, all of our teams that played here today, taking it to a series and just making this ever so competitive. That's going to do it here for the Casting Desk. I've been Eric Testrix Beltran, of course, Dean, Rebel Fox, Merrick. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk. Izzy, Manny, Hawk, take it away.
All right. Thank you, casters, for closing up these games today. Winthrop's win against Wildcard Gaming 2-1 brings us to the conclusion of the quarterfinals for the Unified Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier 1. Hawk, I'm so sorry none of your predictions today worked out. Take us into draft for this last game of the series.
They should have put me on the other stream. I was 2 for 2. But 0 for 2 on this one, as Winthrop had to come back in this game. But yeah, the draft was pretty interesting for both teams. I actually quite liked both drafts. It felt like Wildcard had a pretty classic dive comp. This was something straight out of 2018 with the Aatrox and the Rakan and the Lee Sin. Something, you know, that we haven't really seen in a while, but it's tried and true. Kill what is in front of you composition, as that rhymed. But Winthrop, it seemed like, although their composition was individually a little bit less coherent, you know, some dive, some peel, some mundo, they had counters up their sleeves. You know, Jinx, Lulu does exceptionally well into Jhin Rakan. It's really hard to dive on top of them. Lissandra into the LeBlanc heavily neutralizes the lane. So there was a lot of great options for them to play through, and that made sort of diving on top of them extremely difficult. You know, it's hard for a dive comp to kill a Mundo. It's hard for a dive comp to kill a Jinx with a Lulu and a Lissandra standing next to her. So lots of options available to them, and it ended up being extremely influential in the team fights. As we saw, Wildcard, when they were on one item, they took a ton off the map. There was one dragon where they took down 3 towers and the dragon in one fell swoop. and really got to see them flex their muscles. However, it was in the team fights where it was Winthrop and specifically Vex that shined.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about those team fights, but before that as well, that sequence of towers was really, really nice there from Wildcard. What effectively they're able to do is basically, actually, never mind. We're going to get right into this replay here that effectively decided the game here. Now, this was, I don't think that this was like fantastic from Winthrop. Like Wildcard overcommits, right? And they get a, right? They get picks. What I really like here, besides the commitment here on the Strompist, is what Winthrop do, what they decide to do next, right? Because they get these kills, right? There's a great teleport in from Ivano. They're able to lock up Alorum. And they say, okay, it is going to be a 5v3 here. What are we going to do? Like, we're down maybe 4,000 gold, right? Our comp's not scaling yet. The series is on the line. And they decide, hey, this is our tournament lives at stake here. We're going to flip this Baron. And I respect this call so much. They're basically saying, like, hey, if we get this Baron, we're in the tournament. If not, we knock out Wildcard. And they stick in there and are able to secure the Baron and win the team fight here. And this just is what completely turns it around from Winthrop. And I'm like super glad they decided to do that rather than, play it safe. I didn't think they were going to get another opportunity like that in the game, and neither did they. I'm really glad that they were able to commit all the way for that, and it wound up working out for them. They were able to take control of the game back there, and they had pretty much equalized the gold after falling so far behind off that Dragon and Herald play on the bot side of the map. I mean, like I said, hats off to Winthrop. They were fearless right there.
Yeah, definitely. You just love to see that winner's mentality. It really showed through, and I feel like the growth of Winthrop from games 1 through 3 was apparent right before our eyes. In game 1, we mentioned it a lot. Winthrop looked a little nervous. I talked a lot about in the jungle, in particular, some suspect pathing coming through, and that was remedied in game numbers 2 and 3. We saw this Graves and this Xin Zhao path a lot more aggressively, a lot more intelligently to be able to enable their lanes. It wasn't nervous and reactive at what Wildcard wanted to do. No, it was throwing down the gauntlet, and watching Mordio really grow throughout the series was a pleasure to watch. Vex coming online in those last 2 games, doing so much work for his team. The damage charts were insane in games 2 and 3. So I'm glad to see that the team was able to come out of their shell and show us what they were really capable of in those 2nd and 3rd games, and able to pull out a win in a very tense game number 3. I mean, it was 4-2 in kills for quite a while. A very slow early game. And then, as we mentioned, one item, it sort of exploded in Wildcard's favor. But Winthrop was able to bring it right back through superior team fighting, and they are now on to the semifinals. Collegiate is not done yet. My bastion of amateur has been destroyed. Golden Guardians Academy and Winthrop are there. So awesome stuff for them.
Props out.
We're going to send it to a quick break. Thank you, analysts. You guys will return shortly for one last wrap up. But I'm going to be returning here even more shortly to do an interview with Winthrop's Vex. All right, welcome back. I'm joined by Vex, the ADC for Winthrop. Congratulations on the win. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I feel great after beating Wildcard.
Yeah, I just found out, I guess, that you guys don't have a coach. What is the team dynamic like for you guys? Because not only are you the only remaining team in Pool 2, you guys don't have a coach, and you guys are just taking names one after
Yeah.
another.
Well, we are pretty much just player run coaching, player run drafting. Like we do our review on our own. Our support helps with that a lot. Like he's kind of like a coach from a player role, from the support role. So he just does drafting, and then we do review after the game. So it's kind of like having a coach as a player. So
Yeah.
we're fine.
Yeah, and he
without having
plays a
coach.
mean Lulu, so.
He's pretty good at Lulu. I told him to first pick it. So
Nice. Good stuff. And, how do you guys feel being the only remaining collegiate team in this tournament?
I didn't even realize that until like yesterday. I'm actually surprised. I thought Maryville would come into top 8 as well, but I mean it feels nice. Like we just won the most recent collegiate tournament, so and then we're the only college team that got top 8. So I feel like it makes a stand that we're probably the best college team in the league right now. So yeah, I'm excited
For
to see it all.
sure. Yes, and that season's getting just started up
Yeah.
recently. How
Very
was
recent.
you guys had your first weekend this last weekend, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were versus like some like gold silver team, and they didn't show up, so we just got
Oh.
it easy to.
Yeah.
The games for
Well-
that haven't gotten that competitive yet, so yeah.
Yeah, not as tough as,
Not as tough
what
as
we've
this
got
game.
going on. Yeah.
We care about this way more right now. This is the real deal right now. So yeah.
The priority is the team. Now we've seen more collegiate teams in this tournament than we have in previous proving grounds. What kind of a standard do you think Winthrop is going to be setting as, the top performing collegiate program in amateur right now? Do you think we're going to see more collegiate teams appear here and there in the feature circuit qualifiers?
Yeah, I mean, I think college is a collegiate scene is just a great way. It's pretty much just amateur teams that the players go to college. I mean, it's competitive. I think it's like more college teams are just gonna keep popping up with good rosters, and they can. And I feel like any amateur team just can like join a college if the kids want to go to college, and yeah, more teams will start popping up and be competitive in the amateur scene. So yeah.
Now, you guys ended game 1 feeling pretty behind, but again, that's
Yeah.
no skin off your nose in terms of your guys' competitive history this tournament. What was the strategy for coming back in the series?
So we just kept the spirits high. Like we honestly, top 8 was an accomplishment for us already, and I just like we're just gonna give it our all. If we can win, we win, and if we lose, we're just gonna lose together. And after we lost the first game, I just told us guys it's okay. We're 0-1. We can reverse sweep this. It's gonna be a story. So I just picked my confidence up. I didn't want to have any regrets, and I just gave it my all as well with my team. So I'm proud of everybody on my team, the way we performed. So yeah.
Well, speaking to the analysts, I think they agree with that. You gave it your all, especially on that Jinx in game 3.
Yep.
It was absolutely nuts. Now, are you guys going to be able to keep that positive mental in your semifinals match against 100 Thieves? Is it going to be the extra positive mental going to there? How do you feel?
Of course. I mean, I'm very confident after beating Wildcard. I feel like 100 Thieves is just the next step. They're not any better, any worse. Even a stronger opponent than Wildcard. I think we can beat them just like we beat Wildcard. So, yeah, I'm excited to beat some former LCS players next series.
For sure. And we're really looking forward to that series ourselves. Thank you so much for chatting with me tonight. Best of luck.
Of course. Thank you for having
We're
me.
going to, yeah, absolutely. We're going to return to the analyst desk for one last quick segment, wrapping things up here tonight. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me, Vex.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm back on the analyst desk. How's it going? We've got our semifinals bracket is locked, and our producers will flip to that screen in just a moment. We can talk about these matchups. Winthrop will be going up against 100 Thieves next. What do you guys think? Do you think they can take some games off 100 Thieves next?
I mean, look, Winthrop have been a really, really great, team so far this split, right? Obviously, they're the underdogs going in against 100 Thieves next. I think most teams in this tournament would be the underdogs going against them. But, we've seen upsets can happen. We saw it today. Obviously, looking at all these other games, though, 100 Thieves next versus EG Prodigies, that was, kind of what people expected. But, no team really did give Golden Guardians Academy earlier today a run for their money. And it's going to be interesting to see how IMT AoE, or how they do up against IMT AoE, given that Immortals AoE kind of snapped their, their streak of, underperformance, getting only second out of the group there. They managed to beat Taco Gaming. Unfortunately, it is not Taco Tuesday.
No, definitely not Taco Tuesday. IMT AoE looked really good in their win on the Academy stream up against Taco Gaming there. And I feel like their match against Golden Guardians Academy could be pretty exciting. I mean, like you said, if no team was able to take them to distance, you'd have to think that IMT AoE is a better team. IMT AoE might be able to do it. Now, this team has been inconsistent. And it seems like a lot of the times when they lose, they're outplaying themselves. But that also does mean that in some ways, they haven't actually found a team that's been able to sort of take them down in a lot of ways. And so if IMT AoE is firing on all cylinders, I actually think they really could contest up against GGA. And as you said, 100 next. They're looking like the team to beat this tournament, them and GGA. And although Winthrop is coming in as an underdog, we've been saying it every round of the tournament, and they're still here. So, crazier things have happened, even though I would definitely bet on 100 Thieves next if I were a betting man. I feel like Winthrop always has a chance if they're able to play the way they were in the last two games that we just saw.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm honestly so beyond thrilled about our semifinals matchups. They're going to be such exciting matches,
Absolutely.
and I'm sure you guys are excited too. Thank you so much for joining me on the desk today. Thank you to our casters, Deserix and Rebel Fox, our wonderful producers, and everyone else at Unified for a great quarterfinal show today. We'll return next Monday with semis. Super exciting stuff, and I hope everyone has a good night.